Wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round.
Coming off the bench now, waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now, gotta get up. back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
So hard to see the light
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now.
everyone, and welcome, folks, to the VCT Game Changers APAC Open Overtime now, and it's the last day. We've already had 2 teams qualify, and of course, that's the amazing Orangutan Esports, Marquis, and then now, between NGX and L-Streaks, hey, we're casters. Heyimquack, this is Key. I mean, I'm not quite sure how to predict the upcoming teams right now.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, this is going to be the last slot from overtime, not the final slot just yet for Elite. This is going to be the 6th team coming into or qualifying for Elite. Of course, we have the teams that have qualified already. We'll show you that in a little bit for sure. But the last slot between these 2 teams, so I wouldn't say it's the last chance for either team, because I'm sure that either team,
true.
if they go through wild cards, will still make it pretty far. We've had some pretty surprising results, I would say, for the past few days as well. You know, X10 Sapphire unfortunately getting knocked out of overtime. Like, they were the first team to take a series off Alter Ego Celeste, and then all of a sudden, they're now struggling to make it to Elite, and then. Now we have NGX sort of calling back. They weren't able to qualify to group stages quite a few times. They did so in Open 4, but that was too late to get any points. But now they're on the cusp of qualifying for Elite. So I really love the level of competition right now, because you can see that teams are improving, teams are shifting. It's just so much better now. And then like you said, because of that, in fact, we don't know who's going to win. It's a best of 5, so it is still going to be very competitive, but we don't know who's going to take the 6th slot.
It's really, really hard to say, but I mean, just to go over everything so that everyone's kind of up to date with what's going on with VCT Game Changers APAC, we had 4 opens, and out of that, only 3 top teams could qualify for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, which happens at the end of the year. And the one winner from Elite gets to go and compete in VCT Game Changers Champions, I guess is what you call it. The international one, I believe it's a LAN. You get to play with the teams from Game Changers NA, EMEA. It's going to be crazy. But we are in open overtime right now. We already have 2 teams from this one, again, and Orangutan Esports as well as Marquis. And then now NGX L-Streak will figure out who actually gets to qualify. Even if they don't, however, there is still that last chance qualifier that Marquis was talking about. That's happening in August, which is, a couple months, well, one-ish month from now. And out of last chance, only 2 teams get to qualify. So those are the slots, and this is what's at stake. Because if they don't actually qualify, they won't get to play in the Elite for the tasty, tasty prize pool, and they won't get to try their hands at maybe dethroning the queens of all time, Alter Ego Celeste. And if they actually can, they could be that team that gets to fly over and compete against the rest of the world.
I agree, and there's only 1 slot, right, for APAC, so it's going to be extremely competitive. You already 3 teams on the left. These are teams that qualified from the circuit points: Alter Ego Celeste, Bren Esports Victress, Team SMG. Of course, we're going to overtime now. 2 teams have already qualified, and basically these teams are really just fighting for. The 2 teams that qualify, Orangutan, of course, and Marquis, and these teams are really fighting for the last slot. We're going on the 6th slot now, the one you see at the end of overtime on the rightmost. And yes, so here are the teams that you could actually see. These are the further seeded teams. These are the teams that were that gained circuit points and are within the circuit still, but didn't make it to the top 3. Of course, Marquis, you see them at the 6th seed, and Orangutan, the 8th seed. These are the 2 that have already qualified through overtime. And the last 2 are Nigma Galaxy on the 9th seed and L-Streaks on the 13th seed. These are the last 2 teams remaining, and only one will get through overtime at this point.
Only one. The other one, they kind of get, eliminated. I mean, this is the last series that we have, of course. And it's not going to be easy. I mean, they fought so hard, so long. I mean, this is basically lower bracket run for both teams, except for L-Streak perhaps, because they lost to Marquis yesterday. But then again, it just shows the level of competition, and not to mention the growth that we have in VCT Game Changers APAC, because L-Streaks, they're kind of this new South Asian org, if I'm not wrong. And then they picked up this Thai squad, Thai team, and they managed to get some players along from the old Aresta squad as well, which is, I think it's pretty cool, right, Marquis?
Yeah, similar for Orangutan, right? There's a lot of orgs are picking up the players, and that's really the sign of growth for this league, for everyone, for the players as well. Because we're starting to see orgs pick them up because they have faith in the teams to be successful. Of course, Orangutan picking up a mixed roster as well. So South Asia, Philippines, and now with the latest edition of Chloe, also Singapore.
Ooh.
So it's just such a great sight to behold that these orgs are
Truly.
picking up the players, and of course they're showing up in the tournament as well. So this is what we were talking about. Over time, there's already been 2 teams that have qualified. Saw it in the brackets just now, and of course this last team is going to be between Nigma Galaxy Female and L Streaks. Who, you know what, L Streaks, for a team that calls themselves L Streak, they're actually in the finals.
So maybe W streak instead. Maybe. We shall see what happens today, right? Because we haven't actually had these 2 teams play against each other, especially with the new L Streak roster. And at the same time, it's been so long since we really saw Nigma Galaxy perform. I mean, you talked about it. First 3 opens of VCT Game Changers APAC this year, they were missing. They were MIA. They didn't qualify to groups, through groups, excuse me. And then in Open 4, they actually did. Now they picked up Chloe. That's... Well, no, they didn't pick up Chloe. They lost. They swapped Chloe out. They have a secret agent. You were talking
Secret
about
agent?
it.
You mean
Maybe.
they have
we
a
could
trick,
take a look at it.
a trick up their sleeve? Trick up their sleeve, maybe?
Of course, we're talking about Trix. She was a panelist on VCT APAC Stage 2. Really smart, but also very capable as a player. And she was the IGL and basically coach for NGX Female last year.
Yeah. So, I mean, she's also a hell of a player. I mean, she flexes as well. So, in the series against X10, she played Reyna, she played Killjoy, she just plays everything. And of course, introducing the players first for L Streaks, of course, it's the Thai squad, a mix of ex Aresta and ex quintuplets players.
Yeah.
Cupcake, Dolph, Mimi, Noxy, Rosie. I believe Nuki is also part of this roster. So it's a 6 roster. They've been performing quite well. We've seen them last year as well in earlier opens. They're kind of like always hovering in that top 8 sort of ranking. Didn't really make it to the top 5, I would say, but they've been pretty competitive. They're a staple in playoffs and opens. So I'm excited to see what they can bring this time around, because they're retooled a little bit, but they still have the key players that we've seen all the time in the top 8. Meanwhile, for Nigma Galaxy Female, we have Alaka, Aya, Gwen, Hannah, and of course Trix, we were talking about just now. Going to be really exciting to see this squad as well, because likewise, they are also a staple playoff team, always in the top. Well, used to be always
Used
in the
to
top
be.
8. Until this year, because this year we've had a higher level of competition. There's so many teams right now to beat, and I think Nigma Galaxy Female, honestly, they're still a top 8 team. They've just been unlucky in terms of their brackets, because some group stages they've had to fight off against Invictus, and it's just like the luck of the draw. I would say that they're probably the only team that's probably been unlucky to draw such strong teams in the group group stages. So that's really interesting, and you can see right now that they're actually really good, because they made it all the way here. They have a chance to qualify for Elite. They beat X10S. I mean, they beat X10S. So they've definitely got something up their sleeve, and I just want to see what we're in for in this best of 5, because best of 5s are actually pretty rare, right? We only reserve it typically for the grand finals, and this is a grand final in its own right, because it's a qualification slot. It's a slot for Elite. It's a slot for the biggest tournament in APAC for this year, for this circuit.
Right? Like we can put it this way: if they qualify through this one, they can kind of relax. They don't have to worry about losing their slot, and then they have to actually go through wildcard, go through last chance qualifiers. They qualify through this one, they can chill, they can in fact study up and watch how the other teams play, and kind of stay on top of things. But of course, it all comes down to this best of 5 series, and here are the map picks Fracture and Breeze being banned right off the bat, Marquis.
Yeah, we're
And then,
going.
of course,
We're
the
going
rest
with the
of them.
classics. The
It's
two
El
newest maps
Clasico.
getting out, so we're going for all the classic maps, of course. Haven Bind Ascent Split, the first 4 maps released. Icebox, the first map released after the first set. So we're going old school here. No Fracture, no Breeze, and honestly, I still don't know where this is gonna go. Like, it's just I can't tell you who's gonna win at this point because both teams they've been playing for quite a bit, but they haven't really shown significant favor over certain maps. But I would say that NGX have very, very strong defensive sides. So the fact that I see 3 defenses for NGX, I think I would say I'll give a slight edge to NGX. I'll say 3-1 NGX.
I would have to agree. I mean, just looking at map picks, right? I think NGX, they're pretty strong on Haven. That is their map pick. Bind as well. Icebox might be the only one where they're maybe a little bit shaky on. Ascent, though, that could be where we see things really start to define NGX because they have had quite the history on the map and they are quite competent on it as well. They've got a win rate of according to our stats, 78% on Ascent. L-Streak, on the other hand, maybe not as much, but that could also be because we don't have such a large sample size. They are a fairly new team / org as well, so it's really hard to say. But if there's any indication, perhaps NGX beat Armory Arresta, kind of this sister team, perhaps you might say, to L-Streak, because some of the players currently in L-Streak came from Arresta. NGX actually beat that team 2-1 a couple of days ago, and then afterwards they went on to beat X10 Sapphire, another Thai team. So
hold on, yeah.
Right?
This might be the 3rd Thai team they knock out.
You see
of
where I'm
overtime.
going with this?
I see. Yeah, they have to face Thai teams. They've eliminated 2. And basically, L Streaks right
This is the
now,
last one.
they're gonna want revenge
The
for the
final
sisters.
boss.
Yes, and on the side of NGX, it's like, okay, maybe you go 3 for 3 here. We'll see.
Ooh.
Because I mean, that's really spicy to me because honestly, we've seen Thai teams. They're really strong. In fact, when you watch APAC, the Thai region is typically
Sersha.
the strongest. Sersha, you had Full Sense. It's just absolutely insane how the quality of the players from Thailand is, and that also goes to show how insane Nigma Galaxy female are, by the way, because they're able to take down these top teams, and even with a slow start to this year, they're definitely finding their stride now. And while it might not have been very clean against X10S and Arresta, both 2-1s, they've shown that they can hold their own in longer series. So I think that they're still a force to be reckoned with, especially with Trix.
Oh, Key is quite the Trix fanboy. We love her. I mean, she was our panelist, and she's really, really good. She's very capable of basically doing everything. She's a Swiss Army knife. But again, I think this does come down to that bit of a marathon, because it is a best of 5, and you are definitely going to have to perform on your own map picks, which is why I think it's exceptionally important that this first map goes away off NGX if they are to win it. Of course, L-Streak, their own map picks are going to have to be that important as well, because they were the ones who picked Ascent. They don't have quite the high win rate on Ascent as compared to NGX. But of course, like I said, that could be due to sample size. We don't really know. The Thai players really love Ascent, though. I mean, so many of those teams, I think there was one from a couple of days ago called Fear Eater Sierra. I mean, formerly known as Gamdang, Fear Eater Sierra now. Yeah, it's such a back and forth kind of thing sometimes that the teams are going to have to adapt around how they play each other.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I also just realized that NGX, some members of this team have actually made it to the grand finals in previous opens last year against Altiego Celeste. So they've had their own experience going to best of 5s. It's really a shame that they didn't make it to the playoffs this year that often, because they can take it to the best teams. Like on a good day, like their potential is actually pretty high, and it's really just. Right now, Brand Victress are just so strong. So that's one of the reasons why NGX unfortunately couldn't get through. But right now, we'll see. We'll definitely see in this best of 5 if that wealth of experience actually can make a difference as well. Because how many times do you actually get to play a best of 5 in an actual tournament setting? It's so rare, and
It's
to have
only
that
the
experience,
finals that's best of 5.
it's only the grand finals. So that experience is actually a difference maker here, I would say, because best of 5, you said it, it's a marathon. And it's not just a marathon. Even the map picks, agent selections, just being able to have that stack to your advantage in the first few maps might get you that 3 score before the enemy team does. So
That's the
NGX, I think that's really the difference between these two. And for NGX, I really want to see them show up here. I really want to see them in Elite. And
Yeah.
you know what? I mean, I wouldn't mind. Not to say,
A little bit of PH
not
bias.
to say, not to say L streaks don't have a chance either. They also have a very good chance if I'm just taking this against NGX. It's just between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, it has to be NGX. I mean, I'm gonna cough in Tagalog as well because I'm also a little bit biased. But I mean, at the very least, I think we can talk about some of these players. Just taking a look at statistics as well. I mean, coming into Haven, of course, it's such. We've talked about this to death before. A map that has 3 sites. It's so wide. It's going to be important that you actually control so many portions of the map, because you leave a single side open, and that's the crack that some of these players can slip through. And some of these players that I think I want to focus on for sure, at least. We talked about Trix. Maybe we could pair her up to Rosie, who is kind of that default sentinel, but Trix can also flex around. The duelists, though, Dolph and Aya, I think they are the ones who might just be able to open things up for either team.
Yeah, I agree. Especially for a map like Haven on the attacking side, it's really about who can open up the sites. And however much rounds you can get on the attacking side, I think sets the tone for whoever wants to take this map. And of course, on Haven, who's going to start an attack? It's going to be L Streak, because Nigma chose the map. L Streaks, of course, want to start on the more advantageous side.
That said, though, I mean, whichever side you start on, it's still going to be tough. I mean, you might even say that attack is the more advantageous side on the Haven, just because you got 5 different spots to look out for. You got C long, you got garage, you got B, you got sewer, and then you got A long. It's just so much to cover. It's sometimes you just can't quite do it. So NGX, if they can actually bait rotations around, that could work out for them. But it's interesting to me that taking a look at agent compositions, we're seeing this double initiator from L Streak, and on NGX's side, it's
double
back
duelist.
to old school double duelist. In fact, it's Reyna coming in from Alka.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting, because this is definitely very old school. I think probably the only difference here is there's no difference. This is the old school lineup for Haven,
Right.
That we've seen NGX run. This is the exact old school lineup
From like
And
last year.
yeah, I mean, this might be the comfort pick that they just really want. And I thought LC could attack me. Start attack, but Aya is gonna get the first kill. There's the Nanostorm as well, going to push Death out, and she's actually gonna dash out as well. So Dolph gets back to safety, and Nigma Galaxy mid-round adjustment straight away. They know that they can't go on A. They know there's 3 on A because they saw the breach utility. They saw the jet as well. This is very good, because we've seen so many teams try to force the issue on a single site, but on Haven you have so many choices.
Just take a look at the minimap. 2 dark covers already spent by Cuppy Cake, and that is exactly the strength of the rotations coming in from NGX. They get hit by the paranoia, though, so they're gonna have to fall back for a second. And right now, continuing to push up front, it's gonna be Gwen and Trix. The tip of the spears, they managed to claim the site. Control has been granted, Spike has been planted, and then now the 2 remaining players from L Streak. This is not gonna be an easy retake.
Not at all. There's still 5 members left for NGX, although some of them are pretty low. But Alka might just find the jump onto Noxy, gets taken out. It's only 1 left, and Dolph cannot even find a kill. It's going to be a team ace and a flawless as well for NGX.
Not a single player lost. Aya, like, getting the entry and then losing her HP to the Nanoswarm. She just fell back, played really defensively. And now they get that economy bonus. They're buying up the Bulldog. Dude, this is... I'm going to stay true to my guns, Marquis, because Haven truly is attacker-sided if you can pull off strats such as what we just saw.
Yeah, and it's the mid-round adjustments that sets teams apart here, especially because there's 3 sites, actually being able to change your mind on the attacking side is what gives the attackers the advantage. And now they're going to play fast on this A side push. Dolph actually has a Marshall, tries to shoot her shot, does not land it at all. She takes a little bit of damage, but the rotations are already coming in. There's 3 members on the A side now, Quack.
Wow. What the heck is that movement from Aya as well, though? Updraft and then tailwind to the back of Sewer. Unfortunately, though, they continue to push up front, and with all the players already on the side, they can for this. But the thing is, you've got Alika. She dismisses away and buys a little bit more time for teammates to push up front, and now, Thorn in their sides. 4 of them gone. Cupcake, the last one left. They already know where she's coming from. It's an easy, fairly clean 2-0 start, I would say. I mean, they lost 1 player, but that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, and don't forget that Alika actually didn't buy up a gun in the previous round, so they only lost. They lost nothing because Alika just picked up the gun anyway. So it's a really good bonus for NGX right now. Hannah is still able to purchase a Sheriff and light armor to try and dish out some damage to L-Streaks, because L-Streaks, they forced a few guns there. They had some Marshalls, they had some pistols, so 3 of them are actually forced on light armors. And that might actually be dangerous, especially with an aggressive NGX squad right now.
Exactly. I mean, a single shot from the Sheriff, if it's a hit tap, light shields means it's an instant kill. But that's it. They are playing so conservative right now, just holding these angles from so far back. They are able to fend off the attacks from NGX. But Aya is not backing down. Updrafts, and then just like that, the presence has been made known. Aftershock a little bit late, so the spike still gets planted.
Yeah, it still gets planted, and right now they're gonna have to go with retake B, which is relatively easy, but with Spectres in hand, I think NGX might be able to make this expensive. And Assault in a sneaky spot, but she gets the jump. Cupcake gets jump on her, rather. It's only Tricks left. She can spray through the smoke, but she can't really find anyone here. The spike is still open though, so she might be able to find a kill, but Dolph says no. You're gonna get taken down, and they stem the bleeding a little bit. They only lost Noxy, and L-Streaks convert their rifle round.
That's pretty good. Only losing 1 player, get to buy back, and if you can follow through on this, I mean, your teammates can buy up a rifle for you. I believe that's what they're gonna do right there. Nope. Okay, Bulldog works too. I think they went for the shield replenish and as well as utility. But that's the thing. You're gonna need everything you can because NGX, this is their round. They get to buy up, and if you can actually take NGX's momentum away from this round, you get to start to build a little bit of that W streak for yourself.
Yep, L-Streak definitely don't want the L-Streak on this map. They stop it at 2. And I don't count 2 as a streak, to be honest. Like, if they're on 0-3, then we'll actually be seeing an L streak.
True.
Oh, but look at Aya right now. It's extremely aggressive. Just runs in through the back of that recon bolt. Takes the first kill onto Rosie as well. Cupcake finds one though. Finds a second. She's holding this down. Hannah finds Noxy though. That's the support coming in. There's a reload though. Hannah knows that, and she takes Cupcake down. 2v3 right now, Quack.
The counter Omen plays. She already knew where she was positioned, and it was just a matter of time before she actually pushed up front to get that frag. That's it. That was good, a valiant attempt by Cupcake. And right now, it's the flank that's coming through. Hannah's already aware of this, and now the 4th kill. It's a quadra for Hannah as she cleans up everything for NGX. 3-1 is the score.
It's 4 headshots for her. It's all clean 4 headshots from Hannah. She even shrouded step into that corner. It wasn't safe. There was someone watching that corner, and somehow, for some reason, she finds the head first, and she's able to find the flanks. Makes it a relatively clean run for NGX, and they can buy up. They're building the economy as well. Look, all 5 rifles for them, all 5 heavy shields. On the side of Blue Streak, they can't even buy that many. They can't even force that many sheriffs like we've seen other teams do. And right now, I think NGX really have the advantage, really are taking control over this game very early on.
Suffice to say, I believe they have the momentum right now, NGX. And I love how they're not quite just playing it slow. I mean, the way that Aya has been pushing in so far, now they've gotten control over Garage. They're trying to go in from C Link to C, which is really interesting. But what's even more interesting is L-Streak, who pushed up front. They've gotten quite some positions over by C Cubby. They even pushed up to A Long. Unfortunately, they didn't quite play off the information, though, and right now they're just reacting to NGX pushing up front. Rosie has to find these shots, and if she can, she might just be able to pick up a rifle, but no, she gets run down. And at this point, Nuki is the only one left. Manages to take Aya out, picks up the Vandal, but only 2 rounds left in the magazine, has to fall back to reload. She could use her Seekers to push up front if she wants to, but it's not going to be easy. That guiding light was just a distraction. She managed to push into garage, and now it's a little bit more confusing. They're not quite sure where to look. Seekers go out. She tries to use it for cover, but Alika sprays on for it regardless and manages to catch her with a couple of bullets. It's 4-1 in favor of NGX.
You could tell Nuki was feeling it after first kill, getting the rifle, and getting a second kill as well. After the second kill, she just decides, okay, I'm going to use the Seekers at this point. Because this rifle that she got from Aya just made her feel like she could do something about it, and that's why she committed to Seekers. But as the Seekers went out, Alika actually knew that she was going to peek past the Seekers. Alika didn't even shoot the Seekers. She shot at the corner that Nuki was swinging out of. Like, Alika was just like, I don't care about your Seekers, I'm going to shoot you. And just didn't have a chance there. Very well played by Nigma. And right now, they just have control over the game. You mentioned they have the momentum, and they're changing the tempo so many times. You look at this, they're playing it so slow right now. It's lulling L3 to a false sense of security, and Alika finds the first kill, but Dolph finds a kill from sewers, takes Gwen down, makes it even, but B-side is completely compromised right now.
The spike's not there, though. That's the problem, Marquis. But I like what Dolph is doing. She's got the operator. Unfortunately, whiffs on towards Aya. So that's the counter jet play. No more Bladestorm available. In fact, it's Aya who has the Bladestorm available. She's just causing some chaos, some distractions, trying to pull them over onto the A site. But unfortunately, Nuki managed to hold her own. It's up to Trix as well as Hannah to actually gain control over the site if they want the spike planted now. The rest of the squad still somewhat unknown. They're not quite sure. They're trying to play big. Now going in with a guiding light. Hannah manages to take her out as I think Nuki kind of self-flashed there.
She didn't clear the corner with the guiding light, and I think she meant to.
This?
Oh, what a sneaky play from Hannah. I think she might be...
Oh, did she get
checked? Did she get information? No, she teleported in hell. How do you actually choose whether you want to go up or down?
You gotta click on the mini-map, the boxes, you can kind of see it. But now, the dark cover blocks off so much, she needs to spray forward, almost getting the defuse. The stray bullet catches Cuppy King. But here comes the counterplay now. She doesn't have the time. She has to jump down. She gets the headshot. Hannah's a clutch 1v2. And just knowing that she had the advantage, knowing that she did not have to fear L-Streak, she went for it.
She absolutely went for it, and this is exactly what Omen players embody, the sneakiness. Actually, from the shadows, she's able to get the 1v2. Like, they couldn't even find her, and she played it so well, jumping down. Look at that!
Goodness.
Oh my god, it was so close. I think it was 0.2 seconds, maybe.
Yeah,
I didn't see the
really
clock,
was.
but it's about like 0.2. She had just. This is the second time in a row that Hannah just went wild. She just got a 4-kill, gets this clutch as well.
Squad.
Yeah, you know what? L-Streak, they're kind of reset again. Their economy is not great. It's not a complete reset in economy, but they just can't really muster up a buy across the various members of the team. And
You're right.
NGX, they're getting away with so many things. They even committed the operator on Dolph that round. She did find a kill, but 1 kill and you lose the operator and you don't even get the round. I think it's definitely not worth the investment. They're definitely stinging right now, and they can feel the pinch for the creds. And NGX are on their way to round number 6 for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say about that operator as well. It definitely doesn't feel good, which is why this timeout really helps L-Streak kind of reset their plan, perhaps, maybe even their mental, because they really need to stay true to that persistence. If they can actually find a way to recover from this, they just might be able to turn things around. It's still kind of early, 1-5, but NGX are really starting to build up on this momentum. I mean, not to mention Bank. Here comes the push. C split, and Aya already going in aggressive. Swaps to a sheriff of all things. She didn't buy up. fact, she's just looking to secure a weapon. The rest of the squad pushing up front. It's Rosie and Noxie who tries to trade, but that said, they've managed to fend it off for a second. Dolph now with the Blade Storm. She's the one who's trying to clutch this out for her team. She doesn't quite have the positioning though, because Alika's trying to displace her with these Leers. She can't see anything. And it's a simple tap, a simple spray from Alika to finish things off. 6-1. NGX still in the lead.
I actually saw Cupcake in that corner. She was throwing her knives, but somehow they weren't connecting. I think she was just clipping the corner of the wall, and unfortunately for her, although L Streaks made this a bit expensive for NGX, the thing is though, NGX, their economy is really good.
Bank.
This one didn't really matter. They've got bank. They've got bank for now. They've got bank for the next round, even if they lose this round. There's the operator as well again for Dolph. And I'm just gonna say one of the worst things as a Jet, if you have your Blade Storm out, is a Leer, because you don't want to be committing your blades on a Leer. But you can't do anything. You're just blind, and Dolph finds the kill onto Gwen again. That same corner, that same part in sewers, finally makes this work. It's a 1-4-0 right now, and that feels good for L Streaks. I don't know if NGX can still capitalize on this.
Well, it's not going to be easy, to say the least, but they do have quite the number of ultimates to work with. And Alika is going to pop hers first. The Empress activated, and she's trying to embody this queen vibes right now. She pushes up front, gets the entry, and now dismisses into the corner, gets the headshot as well. Sight control gained. And L Streak trying to go in for that retake play. Noxie has the Rolling Thunder, which really makes this doable, but they have to wait out the lockdown first.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait, and the positions from NGX also pretty good. The plan is for long, and they can just hold. Even if the Rolling Thunder comes out, I don't think it's enough to clear it out. Dolph finds the first kill, but Aya is gonna be there for the response. Going to jump out to safety, uses a cloud burst to buy a bit more time. But look at NGX, they're just positioned in C long. They can shoot whoever tries to defuse the spike. And they're not showing anyone at all. They can't even tap the spike. They're in their heads right now. Aya finds the kill. Dolph, he's gonna have to run out, but Trix even takes her down. This hurts so much. And look at Aya, she makes it. She makes it out just in time. The spike explosion was just behind her. And look at NGX. They're in such a big lead right now.
That's how you know she's badass, right? Like, don't look at the explosion, just dash away. She planned that. She knew she was safe from it because she already had the gust of wind activated. All she needed to do was tap E one more time. That said, though, you are absolutely right, because NGX are in the driver's seat right now. They've got a vice grip on the steering wheel, and they're not letting go. I mean, I can't even count how many rounds in a row that was. Maybe you can, Marquis, but this is now 7-1, and they are still pushing up.
It's 5 in a row because it went 2-0 and then 2-1 and then now 7-1. So it's 5 in a row for NGX. And look at L Streaks. They have to eco yet again. And this is definitely an L streak for them. Of 5 rounds in a row right now. Maybe 6 at this point.
They're kind of
A site. It's free.
They're kind of lost. A little bit of ring around the Rosie with Rosie herself. She managed to control long still, though, but the lurk from Alika. She's going to go in for that third, and now maybe the quadra. Maybe even an ace. But unfortunately, she looks away, and Nuki will be able to claim vengeance. Picks up the Vandal. Now trying to mount a bit of a retake, but it's not going to be easy. Look at this little contact play set up over by sewer. Rosie completely avoids it though. No, wait, she's going back in. Oh, and that's just an easy pickup by Trix.
I mean, you said it. There's a contact play in sewers. That's completely not normal. And Gwen, the lone defender on site, doesn't matter. Takes Nuki down, and it's just easy pickings for NGX. It is smart. They knew that someone was in window. They knew Rosie played, like you said, ring around to Rosie, all the way back, and she just gets taken down. And you said it though. Alika had a chance to go for the ace there. I mean, she got 1, she got 2, she got a third, overhealed to full. Unfortunately, chose the wrong 50-50. She knew someone was behind her, but didn't expect the person in front to peek out first. So Nuki was going to take the jump. The Trix with an upward flick as well. Just clean play from NGX.
it shows their level of adaptation, because once they get bits of information, they immediately know how to respond to it. Not to mention the fact that they were playing so defensively post-plant was because Gwen has the Hunter's Fury. They're just waiting for Elstreak to make a move, and then they come in with a counterplay. This time around, back in towards B, completely smoked off, and just Aya dashing in once more. Space created, and look at Elstreak. They're afraid. It's up to them with the flank, though, because Trix is just holding this now, expecting it, but not quite taking the shot. They just might be able to make this work with the Seekers now.
I'm not kidding. I think her mouse hit her keyboard and she lost control or lag or something. But look at NGX. They're just holding strong still. Oh, but it's only one left. And oh my god, Elstreaks cut their Elstreak to 6 and finally get a second round on the board there. You mentioned it. Trix had the position there. And then all of a sudden her crosshair actually veers left and then gets stuck. So I don't know if, like, you know, your mouse ran out of battery or something, but definitely something went wrong there. Could have been lag as well. But
sorry for laughing.
Hey, I mean, it happens.
It happens,
right?
yeah.
And more so, especially from the Philippines. You know, growing up, always had disconnections, and whenever we watch APAC tournaments, we always see a Philippine team have some tech issues, because if it's just the way it works. Connectivity is not that great there compared to, like, if you're playing from Thailand or Singapore. But you could tell that something's up with the players right now.
Not quite phased by it, though. Look at Aya, it's just so aggressive, already in position, but she just managed to draw the attention of 2 players away for a second. The rest of her team trying to push into C. The thing about this push, though, is that there is this alarm bot. Alka does take it out, but there's still presence of Rosie into Garage. Cupcake is doing such a phenomenal job at anchoring that NGX are going to have to take her down first if they want any chance at taking C. Rosie's presence now made known. She gets that frag, and then the paranoia gets sent out. Rosie pushes up front, and now I don't think NGX can push into C site any longer.
Yeah, they can't, and they don't even have the numbers for it. It's 2v5. We've seen this happen before, though. 2v5s, it's worked before. But right now, they don't really have the map control. They don't really have the
no conditions
tools. It's difficult, but it's still doable. I mean, if there's any two players that could do it, it's these 2 right now, because Hannah's been on a tear.
30 seconds left.
There are some prerequisites to hit first, Marquis, I think. You know, maybe find some player lurking around. Get a little bit of space towards maybe B. They can get the spike planted. Hannah does have 2 dark covers. But at the same time, just consider Noxie's position right now, because she was waiting for this. They're surrounding the site itself. Take a look at the minimap. Elstreak, they've got them completely surrounded. They were just allowing them to walk straight into B. And here comes the retakes, the blinds, and then Cupcake to push up front. Gwen had no chance, and this is how Elstreak start to come back into the game. It's 3-8. A flawless defense win.
If they get 4 rounds, it would have been too bad. It won't be too bad.
Round in the half.
I actually think that they can recover from this. But look, I'm just gonna say, Nigma Galaxy, their bank is so large. Look at them; they're just full buying every single round now. They're able to do that because of the number of rounds they've won in a row.
Ultimates too, Marquis. Oh my god.
4 ults, and Trix could easily just get hers as well, because she's probably gonna get an orb plus spike plant, and then you already have the lockdown as well. So that's gonna be so many ultimates that they have to contend with against NGX. But Rosie does have her own lockdown as well, so that might be able to bait out Gwen's Hunter's Fury. There's the op as well. Gwen, none the wiser though. The exact same spot. Dolph finds her yet again, and this is a good opening kill for Elstreak, because this has been exactly what they need. There's no Hunter's Fury now to stop the lockdown if they place it behind that wall.
Oh, look at Alka though. She managed to slip down in towards B. I think she shot out the alarm bot, and just like that, they start to press the pedal. They start to go up front, and they manage to take away a couple of players. Dolph is still alive though, and that's the thing that I'm kind of worried about. She has a Playstorm available as well, but Alka, the lurk, it's so good. She dismisses away, and now Cupcake is afraid. She manages to spray it down, gets the headshot, and we're back to a 2-on-2. But here's the thing, Hannah, she managed to slip behind. She is the shadow. She takes that hit away, and it's all up to Dolph now in a 1v2. She updrafts, tries to get it. She will! And now it's down to the 1-on-1. Trix, How do you look for her? Dolph, she can move around. She has the run and gun with the Blaze Storm, but Trix gets the flick. Oh my god, she heard those footsteps and she instantly tracked on through.
Switching sides.
I think she deserves a name change right now. Trix, change her name to Flicks because that was a nasty flick through. I mean, once the smoke dissipated, her crosshair just immediately locks on. And like you mentioned, Hannah it feels like she's the embodiment of Omen here. She's the one that's lurking from the shadows. She's the one that's looking for you, and she's your living nightmare. And Trix, of course, seals the deal with that flick straight onto the head as well. 9-3 right now, and you know what? Someone recently published some results as well. The 9-3 curse actually isn't real.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean it isn't real?
So someone released a statistic for stage 2 for VCT, and the teams that have lost from 9-3 are mostly from NA. I think okay. This is something like this was something like there's 22 9-3 streaks that ended up with the team winning 9, losing. 22 of those instances, 18 were from NA. Something along those numbers, and most of them are actually from FaZe. So honestly, I just need to put it out there. But I'm just gonna say, Nigma Galaxy. I'm gonna say it. 9-3 is not a curse. Nigma, they are going to take this series, and I think that honestly, watching them from that first half, they were in complete control over the game. Elstrix found a few openings here and there, but you can tell that Nigma Galaxy, they're just so much more in control over this map. At least I wouldn't say they're a superior team just yet, but we know that Haven is their map, and there's a reason why they picked this first.
I was not prepared for that shade on FaZe or NA, but yeah, you're absolutely right, because NGX are so much so in control. The way that they played around, and when you start to see players like Alika lurk around, as Arena, in fact, it gives her so much potential to reposition because of the dismiss, especially around the B side. We've seen her do that about like twice or thrice now, and it works out so well. Thing is though, does it perform still when they swap over to defense? I think there's a chance, or maybe they just play for retakes instead, but I think, you know, NGX, they just need a couple more, well, not couple, they need 4 more rounds, and they definitely close this out. You're talking about it, the 9-3 curse. I believe it's an analyst by the name of Willminder or something like that, M1, and like on Twitter somewhere, and he posts a lot of these graphs. So I think I've seen it before. It comes from NA. I'm sorry, I'm a big fan of Optic and Sentinels, but it is a thing, and it comes down to, I think, maybe momentum again, because this is a big reset. We go into the second half now, and whoever wins the pistol will be the ones to get to take those reins back into their hands. If L Street could take it, maybe we start to see a bit of a comeback get mounted, because we talk about 9-3s, but I got to remind you, Marquis, Orangutan came back from 1 to 11.
Yep. Okay. I mean, that's probably one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen, and it was such an amazing game. But honestly, we'll have to see if L-Streaks can find an end of it. Look at the Aya pushing forward, and L-Streaks, they know that this is gonna happen. Oh, but Alka finds the first kill. They're gonna try to peek out. Cupcake tries to find one. Oh. And they do find the members of NGX, and right now they're gonna have to rotate onto the C side. Hannah is on site already though.
Interesting. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 exchange, and what L Street gains out of that is that, okay, perhaps C site is weakened, but at the same time, perhaps they rotate it over, which means the other sites could be weakened, which is why we see L Streak playing it rather slow. They're trying to get a sense, get a feel for how the other sites are being covered right now. And if they can find that weakness, if they can find that one site that isn't very well defended, they will be able to go in to get that spike planted, and that just gives them a bigger advantage in turning the tables around. That said, though, still back in towards C. They push through Garage. It's the perfect paranoia from Hannah. She finds 2, and the numbers are evened out. Noxie finds 1 as well, and she continues to push up front. A bit of a shock dart, but it doesn't do that much damage. Some kind of a direct hit, though. And one of them is down to 46. Nuki able to take out Gwen. And that puts Trix in not such a great position, unless she can find a couple more heads. But wow, Nuki in and out of cover. She wallbangs through the Radianite crate, and that is the pistol round handed over to Elstreak.
And look at Hannah though, like she pushed through that smoke. After hearing the footsteps come in, just used the paranoia blinds for them, was able to take 2 down by herself. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough because Gwen, I think, was trying to shoot too many shock darts. She just got overwhelmed on the side, and Trix, unfortunately for her, it was a 2v1. And this is great for Elstreak. They needed that pistol round win so that they don't get to double digits on the side of Nigma Galaxy so quickly. And that's such an important win for them. And, you know, I was going to say that they're playing it really slow, but now they're actually playing it fast. Aya, though, like you mentioned, already pushing forward. She might be able to make this flank work if she can get there fast enough. Even just some pressure, at least, but they're changing their minds. They're going back through B, back to their spawn instead. Dolph is going to take Gwen down, though. Noxie takes Trix down as well, so it's really great start for Elstreak right now. 2 of them are pretty low, but on the side of NGX, they don't really have the positions to come back into the site.
Yeah, not at all. Not to mention topping off Dolph with the heal from Sky. This just makes it that much more difficult, and now only sheriffs remain, and they just don't have line of sight onto the players or the site itself. Even getting flash now, they have to back up. And it's just tougher for NGX. They could maybe just take off a couple of hits, a bit of economical damage, but that's really all they can do at this point, Marquis.
Yeah, they can't even find anyone else. Nobody's joined. They're playing so patiently.
Wow.
And they just make it a clean second round. That's a flawless round for Elstreak. And you can see why Haven's pretty attack-sided.
Would you say now, after seeing these 2 rounds, that the 9-3 curse is real, Marquis?
No. It's still pretty early. Still pretty early. But
I have to agree.
Right now, though,
let's see how this round plays out.
NGX had to pay for forcing some sheriffs, some frenzies. Look at them right now. Aya needs to buy a Guardian, and light shields for 4 members might not be the best rifle round for them, but if they can keep their distance, if they can use their range to their advantage, this still can work.
However, if they lose, then that's definitely momentum in the hands of Elstreak, because NGX will be forced to eco on the next. Which is why we're seeing NGX play a rather more conservative, defensive style now, not really pushing out. The only 2 players who've kind of gained quite a bit of space, if you take a look at the minimap, Alika and Hannah. And they are the ones with the fully automatic weapons as well. They've gotten so much information that they're kind of calling out to their teammates. The hit's probably coming towards either B or C. And given how they're not hearing anything so far, it's a little bit iffy. Oh, a bit of a blind too, and Nuki is kind of aware of a possible flank coming up. But here comes the hit, and it's absolutely crucial that Aya finds a couple of shots. She has to back out though, but walks into the Cloudburst instead. Now up to Gwen as she tries to flick back on towards Noxie, but unfortunately damage is not good enough. 46 HP, and she's still very much alive. The spike gets planted, and now the awareness from that flank from earlier on. The guiding light gains so much information. Hannah's the only one now coming up front, and Nuki is still watching the angle. Creeping up front, she crouches, but running and spraying away. Nuki claims that frag and the free weapon upgrades for Elstreak.
It's a really big disaster for the side of NGX. Loose streaks, they find 4 weapon upgrades. They convert the bonus round as well, and this is where I might say that the 9-3 curse might actually be real. Because, they lost the bonus round. It looked like they had complete control over the game on that first half, but on the second half, it's a completely different Elstreak. It seems like they know exactly what they're doing now, and NGX are the ones on the back foot. They're gonna have to buy sheriffs right now, and you know what? Remember, NGX was sort of our phase clan of VCT Game Changers APAC.
Again the shade.
Oh no, sorry. This one's supposed to be shade, but in terms of that, they're so good with the sheriffs.
They're pushing out.
I was gonna say, yeah, and the sheriffs, they're good with the sheriffs. Not the 9-3 losing the 9-3 lead or anything, but that remains to be seen. We'll see though, because they're one of the most effective sheriff teams that I've seen for VCT Game Changers APAC, and I wouldn't count them out if they're on these sheriffs, especially Trix.
I concur. I mean, take a look at how they're positioned right now. The Sheriff's in their hands, and they are just waiting for Elstreak to push into them. Given how Elstreak has been playing so far, though, it burns up so much time. And at the same time, I guess, NGX, they get to play around the map. They get to rotate. They get to gain bits of information off the utility that Elstreak are spending.
Yes,
This is costly for them because, yeah, it's a good read, and at the same time, Elstreak's offenses are somewhat weakened because they don't have that many flashes or anything to aid them in their advances. So right now, the only thing that stands between them are these Sheriffs and the site. Inside of the smoke, though, unfortunately, they get taken out, and it's just easy for them to gain this heads-up duel if they push up forward. Left click and pressing W is all they need. So Elstreak now gained the site, and Trix is the last one left, Marquis.
1v5, easy. Trix can do it. Sheriff in hand, she's definitely gonna do it. Well, she finds the first one. That's definitely the first step to a 1v5. Now it's down to a 1v4. She might be able to make this costly still for Elstreak.
Okay. Is this like just playing off contact right now? That's all they really need to do. Trix, Trashy might only be able to do a little bit of chip damage to Nuki. It's just way too many targets for her to hit, and 7-9 is the current score. Elstreak definitely clawing their way back into the game, but now a true test. NGX with the full buy. If they can take this one off, they get to stand a chance. Remember, NGX only needs 4 more rounds. Meanwhile, Elstreak still has 2 left to equalize.
I would say it's actually pretty close because if you look at Elstreak, their bank is pretty good. I see an infraction though in terms of economy. Noxie's buying her own gun while her teammates are 7.6, 7.5k. Buy for your teammates, guys. But I'm gonna say they have so much creds that, oh my god, I would say even if they lose this round, it doesn't matter. But they're just winning their round anyway. They take 2 down and they're making an adjustment. They're actually rotating away because they have the spike towards that C side.
Oh no!
And they're just going to push to C anyways. It's gonna be Trix, the lone defender on C side. They even use. Yeah, she's not on the side. I mean, her utility is there. They use the secrets as well, so they're gonna have an inkling of where Trix is. They're gonna have an inkling that the site is actually completely open.
I think if she can get 1 frag, they might just be able to find a way to retake this because she will have her lockdown available. But unfortunately, teammates pushing up front, they lost that numbers. I might even choose to exit frag or save at this point. She gets locked down, but Nuki instantly trades, and at this point it's just so tough. Hannah able to get another shot though, but yeah, it's just truly too overwhelming for them to retake at this point. So that said, the score will be 8-9 in favor of Elstreak, and this round is kind of like what we just saw a couple rounds ago. They get some opening frags because NGX pushes up to 4 positions, and then Elstreak rotates to the complete opposite side of the map.
I completely agree. It feels like NGX just aren't showing the discipline that they need to receive the attack from Elstreaks. It just seems like they want to push forward. They want to go for the aggressive information, but I think they get traded too quickly, or they're not there to find a 1-for-1 trade even. Like, they just lose the members. They lose the duels. In fact, I would say the Elstreak's really finding their stride here, and they've won at this point 5 rounds in a row in the second half. NGX have yet to convert, and right now, taking a look at the economy as well, I'm gonna say she saved that gun, but she's gonna be stuck. Okay, this is better. She's not supposed to be buying armor right now because otherwise she's just gonna be stuck with terrible gun in the next round. So she has to stick with this Vandal with no armor, or has to give it away to a teammate maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Might somewhat just be better to hand it off to someone like, I don't know, Gwen perhaps, maybe Alaka because Alaka could heal up, exactly. So it's a really tough spot for NGX to be in, because the last time that we said these things, like really thinking hard, oh, what can NGX do, hasn't really happened today. They had such a strong lead. It was 9-3. And at this point, maybe the curse is real, Marquis. You jinxed it. Elstreak are so strong right now just because they're kind of playing it safe, you might say.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. They need to play it a little
I'm
bit
not
safer.
superstitious, but yeah.
For sure, I'm definitely not superstitious. But you know, it's almost a 9-9 at this point. They're on an eco. It's not a great buy for the side of NGX, and lose streaks. They're definitely win streaking right now. 5 in a row, might be able to make it 6 as they already chipped down Trix and Aya. They're already rushing into the C site. They just want to clear NGX. The spike's not even there. Dolph finds the first kill. There's gonna be a second one though. Aya is gonna find the back of Dolph's head, but Cupcake is there for the trade. 4v2 right now. The spike, they're not committing it to C.
One enemy remaining.
Not at well, rounding back into it, they know they have the numbers at this point. They're kind of just playing deathmatch. Hannah does have heavy shield, so she could make something happen, but just playing around these spots, it's a little bit, I don't want to say, but obvious. Elfstreak can expect her to come from garage. I mean, if you take a look at how they're watching these angles, 2 of them, 3 if you count Rosie, and it's just an easy spray for them to finish things off. We truly are at the 9-9 now, and things have been equalized.
I don't like this. I mean, we talked about 9-3. We talked about the curse, and I am not sure what's going on NGX's side, because it feels like they're the ones that are lost here. They're the ones that are not ready for the breakneck speeds that Elfstreak's bringing to the table right now.
Right? I mean, maybe just hang back for a second, play some retakes, and they could snag some rounds back. But that said, Elfstreak are doing such a phenomenal job, and right now, with the confidence that they've gotten, they are pushing up front. That said, though, it's a little bit of hubris as well, because the cloud burst dissipates. Alka with the double, Aya with the double now, and Cupcake's the only one left. She's coming in all the way from A lobby, but I don't know, she's the only person left. She's able to burst down the first, but of course a quick trade off of the information gathered. 10-9, NGX, they managed to stem the bleeding for a second.
I'm not sure where they found that in them. Like, look at Alka pushing forward. Nobody who's watching the push from long. And Aya was able to come out as well and get her double of her own, and it was a massacre on A.
A little bit of a mistake, perhaps. Yeah. I think they really wanted to go in to take control over Sewer, trying to rush through from that spot, but just not quite expecting anyone to be positioned from A long. And that's the thing about NGX. They keep pushing so much, you're not quite sure where they're going to be. So this time around, back to default, back to basics. Elfstreak just holding angles.
Oh, look at them pushing forward again,
What
though.
is
Alka
this?
and Aya pushing forward yet again. They don't find the first kill, though. Rosie takes the kill instead. Aya misses 2 blades, trying to look for a kill.
Oh my
Goes for the
God.
flash, pushes forward as well, dashes onto the spawn. But Nuki is still holding strong. And NGX are getting punished for the exact same thing they did to win the previous round.
Spike
My
planted.
God, the moment they peaked, the moment the tailwind was spent, they lost that element of surprise, Marquis.
Coming back.
It's these things that continue to hurt NGX as they try to push out. Right now, Hannah even trying to make something happen with the paranoia. It's just not going to be enough. They managed to secure backside, but all 4 players from Elfstreak holding in from long itself. It's just a firing range for them. A counter paranoia, and Hannah is forced to hide inside a cubby. She gets concussed. Gwen comes in to assist, but Cupcake finishes it off, and Elfstreak pretty much had that one in the bag.
You know, it's 10-10 right now, but the economy just favors Elfstreak so much. They even reset NGXF, and that is really scary at this point, because it looks like
Match point.
Elfstreak's, they are on pace to get to match point because of this round.
More so than NGX, and that's just... It hurts to say it, especially with the strong start that NGX had. So... they really need to change things up. Even if they want to push up, they can't quite do it that carelessly. Elfstreak, though, look at how they're just positioned. Look at how they're just expecting the pushes. They're watching all of these angles, coming in together as a squad, and now the Seekers giving them all the information that they needed. Rolling Thunder gets sent out, and 2 of the players from NGX get knocked up. How do you hold at this point? Trix is able to get 1, Nuki with a trade, and Hannah comes back in, tries to flick, but no, the Spectre's just not sharp enough. 3 quick frags, and the site gained. even dodging the Hunter Fury beams right now. Oh no.
She doesn't get any damage. They do buy a bit of time though, so Aya rushing in already. Gets a little bit of information. They get the spot as well, but Aya is only able to take one as Nuki cleans up shop, and NGX, for such a dominant start, this is the first time they've lost the lead. Damn. They started off 2-0, 2-1, went all the way to, I believe, 7-1 before Loose Streaks found a second round. They ended the first half 9-3. Went into the second half, they've only found one round on the second half. And taking a look at their buys, it seems like they're trying for a hero vandal right now, and might just go to match point. Aluka, if this doesn't pan out for her, she doesn't have enough to buy full the next round. So this is extremely risky for NGX.
Way too risky for my taste, but a sudden shot from Dolph through the smoke. She gets one. Nuki with the trade, and that's the Vandal from Aluka gone. Aya, though, some heroics, she's able to get that numbers back to her team. It's an even 3-on-3 right now, but they just don't have the guns. What a push from Trix, though. And okay, this could be something.
This could be a gun.
Oh,
she
no.
looks away. Oh, she got the timing.
And Rosie is none the wiser.
She's getting sandwiched, Rosie.
Only thing there is an alarm bot, but it's not a problem. No factor for Rosie. She pushes up, and 2 quick frags. Trix is now the only one left. Takes out the alarm bot. She has the lockdown, but I'm not sure if this is the round to spend it on. But it's 3 players on the other side, Marquis.
Yeah, it's a 1v3, a tall task. She does have light shields, and she does have defendant that she picked up. So there's still a chance for her to do something here, but with all the utility coming out, it's gonna be so difficult. The nanostorm almost takes her out. The bot doesn't spot her, so unfortunately they don't get the kill. The paranoia comes out as well, and now she just can't find an angle, and Cupcake takes the kill onto Trix, and now Loose Streak are on match point.
Match point.
What a way to reposition as well. Loose Streak. They are just doing such an incredible job. I mean, starting things off, Rosie, the way they were able to find the opening frags, and then coming up against Trix. Yeah, they lost one player, but Cupcake with the paranoia, and then to position off to that off angle, it is just absolutely masterful for an Omen to make such plays. I mean, we saw heroics from Hannah earlier, but now it's Cupcake that's stepping up to the plate. 12-10. And this is just tough for NGX. They've got the buys now, but they need to keep this up for 2 rounds if they want to send it to overtime.
Yeah, 2 rounds. It's still doable for them. They have 4 rifles. They have the Guardian on Aluka as well.
Retake.
Not the best buy, but it's definitely doable. Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Oh my
sure. I
God.
mean, Aya says no. She takes the first kill, and this is exactly what they need. NGX, I think they still have a chance to send this to overtime.
I got the
Well,
spike.
they certainly do, but you can't squander that chance. You can't push up all that much. Because L Street, at this point, just expect everything that you're throwing at them. Aya continues to peek out, finds a head, but not quite connecting the shot. She's gonna have to fall back for a second. Off of those plays, though, L Street are kind of getting a read that A might just be empty. So if they can actually clear out the site, they can push in, they can get the spike planted. That said, NGX are setting up for a retake play. Look at the positioning on the maps.
Yeah, they've actually pushed forward, so they know that's going to be A. But the A players are also playing pretty defensively. They're great. But the shot through the wall from Rosie. Aluka gets taken down. That window is made out of thin plywood. But Aya finds another kill. And right now, Loose Streaks are the ones that are pressured.
Lockdown.
15 seconds left. They're going to have to plant this spike. Lockdown not been committed though. Hannah finds a kill. It's now down to 4v2. NGX are making it work, and they find every single one of L Streaks.
What a way to come back in. Just a couple of opening picks from Aya. The confidence regained. And then the shots start to land. And from those plays, NGX start to feel a lot more comfortable. They get the reads and they just absolutely sandwich Elstreak back into the A site. It was an easy way for them to contest the spike plant, and along with it getting the defuse, a bit more money that could help them go into overtime. Trix was saving the lockdown for this round.
Yeah, they can use the lockdown for this round, and they knew they had control over that site. That's why they didn't commit the lockdown, and they just might need every single ultimate they can muster for this round to send this to overtime. But look at Trix. She's pushing forward again.
Okay. I'm not sure if I like that, though. It's a bit of a one and done spot.
Drop the spike.
She is calling that C is clear so far, however. Oh god, she's continuing to push up, and that's not good. No more lockdown available. Elstreak, they get to push into C for free. The one thing that could stop them possibly is Hannah lurking inside the garage. She might be able to take one or two players off, but no. Instead, she tries to shoot them through garage entry instead, but Heyimquack comes back in from behind. Could be a similar play of just sandwiching them onto the site itself, but they need to make these shots count.
There's the first shot, and there's Hannah finding a second kill as well. 2v4 right now, but they make it even. It's all down to Rosie now, though. They know where she is. They use the dismiss, and Heyimquack finds the kill. And oh my god, we're going to overtime for our first map of this series.
This is why this is the lower bracket final. NGX. I hate to say it, some mistakes were made early on. They got a little bit careless, a little bit too aggressive perhaps, but now they recover. They've managed to figure out how to surround and, yeah, go along with this way of completely overwhelming Elstreak as they try to gain control of their sites. The spike might have been planted, but you're always going to be wondering about your back, maybe even garage, and definitely CT, defender spawn, because NGX are completely pushing out on every single front, and that's how they play defense on Haven. How are they going to do it in overtime, though? That's a whole other thing, because now the sides have been swapped once more.
Sides have been swapped. NGX did really well on the attacking side, so we can expect them to do the same. But it really boils down to whoever wins against the overwhelming attack of both teams, because both have been great on the attacking side. So whoever wins the first defense round, I think will just definitely win this overtime. And there's gonna be Trix. Oh my god, Yuki actually gets to jump on her. Gwen is gonna try to go for the trade, uses the shock dart, does not find a kill though.
What
And looks
is
like
this?
Elstreaks are finding everyone.
All of a sudden, Elstreak just start pushing with new gain confidence, and it's up to Hannah to clutch it out. She gets a quick double spray though.
Oh my god, she has
Picks
the
up, she can from the shadows all the way onto the C site. But that said, it is still a 1-on-2 Marquis. Her positioning is going to have to be immaculate.
I think right now she got 3 kills at this point, so it's gonna be a
God.
clutch
This turret
if
comes back
she's
online.
able to convert. Yes, the turret is back on. They know where she is. She might still be able to get the jump though.
Cover going out.
Still playing from garage. Oh my god, they actually go on the spike straight.
Oh no.
They're pinging for her.
She's just spraying through. She's trying to catch a stray opponent crouched down, trying to defuse, but no. Just absolutely zero vision whatsoever, thanks to Cupcake and her dark covers.
Switching sides.
This time around,
Match
Elstreak,
point.
they claim that defensive win. This might be it, Marquis.
I think so too. It's just that the momentum from Elstreak is just too good coming into this overtime, and I think NGX were the ones on the back foot of that momentum. And on this attacking side, it was Elstreaks who found a page out of NGX's playbook. They're the ones who pushed forward sewers. They're the ones who found the kills and decimated the attack from NGX.
And NGX just did not have the best performance on defense. Their initial peaks getting denied now, and Heyimquack down to really low HP. The only way that she could come back and provide more value to this round is if she finds a frag somehow and absorbs and gains her health back. But man, just playing ever so defensively now. NGX, they look scared. A bit of a peek from Aya, though, and she tailwinds away, gets the information for her team, just buying a little bit more time. Elstreak, though, not staying still. Look at how they're going back and forth.
Yeah, they're not. They haven't decided. I mean, we've seen this from L-Streaks. They always take their time trying to find a side. NGX kind of have the discipline this time around to just wait and not push forward. Trix is in a prime spot to be able to find multiple kills here. Finds one, finds two. Exactly what they need to extend this to the next overtime. 5v3 right now. Alika's still pretty low, but it doesn't matter because Trix did
30
not
seconds
take
left.
that much damage in that engagement, but she found 2 kills of her own.
Made me gasp and definitely knocked the wind out of Elstreak for just a second. Off of that, though, they continue to adapt and push straight into B, where Gwen expects it. Gets the first spray, Hannah to assist, and now blinded. Cupcake cannot respond, and NGX goes into OT2.
Tricks with the
Switching
prime
sides.
position there, finding the 2
Overtime.
kills was so key to winning that round for NGX. And oh my god, how many overtimes are we gonna go? How many overtimes can we go between these 2 teams?
One enemy remaining.
Again, it comes down to that defensive player, right? It's Elstreak's turn, and I don't know, if they continue to push out, they just might confuse NGX even further. And that's where things start to get really interesting.
sight.
It keeps NGX on their toes.
Definitely, and
Green
NGX,
sight.
let's see if they can convert this attacking side this time around.
Oh, boy.
They're already pushing to garage, so it's a little bit of a different page from their playbook. They're gonna dash in shortly. They don't check the corners though, and Cupcake is gonna be there.
Oh
Rosie
my-
and Cupcake just holding. It's all down to Hannah yet again, but Rosie, the one tap. What is going on here? They did not check their
Switching
corners,
sides.
and they just got
Match point.
decimated.
I'm speechless, Marquis.
Pressing alarm button.
Speechless. How did that happen? I mean, you could see the plan that they had. Leer out Aya to Cloudburst and Tailwind onto the site itself. But because there was a little bit of presence from backside, I think they were trying to look for that opening duel. And it just kind of tunnel visioned into forgetting about that one corner right outside of garage. It's something that really sucks for NGX, but now they're back on defense and they really need to make this one count. Elstreak, though, full 5-woman squad straight into A. And it's up to Aya as well as Alika to try to find a couple of heads or 2. Gets one, but instantly traded. And then the adaptations come back in again.
Yeah, this is the great mid-round adaptation, but it seems like they're not gonna go fast. They're able to reset their defenses on the side of NGX. In fact, they're pushing forward on this A long to get more information. They know that L Streets are actually changing their minds. They're actually adapting, doing this mid-round adaptation. I though gets spotted by the alarm bot, and Rosie is in a prime position to stop this flank.
Oh, man. She's definitely going in for it. She gets the first one, doesn't quite expect the second, so Hannah will be able to trade. And just like that, we've evened up the odds, but still, the anchoring potential coming in from Trix and Gang, it needs to be good. Gwen will be the one to find that frag. Unfortunately, loses Trix, though.
30 seconds
And
left.
now maybe the Shock Dart can take out Cupcake, who is down to 10 HP. Unfortunately, not quite getting it, but it
One
does
enemy
corner
remaining.
them into the site itself, where they get the 2 quick frags. Gwen with the triple kill now. NGX, they send us into yet another overtime, Marquis.
We're going to OT3, and this is the first map of the day. NGX, both
Switching
teams rather,
sides.
somehow
Overtime.
finding a way on the defensive side, which is really funny because both teams were so strong on the attacking side. And now it seems like defense is the side that's winning. I'm not sure what's going on here, and I can't tell you right now that who's going to win this because it's just back and forth. It seems like they figure something out. But look, there's a timeout being called finally in this overtime. And it's actually going to be NGX going to call this timeout because they're the ones back on attack and they want to make this work.
Their attack looked rather shaky for the past couple rounds that they've tried it. On defense, not the worst, but not the cleanest either, right? Because they lose so many players in the process, and at times it comes down really close. Every time they try to peek out, Elstreak are expecting them. So I think this timeout really helps them rethink their strategies. And if they can find a way to win on the attack this time, they just might be able to gain that bit of momentum and confidence that they need to turn things around.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, NGX, you can see they're starting to feel it again. Like they're slowing the momentum from Elstreak as well. The momentum coming from the second half. It's been completely reset. It's anyone's game at this point.
No kidding. And that's it. I mean, just taking a look at the scoreboard. Wow. I mean, Hannah, Alika, Aya, they've been doing so much, not to mention Trix's utilities, but it comes down to this round, and NGX are trying to find whatever they can inside of their pockets, outside. They're sending players in towards A, possibly sewer as well. A really deep smoke just to block them off from pushing out, and it's one hell of a choke point. But we've seen this strat before, because take a look at your minimap, Marquis. Where is Alika?
She's the one cutting the flank yet again on B, but NGX need to find the kills on his site though. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 as Gwen finds the trade. But right now, it seems like NGX are a little bit stuck. They're still not finding the rotations on the side of Alika. She might just find a killjoy here, but she's looking in the wrong side.
Oh my
She just misses the killjoy pushing forward. Rosie actually was the one to ring around the Rosie onto Alika, and Alika might be able to find her this time.
She's pinging. I think she knows.
She saw the barrel of the gun.
This is just such a deep lurk position that regardless of where they are, they're gonna have to go through her first. And at the other side, though, Cupcake trying to anchor, does not quite hold her ground against Hannah.
30 seconds left.
And this is now NGX in control. Look at Alika repositioned around. They are clearing out Gong, but they just can't quite find her. And this is so smart. Lear to the ground. They are completely blinded. They walk up front, and it's a collateral spray. A triple kill for Alika, and one heck of a lurk to gain that attacking win for NGX.
That is the most amazing lurk, the most effective lurk we've seen so far. She makes her way to Gong, finds the first kill, overheals, dances around the B site, is able to find the last two members of Elstreaks. They didn't even get the chance to go for that retake.
And that's that's amazing. Still though,
Blocking sight.
now it's NGX's turn to defend. They've done a pretty good job for the previous rounds. Let's see if they can do it yet again. Elstreak certainly not backing down without a fight, though. They lose one player, but they go back in to try to trade. Aya immediately tailwinds and updrafts away. So she has to keep her life. And now A long for contest.
Stealing sight.
Nuki takes some chip damage as well. They're gonna flash Alika out, but the defense is set on this A side already. There's already 3 members of NGX, and Loose Streaks, they might want to change their minds, but Rosie is still pushed forward onto the sewer, and she has the spike. If they can take her down, this might be difficult for Elstreaks to recover it. Alika is gonna try to pick up, and they do take her down. The overheal comes in as well, and they have control over the spike. What was she doing there alone?
That is such a mistake. You just can't quite have that happen. That's it, though. She might have been alone, but now her backup is here. The cavalry has arrived. They send out the paranoia to try to retake it, but this one dark cover kind of blocks them off. Yet another collateral spray, this time from Aya. And we're back to a 1-on-2. Cupcake has to take down Hannah if she wants to make this possible. Looks to the wrong side, though.
Defenders win.
And just like that, NGX off a bit of a rough journey, a bumpy ride. They come back in full swing. 2 rounds in a row, and they clutch it out in OT3.
And this feels very tiring for Elstreaks, though. I'm gonna say that they tried so hard. They actually got so far. They had the lead, 12-10, but in the end, it doesn't matter because NGX says, "Okay, we're coming back for this lead that we built," and it seemed like it was supposed to be NGX's win anyway, but we took a while. We took the scenic route to get there.
we truly did. But that's it. I mean, it really shows what Elstreak has to offer, if anything, because they have what it takes. I mean, taking that many rounds away from NGX in the second half is not a simple feat. So I think we can expect more of them going into Icebox. But that said, I mean, what a play from Alika and Aya in this round as well.
Yeah, they really made sure to win this round. And on the attacking side, I think that's really the biggest difference here. They won the attacking side finally, and that just allowed them to convert this overtime victory. And between the two teams, man, what a close game. Like Blue Streaks, I thought they were kind of done with this map after going down 3-9. And then all of a sudden, they just find it in them to go in, to keep going, to stick it to NGX, sending it to overtime still. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert in regulation, and that just allowed NGX to claw back in this overtime.
I mean, just so many star plays from all of these star players, and it really shows you how NGX is trying to play to their composition. I mean, Alaka with the lurk is something that's such an effective play. And at the same time, the rest of the squad, I mean, just take a look at Hannah. She had such a phenomenal performance in the first half, and then coming back to the end of it, she had so much value in trying to contest and anchor down sites with her smokes, her paranoia. L-Streak, they really took everything, a lot of teamwork for them just to turn things around. And you really have to credit players like Nuki at that. I mean, highest kills on the board for sure, but also the rest of the squad.
Yeah, for sure. And it's everyone just contributing to the win for both sides. Like, they're just setting up each other, pushing forward. Like, we've seen flanks, we've seen lurks as well from like Alaka and the rest of the team. But I think that everyone was just showing up here, and that's why it seems so difficult for either team to actually win.
It's really so close, and this is just the first map. Again, this is a best of 5 series. It's a marathon, so the teams are really going to have to reset their mental and really regain their composure and re-energize, because the next map, that is going to be Icebox, L-Streak's map pick.
Yeah, it's their map pick, and I'm excited to see what they can bring in for that map. We're gonna see the highlights right now, and we're gonna see. This one is first Alaka lurk. This is where she actually gets a triple. Was kind of had a chance for that ace on the anti-eco, but unfortunately chose the wrong 50-50. And then we saw L-Streak start to dominate on the attacking side. NGX, some heroics as well to come back into the second half. The double kill from Alaka, double kill from Aya as well, and then just finding the last kill. And then suddenly it gets sent to overtime, and it's just such a close game. Both teams were just finding ways to decimate each other on overtime, and then we actually went to triple overtime in this map.
Triple overtime because both sides all of a sudden started winning on defense. It's really interesting, and it shows that L-Streak, when they want to, they have the potential to just push out despite being on defense, and when that works out, it really throws NGX off. I mean, some of those rounds in OT, they actually won because of such plays, and NGX were kind of, like you mentioned before, they looked kind of lost at times. Icebox is the next map. That's the next question, and I mean, how do we answer that?
I don't know, we're just gonna have to wait and see, because this is gonna be L-Streak's map pick, and we'll see if NGX can take it up to them against their map pick.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a.
Welcome back, folks, to the VCT Game Changers APAC Open Overtime. Map number 2 now, between NGX and Hellstreak. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Key. And we're headed into Icebox.
Yeah, Icebox, and man, what an opening map. Triple overtime to start things off in this best of 5. We could be in for a long day here. Like, imagine every map going to overtime and... No, let's not. But hey, the 9-3 curse did not take into effect. I mean, it kind of did. Like, it made it close. It got sent to overtime. And then automatically NGX is like, nope, no curse today. They're going to take the win. They took the win on 3rd overtime, which is why the map score is 16-14. And it was really close. But coming to this next map, maybe we'll see a different side of Hellstreaks. Maybe we can see them finally close this map out.
I have to agree, because Icebox is not Haven by any means, any measurements necessary. It's completely different. 3 lanes, and that's pretty much it. A lot of elevation and a lot of choke points for the attacking team, honestly. Which is why I think NGX, they've picked to start out on a defense, and that gives them a bit of an advantage. We're going to have to take a look at agent selection, though, because that's the thing that I think we can start to see some differences in. We saw how players like Alaka went for lurks, and it worked out so well when they were on the attack. But now that they're on the defense, back to that kind of that side, I don't know how NGX is going to play. If we keep seeing them push out that much, it actually might bite them in the back, I think, against Hellstreak.
On Icebox, yes. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it's like when we see Gambit play back when they won. It's the exact same thing. They waited. They always had Nats watching lurk. I think if Hellstreak know that NGX is going to push on Icebox, they can do the exact same thing. They can catch the lurker, and that just might punish NGX. But we'll have to see, because it's a different map as well. So they might just actually not want to push forward. We'll really have to see coming to Icebox, because this map, I think, even more so than Haven, is a lot swingier in terms of actually W streaking.
Yeah, potentially. And again, that just comes down to how they really play around it. Icebox, I could see maybe NGX going for aggressive peaks or like angle holds. Maybe someone can try to hold some kind of an off angle towards mid, or maybe even push down it sometimes. But it's all very situational, right? If you can actually gain advantageous elevated positions up on A site, for example, if you go for like control over pipes and you're able to fend off attacks that way, you leave your opponents with lesser options. And I think that's what they can use to chain rounds on the defense. Once it swaps, though, then of course it's a whole other story. And taking a look at how they've played before in the past, NGX tends to go for that tried and true meta composition. Like we always see the Sova, the Viper. I'm kind of like tired of it at this point, honestly.
I was gonna say, like, we actually didn't see a chamber or like a KO on Haven, which is what a lot of teams have been bringing to the table. And it's not just NGX, but also L Streaks as well. They're also kind of having a little bit of a more standard composition. It's a double initiator composition, but it's not something different. Like we're not seeing the Neon come in, we're not seeing the chamber, the KOs come in. And I want to see more of that, especially coming to Icebox. I actually think that there's a map where Neon can shine as well. I mean, I'm surprised to see so many Jets still. Chamber as well is so good on Icebox. We've seen so many teams take full advantage of using the rendezvous, especially on the defensive side, using Chamber on Icebox. And let's see if either team actually does that, or will they just default to their standard picks?
I think it's the default Icebox picks, because you're going to want that Sage Wall. You're going to want the Sova for recon. Viper is just the best controller on this map. Jet to entry, Chamber to hold angles. And that's the key point that I'm thinking about, because the last time that NGX played Icebox was pretty much yesterday against X10S. And they actually lost 10-13, which is actually not too bad. It's kind of close, kind of. The thing is, though, Alaka was top fragger for the team. Alaka was the Chamber player. We saw her on Arena with like this huge roaming presence, lurk presence. Chamber doesn't do that, not so much. You want your Chamber to hold angles and to defend sites. So it's a bit of a different role for her, I think.
It is, and we've seen some players do those sort of like multi-roles, and it really depends how they can adapt their mindset or their play style to the role that they're playing and to the role that their team needs. So coming to Icebox, we'll see very soon what the agent selection is, and I really want to see a Chamber here for both sides.
We probably will. I'm just going to take that bet for you right now, Marquis. The interesting thing to me, though, is the duelist on the side of L-Streak, because we've seen this before when they played against Zolmaraki for their placement into open overtime like a couple days ago when they played. L-Streak had Nuki on the Reyna. This is something that you don't see too often in Icebox. They lose a little bit of that mobility, no Jet to dash around. So it's a very different game plan, I think.
Yeah, and there's a substitution as well for L-Streak. Just wanted to point out, Mimi is in. She's the one on the Chamber. I believe it's Noxie that she replaced.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Mimi
that's
instead of Noxie.
interesting. And for both sides, there's a small difference in terms of their lineups. There's a Jet on the side of NGX. It's going to be a Reyna on L-Streak.
Okay. So yeah, that's the thing again. How does Arena perform on Icebox? Because it's really different. The last time that we saw this was like maybe a couple of acts ago. No, maybe even like one full episode ago. Like last year when 100 Thieves and Asuna was still performing with this kind of lineup. Now we've got the Chamber coming in. It's up to you to perform with your Leer, which I don't know if that just works out that much, because everyone has kind of gone for this flashless composition now, and it works just because you're able to gain bits of info along with the Sova drones. And right now, Alaka is watching those angles. Unfortunately, she takes a hit and the shot doesn't quite connect. They continue to stream past her, and Aya's gonna have to be the one to take the shot. Alaka finally connects, and I think that's damage done.
It is. They've taken 2 kills. They're still pretty healthy on both of them. They take a little bit of damage. Mimi responds with her own headhunter. They find a kill, but look at the flank here coming from NGX. They're already surrounding Loose Streaks.
Ooh. So it's a bit of like an exit frag scenario. Dolph is going to have to take them down if they want to rotate all the way over on B. She pushes up though and does not expect Trix to be holding the off angle. Easy right clicks, but if he doesn't quite connect yet, Hannah will be the one to finish things off, and of course NGX taking the win.
Yeah, they take the W, and that flank, I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about, right? They're gonna push forward. NGX, are they going to? And the answer is yes. They even commit 2 members to push on that flank, which made it really successful because they did not know that Trix was also there as well, because that trap the trap shows presence from NGX, but not how many. And that's what caught L-Streaks off guard.
It's again this way of pushing together as a team to deny map control and ultimately just keep L-Streak kind of sandwiched in and suffocated, especially when they go in with a one-sided approach. And right now, most of them headed towards A main. It could be similar. In fact, it's Aya who's actually pushing up front to kind of catch them if they try to push up. In fact, though, they're just holding back. L-Streak, they're going back to how they played attack on Haven.
Yeah, it's just we're gonna try to get a feel of things, and they only really pump the gas once they start feeling it. And right now, it feels like they feel like they're on the back foot. Aya finds the first kill, finds a second as well. That Spectre is wreaking havoc. Gonna try to find a third as well. Tailwind's away, gets the third. Dolph though in a position where she can take Alka down. Aya's gonna get a 4th kill as well, and she just cleans up shop.
4 frags? She's now 1 point away from her ultimate, Marquis. What in the heck of an opening is this?
Really great open, and really using the jet to her advantage, like using that updraft to buy some space and really make it difficult for L-Streaks to feel safe. And then she goes back down, moves away, finds the double, uses the tailwind as well to find a third, and Dolph just did not stand a chance. NGX 2-0 lead yet again. This looks exactly like Haven, but right now, Blue Streaks are the ones with the rifles.
Yeah, this is what I want to test from NGX. Like, how deep is their strat book? How many different approaches can they really take? Because if they keep on pushing out, this is what happens. Now that L-Streak has the guns, their shots are going to be that much more damaging. It's an instant headshot from the Vandal, and Alika's already gone. I don't think you should continue to push out that much if you don't have this advantage anymore.
On the contrary, I think that she felt that she had nothing to lose, which is why she just pushed forward with the henchman. But look at this. A site completely open. NGX tried to rotate mid. They thought it was going to be a B. They wanted to do this rotation where they find the mid to B push, but they actually went to A. So right now it's going to be a 4v5 retake. They can make it as expensive as they can on the side of NGX, but they're all so far away.
Oh my gosh. These guns... Oh, unless Trix lands some nutty shots, it's not going to be that easy. She does tag one up, but it was a bit of a wallbang, so I don't think it's going to be that bad. Cuppy Cake can just dance back and forth around on this thing and still pretty much stay alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad pushing all the way through onto the side already, but Mimi, she's the one that's been anchoring down, going back around over the place, gets a quick quadra kill, and now L-Streak back on the board, not to mention Mimi with the tour de force at the ready.
Tour de force already at this point. There's also the Blade Storm onto Aya, like you mentioned. And Mimi starting off the round with that kill, blocking it down on the side. We were watching the Trix fight, but Mimi was just slaughtering the rest of NGX on the other side of the map, completing a quad kill. Now, something interesting as well between these two teams, there's an operator already on Alika. For Mimi, I don't think she'll want to use the tour de force here.
Yeah, not yet. No real reason to, unless she really wants to pull some kind of a specific play off of it. Might as well just save it for an eager round, right? But that said, though, it's going to be the aggressive plays from Aya once again. What a quick strafe and then the headshot to dash away. L-Streak are going to be thinking twice about hitting A at this point. Not to mention Alika. She's on top of Rafters, locking down Belt.
Yeah, that operator is going to be a difficult thing to contend with if they peek on Belt, but it seems like nobody wants to peek on that Belt side. And for the side of L-Streaks, they're slowing it down yet again. And I'm not sure if this is for lack of a strategy or just trying to play default or really trying to hope that they find Aya pushing again, but It seems like Aya is winning the duels that she wants to take right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, here we go
Not
again.
just winning duels, she's pushing up front once more, and she's able to connect onto the next one, but then Mimi comes in with the trade. Pulls out the tour de force now. What? Okay. Going in for the sniper versus sniper duel, but unfortunately for her, Alka will be able to take out her teammate. She continues to go up front though on the aggressive. She needs to land so many of these shots in order to make it work, but Alka already prepared for it. Up top with the headhunter, she gets a triple kill. I hunt down your heads. I get that third win for my team. And completely denying value from that tour de force.
It was so good as well. The decision making on that was that she had an operator. It's slightly slower than a tour de force. She decides, okay, then I'll just whip out my headhunter, and takes the last two members down from loose streaks. And this flick was really great for Mimi. But the moment she peeked, look at this. Alka changed position because she knew that she could whip out her headhunter. And she even finds Rosie on the last frag. Just the positioning, just the aggressiveness from her. Loose streaks are now on the back foot, and again, they're gonna have to eco, and look at this situation is not great for them.
Kind of feels like Haven all over again. I'm just not seeing the value from the Reyna just yet, but maybe when they feel like they've got nothing left to lose, they're gonna go a little bit more aggressive, and then they hit the site with an execute. That could be a way for them to push in, but there's a lot of contest right now. Asaya comes back in from behind.
Oh no.
A little bit of a careless position, and she loses her life. Barrier orb comes up, but this is a free Vandal for LSF.
They know they have to concede. Oh, look at this, the rope play. And they're just moving forward. Mimi finds a kill though. And what is going on here? It looks like LSF are the ones that have the man advantage.
All of a sudden. Again though, firepower just not quite strong.
Spike planted.
But they do get the drop on the B site. And now it's up to Alka to try to find a shot. She spots Rosie, but look at how she just went past the crosshairs, even popping the Viper's pit now. Gwen's inside of it, tries to take out the Viper, but unfortunately gets shot in the back by Nuki. And now such a heavy investment. Alka is backing away. L-Streak just converted this into basically a thrifty win, Marquis.
It is a thrifty win. They get an upgrade on the Vandal. I believe they can find another gun in this pit. Yeah, they find it. Rosie picks up the gun. So it's two free upgrades to Vandals. They still keep the Spectre. They might even find a third Vandal for Nuki.
Oh, there it is. Oh,
what?
Well, Rosie gets clipped.
Huh. I guess
Right
they wanted
around
to make sure that nobody was on that spike. She stayed behind for that.
Okay. Well, could have passed the Vandal on, but it's all right. It's all right. That's it though. I really have to talk about Mimi right now because as the sub, she's getting so many kills on the board, and
has
it's something
10.
that exactly gives
The
her
rest of
so
her
much
team,
value to her team.
One each. It's the fresh eyes, the fresh hands, really coming in. Like everyone is so fatigued over that triple overtime game, and Mimi comes in and is like, "I'm fresh, guys, easy." 10 kills already on this chamber. The rest of her team, her teammates, all have one apiece.
Alka, though, the opposing chamber, also topping the scoreboard for her side. She's pushed up in towards garage and pretty much calls that B is clear. So rotation's already through. They should be able to defend this one, but Nuki's positioning is something that has me nervous. She might have been able to take Gwen out. Thankfully backs up instead. They're reassessing their options about how they want to hit the A site.
Yeah, they're still playing it slow. Like, it's the 6th round in the game right now, and it feels like L-Streaks want to keep playing the slow default. And I think that one of the biggest differences is Aya doesn't push every single round, and they're trying to catch that, and they burn so much time. Right now, they're forced to make a decision. They're forced to go onto this B side, and look at that. That's going to be an operator that's staring them down here.
Come on, Alka.
Oh, she misses the shot!
How the? Well, that's just unfortunate. She has to back up. She's even tagged. And now that operator has been weakened. She watches the angle though, and that just might be enough for them to deny time for them to get the spike planted. Aya comes in, takes out the spike planter, still alive, but can't quite do much from that spot now just because of the barrier. Hannah even wants to rotate, but it's not going to be easy for her to do so. Arez comes in, Aya still refreshing her blades, gets yet another one, but now the positioning from yellow by Nuki picks up the second, and all of a sudden it's Trix alone. Does tag Dolph, but that's 3 players that she has to take out. Goes in to close it in the distance, but that's the most that she can get.
Yeah, it started to look pretty interesting. She even got a ding onto Dolph through the wall. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to convert, and Blue Streaks, they're finding ways to make these attacking rounds work, even though they just burned down the time. I think NGX gambled too much, and Blue Streaks are the ones winning these gambles. They've picked the right sides, they picked the right sides, they picked the right fights, and now it's even.
It's interesting because it's not even set executes that gives them these sites. It's just yeah, slowly trying to get info and then slowly creeping up front, bound to bound, and that's really how they were able to take down Alika. Maybe it was a bit of a whiff as well, but now, I mean, they just heard that much noise coming in from A. They heard the tour de force. That's why they're backing over onto B. L Street. They should be able to get this site.
Yeah, it should be pretty free, but then there's a Viper coming in, Rosie. Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah rather. It's holding it up. Rosie trying to find Hannah. Actually in the smoke. Alika though, at 44.
Oh, there it is.
Aya gets a headshot as well. He needs to be there for the trade though. Alika gets it down. Oh, look at Hannah. She missed shots though, but Aya is going to be there. She finds one. Still a 2v2 right now. And they find another kill. Gwen with her sheriff. All down to Mimi right now. Hits the shot with her operators. All down to Trix. 20 HP on her. She does have the res though.
Only a frenzy, but okay. Does Alika have her tour de force still? She has a couple more rounds, but Mimi's repositioning as well. 30 seconds, spike not yet planted. Alika flicks upwards. 1 round left, and now Mimi going back in. Does not expect Trix to be on the outside, but because it's a frenzy, the shots just aren't that accurate from that range.
She has no bullets.
Still buying
0
time
bullets.
though. Absolutely 0, and Alika crouches. 2 shots to the body. And just like that, it came so close, so tense, but NGX sneaks out the win.
0 bullets on that frenzy. She bought a little bit of time by hitting her head and just ducks for cover. And then the red really paid off here because Alika was the one to find that last kill. And unfortunately for Mimi, she didn't know where to look. Here's the thing. She did not know Trix didn't have any bullets left.
That's true.
That's why she was looking backward, forward, and Alika gets to jump on her with the head after. And NGX are the ones who steal a thrifty round away from L Streaks.
Absolutely hilarious how that round played out with the frenzy and all, but this time around, mid play from L Streak. Again, not quite a set execute, but they're slowly pushing up front very methodically. And Nuki holding the angle as well, taking down Gwen. This is big value. Alika does have the operator, though. They should be able to anticipate players coming in from kitchen, right? Right? Yeah.
Yep, they know. They know. Oh, she reaches Alika wins the duel against the tour de force, but Nuki is going to be there. So it's going to be the trade. Hannah takes one. It's Rosie for the trade. 2v2 right now, and Alika has pushed forward. Do they expect this though?
Maybe not. A shot from the back. And that's Cuppy Cake gone. Rosie, the only one left now. Pulls up the toxic screen, but she's just really rotating all the way over onto the A site. She will be able to get the spike planted, but NGX, they have numbers advantage. Wait. Unless Rosie can isolate these duels.
When she gets the spike plant, she gets the Viper's Pit.
Oh, you're right. But does she have time to deploy it, though?
I think she might. No, not anymore. And
planted.
Alaka starting to swing.
One enemy
Does
remaining.
not expect.
Oh!
It's the flick anyway. 48 left on Rosie. She can deploy it if she wants to, but I think at this point, yeah, she don't want to do that. All down to Tricks right now. Only
What?
one bullet and she converts it. Expensive round for NGX, but they get the round win anyway. Look at that. The jump. Hit the operator as well. Tricks, with Tricks up her sleeve, wins yet another clutch round for her.
It's almost doable.
Oh, look at that. Oh, she scopes into the animation as well. Trick.
Look, if Rosie didn't jump up onto that little platform, she might
Have had
been
a
able
chance.
to- Yeah.
I completely agree. She was in midair, basically. She didn't even have a chance to shoot. And this is where it hurt them so much on the side of L Streaks.
Enemy remaining.
They could not find Aluka until the end. She just kept finding kill after kill with her operator, and she just decimated L Streaks. So right now, NGX, they have the economy, they have the rifles. On the side of Blue Streaks, they're actually force buying a few Spectres, a Sheriff, and only one Vandal on Mimi.
That's just not great, but Alka did such a good job the previous rounds. This time around, she whiffs up close and personal, and all of a sudden, L Streak are able to retrieve two really heavy punching weapons. What is this? What is going on?
They should not have pushed that. They did not. They knew that it was going to be a scuffed buy or even an eco, and they just got punished. Aluka and Aya, they love pushing forward, but it looks like L Streaks just had their number. This has happened more than once already. It happened in Haven as well. Both pushing out forward. Oh, but look at Trix. She actually gets Rosie. That's a Viper spit down. It was committed, but she just sprayed through her smoke, and she was able to get her anyway.
It's a pretty good way to play around it, but this is still an operator in Mimi's hands. Takes Trix down, and now two left. Even shooting out the recon. They've got post-plant utility as well, so it's absolutely crucial that they take this operator off of Mimi's hands. Hannah does get the first, but unfortunately, it's just way too hot. Too many players on the side itself. 4-5 L Streak back in the game. And they did that just because there were some careless pushes that went forward.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to pay for it because it's another reset to the economy of NGX. NGX, they looked like they were poised to win a few rounds in a row at this point, but because they lost those two members at the beginning, Losers were able to capitalize to upgrade their guns, even gave up an operator to Mimi of all people, who already has 16 kills at this point.
Oh boy. Well, she's still landing these shots, and Mimi, such tremendous presence all the way from the top of belt. Now NGX not so keen on peeking out any longer. And just like that, again, the adaptations go through. It's the same story till as old as time. We keep seeing these things happen.
Definitely not the best showing from NGX in previous rounds, but they still have two rivals right now. They can still make this work. Rival on Gwen, on Aya. Trix is delaying time with the wall as well, but look at loose Trix. They're actually just biding their time. They're actually going through middle.
Again, they went A, they took one, they traded, and went B, they saw the wall, now they're back to A.
They seem like a very indecisive team, or maybe this is their way to confuse NGX, because right now, look at the defense.
30
They've been
seconds
shuffled a
left.
few times, but they have two members on this A side already. There's the rest coming in. That should be confirmation that they will be going for this A side push. Can the two defenders hold on to this? Aluka and Aya. Oh, there's the headhunter. Misses the shots. Uses the rendezvous to get back to safety. Aya gets taken down. Aluka gets taken down, though. They commit the Hunter Fury. They tag one.
10 seconds
Not finding a
left.
kill
time.
just yet. Trying to buy some time, and they're gonna get the spike down though. And the last two members remaining for NGX, one of them
enemy
does have a
remaining.
Phantom, but Trix just gets taken down quickly, and it's gonna be a team ace for L Streaks. And oh my god, this game cannot be any closer.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, Marquis. L Streak are not doing anything that spectacular. No crazy coordinated side executes or anything. It's just playing together as a team, watching each other's backs, getting opening picks, and rotating again and again and again. NGX are not able to adapt to this. They keep pushing out and they lose players in that process.
Yeah, they're not finding the right notes on this defensive side, and I think that Aya got away with so many opening frags at the beginning that they just kept trying to do it again. And then LSF, they actually know what to do to receive the aggressive pushes. And look at this right now. Another aggressive push onto Boiler Hannah. Is she gonna check the corner though? Yes, she is! She actually finds Dolph. She's able to upgrade her gun as well. But Mimi is gonna be there with the operator yet again. Finds the kill. The wall comes out. I don't think Trix can do anything here. She has to dip out. She did take the gun though.
Okay, so one phantom to work with, but right now it's just L-Streak slipping the net. They've managed to walk past the wall. Toxic screen comes up, and this should confirm the hit coming towards B. Trix is trying her darndest to slow this down, but they just walk past the slow orbs regardless.
She's still in the corner. The Nuki finds Aya boosted up all the way on top. Just could not find her footing there. I don't think you can land on that top part of the box. Trix gets taken down as well. What can NGX do at this point?
I don't know, maybe just a couple of kills. It's all down to the sheriffs, but they're so far apart from each other. And Alika, well, tour de force in hand, but look at the positioning from L-Streak. She has to take Mimi out first. Walks straight into the crosshairs though, and it's an easy shot for Mimi. What a player. 6-5, and she's got way more kills than anyone else on this server.
19 kills on that chamber. Hannah, great push from her here, but unfortunately she just has to contend with Mimi. I think she should have waited until her Toxic Cloud came back up so that she could actually swing out. But Mimi's just been on a tear right now, and L-Streaks are, well, they have a 1-round lead right now because of Mimi. 19-6 on that
You want
chamber.
to play? Let's play.
It's the last round before the swap as well, so you can bet that Mimi, she's already pulled out the tour de force. The NGX tries they might, but they're gonna have to play a little bit more conservatively. It's gonna be Alika who's holding the off angle. It's a bit of a one and done, but at the same time, take a look at the mini-map. You got two players from L-Streak actually pushing all the way into kitchen.
Yeah, they might not expect this on the side of NGX because no one's watching it. There's no traps there as well. I think Trix might just get trapped here, but no, Alika is the one that finds the first kill. She gets taken down though. Copy kick with a quick headshot. Trix gets surprised by two people already in kitchen, and right now, Loose Streaks have the advantage. One extra member alive, but can they get onto this B site safely?
The thing is, like, with these two players all the way inside the kitchen, NGX still doesn't quite know exactly what their plan is. All of a sudden, it's 4 players inside the kitchen, and it's easy for them to waterfall into the B side itself. Gwen has to be the one to find something here, but she gets taken out by Mimi. What a peek! It's a wide swing, and 2 players gone, leaves Aya alone. She gets 1, but now tagged down to 30 HP. She's in fatal striking distance, Marquis. This seems like a 7-5.
Yeah, truly, and that's already 20 kills for Mimi in this first half. And like you said, it was a really wide swing. It's just an absolute Ferrari peak of all Ferrari peaks. Mimi is getting away with so many things on Icebox. 20-6 on that chamber right now.
And she's on the attack, too. Like, you would expect maybe, like, it's easier for Chamber to do such things, especially when they're holding or going for trap plays with the trademark, but she's attacking. It's crazy. It's inane. It's just because she's holding these angles and NGX keeps pushing into them that she finds these frags. 20-6 now. And that's a strong kill-death ratio. I mean, we're swapping sides, but NGX really needs to change things up.
They really need to figure it out, especially on this attacking side. I think, judging by their attack side on Haven, this might be the better side for them. But I'm actually really surprised at what Mimi brings to the table on her chamber. 20-6. Coming in after that long first map where everyone's probably tired after a triple overtime, she just comes in with fresh aim, a fresh look into the game, and she's decimating NGX right now on Icebox. The scoreline is still pretty close though, so even though it felt like L-Streak kind of had a control over that game, NGX were sneaking rounds left and right. And that's why they're on 5-7. It's still pretty close. It's just a tiny lead for L Street.
It's close, but you still need to make it a lot more just to be the team that takes it away. And I mean, just pulling back things into perspective for 1 second. 5-7, that might be the score right now, but it's 1-0 in terms of series. The next map pick is going to be NGX's, which is why I think it's exceptionally crucial for L Streak to really pick this map up. It's their own choice to play on Icebox. If they can win it, they will stand a better chance, because on Bind, which is NGX's map pick, a map that NGX is really familiar with, it's going to be difficult.
Bats wall into orb for the stage. Yeah. We know
for sure.
We know the playbook. They were on what, Oasis Gaming Aqua at that point when they were still doing that. That's just
oh my god, you're so right.
Like that's such a while ago, but we know they're gonna do that. What we're doing these two teams, man, L Streak, they play really slow on the attacking side, and all of a sudden they just find a way to waltz into the site without much utility. They just actually walk in. They're able to find a way to just waltz in, and there's no one on site. Maybe I'll just plant this
free
spike.
site.
And that's what hurt NGX quite a bit. It felt like they were playing aggressive positions, trying to look for that active information. They never capitalized on it properly. It just felt like they in fact, they got punished for it so many times.
It's I don't know. It feels a little bit like dry peeking, you know? They go into these forward positions and they kind of do it alone, right? Like pushing down tube is one thing. Pushing past maze or pipes on A site, maybe even into the off angle right underneath belt is something that they've done before. They might be able to find one or two, but as soon as L Streak trades in, it's like the whole team just kind of I don't know, rotates over, and then L Streak back off to the other side, and it's just this continuous back and forth. We've swapped sides, and now NGX are on the attack. Let's see how they do it. It looks like they're trying to go in fast.
Yeah, they're trying to go in. I mean, that's what NGX does, right? They want to control the tempo on the attacking side. That's what we saw in Haven. It's the total opposite of Blue Streaks, who just take their time on this attacking side. But look at NGX, they're already inside, they're already looking for the kills. Alga's gonna be there to find the rotations, but Mimi is there for the trade, still streaking in the second half. 1-for-1 trade yet again. They're trying to take control over the site. They're getting the plant down. They cancel it, in fact, Quack.
They're still sticking into it, but now all of a sudden they have to back off just because the pushes are too strong. Cupcake and Rosie completely overwhelming all of these odds, and now L Streak in the lead by 5-8. They just might be the first team to reach double digits, Marquis.
Yeah, this is where they can run away with the game, but right now, I mean, we've seen both teams somehow steal thrifty rounds from each other. I have no clue where this is gonna go, but right now, I'm just still gonna say, Mimi, 22-7 now, she's still racking the kills, even on defense.
I mean, like you said, she's the one with the fresh hands. Now NGX. They've got to find some way to open up the site. But the defensive positioning from L Streak, though, all the way at the back. Rosie with the utility. Nuki just hiding in one of these corners. It feels like a trap.
It definitely is a trap, but they just want to get that spike down. They can't even, because there's a Spectre waiting for them. The wall does come up, but the spike just can't go down. And they find Hannah as well. They find Tricks too, and there's only one left, and it's gonna be a flawless round for Loose Streaks. And how do they keep getting away with these rounds?
Truly, how? This is the question. But they just make it look so easy, so flawless. It's 9-5. And NGX, they're coming back in with a full buy. They need to make this one work. Otherwise, they're conceding that bonus, and L Streak definitely pick up the double digits. And very potentially along with that match point. So, a bit of a fake toxic screen towards A. I don't know how much of a fake that's going to sell, though.
It seems to be working as Cupcake actually rotates to the A site. And it's taking a while for them to rotate back in here, even though NGX are already running into this B site. That toxic cloud is going to be annoying though. They're not gonna get those plants so easily, but they use their own poison cloud to actually cover Tricks, who gets the plant down. And now they can play this post plant so well because they have the weaponry, they have the range with these rifles.
That's interesting. Well, Tricks
For you.
managing to get the spike planted. Now the rest of them just all holding post plant positions. Aya to watch the flank. But it's all 5 players already up ahead, and now Nuki leading the charge up close and personal. They just swing right around yellow. Close range, close quarters combat. The Spectre reigns supreme. They run and gun, and they take that bonus away. 3 weapon upgrades for, well, 2 players from LSF.
The MVP of that retake was the toxic screen from Rosie. This is the one that allowed them to get
What?
up close and personal, to use their Spectres for all these kills. And for the side of NGX, they just couldn't use the guns to their advantage. They were forced to play up close, and now they get their bonus round taken away from them. They steal the guns, they get free upgrades. They just really made bank with that single round on the side of Blue Street.
Get out of my way.
And NGX are at a loss. L-Streak, like you mentioned, that toxic screen, they haven't deployed one yet, and maybe they don't need to. They're just holding the angles. They got the first one. NGX are just not quite able to find anything. Tricks takes out the trademark, but doesn't see a single chamber peeking off of it, so... She gets the alt orb for free. The rest of her team maybe waiting for her to rotate over before they start pushing.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of patience. The funny part is, Loose Streaks, they're not finding any information, but they seem to be rotating most of them towards B. And this A site just might be free. Look, they're already crept up onto a plantable spot. And Rosie is just gonna let them in.
Revealing area.
Maybe, but they know they can go in for the retake. That's why they're doing this, I think. L-Streak, they are prepared. And they were just holding the angles. Right now, everyone's coming in from screen, from rafters. They slowly close in around the distance. Again, it's the same similar play to what we saw on yellow from before. Just like that, 2 players gone, even holding the angle. It's an easy way to retake the site. NGX did not have the firepower, but you know what? L-Streak will have that 11th win.
Great team play from them to peek together. They know that they can give up the A side because they could just go for the retake. It's even a flawless round for them. So it's like you mentioned, the side might be free, but what comes after that is just complete domination from L-Streaks. And right now, NGX need to find a way to stop the bleeding because they're the ones that are on the L-Streak.
Oh my gosh, how much of an L-Streak actually? Let's count this one. 8
in a row.
Right, it's 8. Oh my god.
It was 5-3. NGX are the ones that are susceptible to these L-Streaks, it seems.
Once they lose that momentum, it's just so hard for them to gain it back, and definitely on the attacking side, they just haven't quite found the answer. They clear out the initial positions up towards green, but they still need to take out yellow, and subsequently Dolph if they want to take this site. Unfortunately though, Mimi's just so slippery. Instantly takes out the first player. A Viper's Pit may have been deployed, but the spike can't quite be planted. Not yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Even though they committed the Viper's Pit already, they've lost 1 member, so it just makes it so difficult to go for these post-plant positions. They don't even want to go for the plant just yet.
Yeah, in fact, they're just waiting. They know that, okay, spike not planted, not much of a sound. Maybe they're not here, and maybe they're trying to wait for something to happen. And Alka just might have been that tell. LSF, they're ready for this. I mean, take a look at what's happening on the map. 2 players towards this Viper's Pit, 2 towards the underside of Tube. And just through sheer presence alone, they haven't quite committed the spike yet. Now Hannah goes in for it, but it's easy for Nuki to spray from above. Spike planter killed. The spike's still planted, but all of a sudden it's a whole retakes game. Gwen all of a sudden from the other side, able to take out the first, needs to take out 2 more. She's so low, and it's easy for Rosie just to stray back and forth. It's match point now because lose streak. They've gotten this win, this dub. It's massive.
It's really massive dub for them. 9 rounds in a row. Is it 9 rounds for LSF?
It is 9 rounds. Wow.
They might just make it a 10th round in a row. And like we mentioned, Icebox is one of those maps where you could just really string the rounds together, and they have been doing that even past halftime.
Player standing.
Can't believe that. I mean, from how well they were performing before on Haven, this is the map pick of L Streak, but you know, they made it close in the first half. This time around, just not quite at all. They haven't found a single way to defend, to attack so far. This time, bit of a Viper's Pit, and it's a huge obstacle for NGX to deal with. Oh, they know where Rosie is.
Oh my god! They actually just sprayed through the Viper's Pit.
because
They
of the
find
drone?
Rosie. I think so. They just had an inkling that she was up there, and they just sprayed through, found a kill, and this might be the opening that they need to stay into this game. Alka finds the second kill as well. Nuki's gonna find one, but there's gonna be a trade from Hannah. Trix gets the rest onto I as well. They really want to win this round because it's already match point. Dolph trying to find some kills through the smoke, but can't find anything right now. And it looks like they're just gonna like to save because looking at Mimi, she's already running away with that operator.
All the way to the B site. No way they can reach her here. In fact, she's going to be set up with that operator. So, to say the least, this is NGX coming back in 6-12. Not too shabby. But call it what you will, it just starts off with that initial frag. As long as NGX can find something, they get to feel that momentum again. That's where they start to come back in. That said, though, it hasn't worked out every single round. This time around, it just so happened that they managed to find that first one. So let's see if they can repeat this, because if not, we're going to map 3.
Oh, well, it's going to be a timeout,
Ooh.
it seems. And I do agree with you. It's them struggling to find the opening picks that makes this attacking side so difficult for the side of NGX. Oh, but it's LSF calling a timeout here.
Interesting. Because they want to close this out, and they've got so much money, it doesn't even matter. Just take a look at the scoreboard. Mimi is 26-8.
26-8. Absolutely disgusting scoreline. And look at the rest of the members. The next highest are 3 players with 17 kills. She's 9 kills above all of the second placers.
NGX really need to find a way to make these rounds happen. And I'm just trying to think how they could actually make it work. Because so far it's been these pushes, and sometimes they get taken out by players like Mimi.
Yeah, it's just Mimi finding kills left and right, multi-kills, finding a way to decimate the defenses. Maybe if they pick the side without Mimi on it, they just might get it. Like just now. Oh, but actually dashing into this B site where there's already 2 defenders waiting for them. If they can find the first kills, though, that just might be what they need.
Another retake scenario, perhaps. It's an instant commitment with the wall, and they're trying to make something out of it. There comes up, and then the Hunter's Fury. That's what they were waiting for. Spike planted is a quick double kill for Cupcake. Oh my god. This is it, Marquis.
Yeah, this just might be it. They even find Aya off the shot from Mimi. 2v5 right now. It's a mountain that they have to climb, and I don't think it's a mountain that they can scale right now. They do have the Hunter's Fury on Gwen, so she can use it. And they're just waiting it out, but there's still so much time left on the Spike. Do they have a lineup from Hannah as well from all the way there? I'm not too sure, but it seems like she does have the lineups. I don't know if it's gonna land.
It doesn't even land on time! What?
Enemy remaining.
L-Streak just stick the defuse to victory, and we ended off 13-6. NGX, I don't know what it is, but Icebox is just not their map.
Definitely not their map. And on that second half, they only won one round. One round on that second half. It just what was going on there? They looked so lost on the attacking side. Like they just couldn't find an opening pick. They just didn't have any setups to go in. They didn't have any means to support their entry fraggers to find those first kills. And lose streaks were just so disciplined, just waiting to receive that attack, punishing them every single time they wanted to do anything.
It's like such a weird situation, I guess, because well, it's not because they don't have flashes that they aren't winning, but
They're not winning the duel.
they're not winning the duels. They managed to gain bits of control, bits of space, you know, like green. Of course, subsequently the next one is yellow, but as soon as they put up this wall orb, they get the spike planted, that's when the team just starts to fall apart.
Yeah.
Outstreak are clearly more experienced with this map, and they know how to work around it. And even though we don't see the Reyna providing all that much value, it still does a little bit. The one that provides the most value, though, I mean, once we go into this screen next, is definitely going to be Mimi.
What an absolute monster of a scoreline. 379 combat score, 3.5 KDA. And not honorable mention to Rosie as well, 3.7 KDA. I mean, we're not all about the KDAs here, but these are ridiculous numbers. And these two really kept LSF winning over and over again. And unfortunately, even just looking at the two MVPs, you could say Chamber diff here. Sad to say, but Mimi, 10 kills over her counterpart. It's just the biggest difference here. She was so effective, especially in the first half. 20 of those kills coming from the first half, by the way.
Exactly, that's the thing. I mean, in that first half, NGX on the defense, they couldn't quite sit still. They couldn't quite hold the angles. In fact, it was Mimi who was holding the angles, and she finds so many of these frags that gives L-Streak the numbers advantage, gives L-Streak so much more in terms of resources. Like they were able to just effectively claim sites because of these opening picks that they would get.
Yeah, it's just free sites because the numbers were already thin. Because, like you mentioned, NGX just couldn't stand or sit still. Rather, they just kept moving forward and they kept getting punished. And lose streaks, if they can keep this up, if they can keep punishing NGX for that in the future maps, I think that they just might steal the series away.
It's entirely possible. I mean, what a performance, lose streak. They're not losing on this map. I mean, again, we talked about Mimi, but the entire team is just doing such a good job. I mean, some of these rounds, the way that they won the bonus even, it's just running in with Spectres, knowing how to maneuver around the map and just completely confuse NGX, who were, by all means, really trying really hard to hold some of these angles and hold down some of these fights, but they get hit from all sides.
Yeah, they really just absolutely got hit from all sides. Even though they found these kills at the beginning, you could see I immediately opening things with a quad kill, Aloka with the heroics as well with a headhunter, and all of a sudden LSF were the ones finding the tempo. Aya gets a kill here, but they just get decimated anyway. Look at Nuki. She finds a multi-killer, I believe, uses dismiss, and the rest of the team just find the kills left and right. It was all down to tricks. And they just, look at this. Every time someone dies on the side of lose streak, they actually go in for the trade. They've been really successful with that on this map, and I did not see that from NGX in this map.
It's a very loose / defaulty play style that L-Streak goes for. No real side executes, just playing for information, playing for an opening duel or pick. Once they get it, they work around that. And NGX just have they're completely clueless for some reason.
Yeah.
And even then, like, they managed to win a few rounds. They made it a lot closer on the first half. Once they swapped over, they just, I don't think they won a single round on the second half, did they?
They won one.
One.
It was 13-6, so it was 5-7 coming to the second half. So they won one single round on the side of NGX, and that was on match point. They were able to stop the bleeding. It was the A side push, where they actually went and found the kills. And then all of a sudden, it just broke down from there. They just couldn't find anything after only one round on that second half. It's just really So amazing to see L Streak actually get a double U streak that spanned from the end of the first half all the way to the second half. That's just absolutely amazing, and you can tell that they are up for this competition. And we are gonna come back to this competition because I mean, wow, it is a best of 5 still. The next map isn't even gonna be the last map, but we're gonna have to go for a quick break before we go to map number 3.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
And here we are once again. Welcome back, folks. VCT Game Changers APAC Open Overtime LBF map number 3. NGX against L-Streak on Icebox was such a... Honestly, we were talking about it a little bit stiff, I think, from both sides. We're not quite able to adapt to it, and L-Streak just knew the map a little bit better. Now on to NGX's map pick, though, and that's going to be Bind. Heyimquack, this is Marquis. What do you think's going to happen now?
It looks so difficult to actually predict because it always looks like NGX find a hot start on the first half. But on the second half, for both maps, for both Haven and Icebox, for the second half, they don't do so well. And it's not even the side, because on Haven they struggle on defense. On Icebox they struggled on the attacking side, which is actually really strange because on Icebox, attacking is generally the more favored side. So coming to Bind, I would say that they would have the advantage here because not many teams play Bind. And I think that NGX, like you mentioned, NGX, since even their previous iterations to their team, Bind was one of their staples. And I think that that alone might just give them the advantage.
Pretty much so. I mean, they played Bind like just yesterday as well against Accent Sapphire. 13-8 was the score. And of course, NGX, I think they did fairly well. The first half went 6-6 though, so I don't know. Like it could be really different. I'm more curious about how L-Streak plays Bind because they don't play this map all that much. They have a decent win percentage, but not fantastic.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised that Breeze was actually the map banned against NGX instead of Bind. I just feel like Breeze probably still have a little bit more of that chance to win the aim duels. You kind of have that chance. But on Bind, I feel it's one of the least forgiving maps if you're not used to the map at all.
Yeah, but then again, it just could be a personal preference, comfort kind of thing. Some of the teams that we know, like SMG, for example, also hate Bind to the core. So it's really different. But I guess we're just gonna have to see how L-Streak actually tries to work their way around this because NGX clearly knows Bind at the back of their hands, and they go in for this again. I don't know, old school. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do the Baths Wall this time because I think Trix plays Killjoy more on this map now.
Sometimes Silva as well. It really depends, right? Like she kind of like flexes quite a bit
all
on
over the place.
maps.
But I think it's the double duelist that I'm thinking of from NGX. They are going, well, at least what they played yesterday was to go in for that bit of a Jet plus Raze combo.
Yeah,
that's old school.
that's what's worked for them so far. Between Aya and Aluka, I just feel like both of them are still duelists in their core.
Yeah.
To the point that might actually be the best play for them. Like they're not really changing up that much in terms of the way they play. It's still, like you mentioned, very old school in terms of the way they draft. Like we've seen teams change things up so much now. Like we're seeing the Neon, especially from teams like Ace Celeste. But on the side of NGX, they're still playing to their old and faithful strats. I mean, it might not be the most modern. I don't think it's the most effective in the current meta, but it's definitely comfortable for them. And I think that might be the difference in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of theory, but when it comes down to it, how you perform is a whole different thing. I mean, Fluffy talked about it best on APAC. It's just... It's not exactly like chess where you have one set correct play at every turn. It's sometimes players just perform because it's magic, and it happens that way.
I agree. I mean, with chess, it's a lot slower, right? You have a deliberate decision making for each time. But we've seen crazy flicks, we've seen crazy plays. Like someone just decides, in just one snap decision, you just decide to shoot through the smoke and find a headshot. We saw that on Haven. Some things just happen magically. You mentioned it. There's so much magic that happens in between rounds, within rounds, multiple times within rounds, that it's just so fun to watch. And for both teams, it really just depends who the magic sings for in a particular point in time.
Yeah, so we're going to have to actually see who it sings for this time because the double duelist composition, Jet plus Raze, can be a really effective one, especially if you are able to duel and make the most out of some of these abilities, like the Blade Storm, for example, but more importantly, I think, for me at least, Raise on Bind. It's just such an effective tool, using the Boombot to clear out places like showers, hookah. It's pretty effective. I mean, Hiko talks about it on stream all the time. If you can just take control over B-Long, take control over hookah, whatever happens, like even if you lose bits of control here and there, you're still able to push in onto B site. If something is, if something comes over, like rotations, you're met with a lot more resistance. Just teleport over.
Whoa!
And it's the same thing again and again. But wow, we love to see this from Elstreak.
Neon, and look at that, a Cypher tech as well. Like, this is one of the things about Cypher. When teams bring out a Cypher in the map, it's because they really know how to take advantage of using his trips for the setups. So a Cupcake is going to try to trap Aya every single time, and that's going to make Aya's life, especially on the attacking side, a living hell. And then you can catch a Raise as well, like with properly placed the trap wires. They can you actually try to satchel in, you get caught, like especially on the landing. Sometimes that happens, and that's why the Cypher can be potentially good at specific points in this game.
That is so true. I mean, if I'm not wrong, it catches boombots as well. I mean, you're just gonna have to think twice about where these tripwires can be placed. And also the cam is just really annoying, let's face it. But that said, though, the last time that Elstreak were recorded playing Bind, they were under quintuplet. This was 2 opens ago, in Open 3, and that was a group stage game. They did not have the Neon then. Now they have it. I'm very curious and interested to see how they actually make this work. Instantly rushing it down showers, though, and Aya instantly reacts, not to mention the paint shells being spent. Alaka, they're pushing them back, but all of a sudden the frenzy comes in. Alaka trades once more, and then the push comes in from A short. They managed to claim the site for a second, but how do they actually hold it down secure enough to get the spike? It's all the way stuck inside of showers, not to mention Hannah coming in from heaven.
Yeah, they just cannot recover the spike safely. They're gonna have to take the duels. They don't even have the utilities to do anything from where they are at right now. And Hannah has an inkling of where they are.
Might have heard a footstep or two. She's peeking again and again, but 2 players, and now it's just a game of catching or tag, just running away from each other. Tag, you're it. She gets that one, but now Rosie's the only one left. And again, re-tagged. It's the paranoia that keeps her trapped and pinned down in the corner. 30 seconds left. She might as well spend the smoke, but how does she use it? Uses it to block off and isolate the duel, but Frenzy versus Ghost at that range, unfortunately, just does not help her out. NGX takes the pistol.
Yeah, it's a choice of weaponry when it all came down to it in that 1v2. She just did not have the right tool for the job. The frenzy is not great, but I mean, we've seen some crazy frenzy plays, don't get me wrong, like a double headshot from so far, but it's still not the best tool for this situation. And the 1v2, great idea, but unfortunately, it's just not having a Ghost or a Sheriff or even a Classic at that range might have been more effective.
Maybe. But it is what it is. Elstreak back into the game with nothing but classics, just hoping for a bit of a spike plant this time around. What we're seeing, though, is so much Killjoy utility, and not to mention the dark cover support coming in from Hannah. It completely blocks off the A site for them, and even if they do walk into B, they're going to have to deal with the nanostorms first.
Yeah, the nano swarms, I mean, they do have the Raise to kind of clear that if she uses the protection. But there's the kill from Trix, gets second, gets a third as well. It's gonna be a shooting gallery for Trix. She's gonna try to find a fourth. She shoots through the wall, takes Rosie down to 7 HP. While Trix finding the kills left around. Aya says, sorry, no ace for you right now, but we're just gonna close this game, this round, and it's all down to Nuki. Aya can make it flawless. Yep. She finds the head, makes it a flawless round, and Trix. The quick shots from that Marshall just decimated Elstreak. But hey, I'm gonna say, This is
That's
how we
cool.
open every single map. We always open with 2-0 NGX, but it really doesn't mean much.
You're right. But if anything, it does give Trix several points more towards her ultimate, so could be helpful. Could be helpful.
Yeah,
Of course, now with the rifles though.
in the next round, probably she will have it up, and that's going to be the rifle versus rifle round. So let's see if they can dish out some damage here on this third round. It's going to be their bonus. They do have guns on every single one of them, so they can make it hurt for L Streaks.
That said, interestingly enough, a really deep smoke, and it's just gonna be Dolph walking up front. L Streak back to this default style. But this time on bind, NGX are not buckling, they're not moving.
Yeah, they're not moving at all. There's the patience from them this time, which is actually funny to see, especially after the first two maps. They get some information using the owl drone, and see Gwen can hold this. She finds a kill. That's exactly what they need.
Can't quite retrieve the weapon, but the damage does give them a little bit more information to work with. Fast lane though, and it's gonna be Mimi who kicks things into high gear, creates so much space for her team, and just like that, control granted for L Streak. All of a sudden, Hannah, all the way from hookah, able to find one, and then Alka comes in with the assist. 2 quick frags, and all of a sudden, Rosie's the last one left. Isolated and backed off from sight. She has to work her way around this. Oh. They kind of know that she's still in there, but yeah, her health was just way too low. It's a run and gun from Hannah that finishes it off, and NGX, they take this bonus, Marquis. Wow.
They get 3 upgrades as well. Hannah was hiding in her own smoke. They also smoke hookah. They just thought it was safe. She's able to find 2 on that side, and after that, it was just a piece of cake for NGX. And now it looks like it's a total opposite. It looks like L Streak are the. I mean, we know that they don't really play this map, and you could tell because they did not really clear the corners. They weren't ready for the setups that NGX had, which allowed NGX to steal this bonus round with 3 free gun upgrades. That's just absolute value for them.
Ooh. Huge value, not to mention, even with the light shields, L Streak, or it's safe to say they're playing against the back foot for this one. Back to the same old defaulty approach, though. And it's pretty much the same as the previous round. Dark covers. L Streak are just looking for some kind of a pick with the sheriff.
Yeah, they just want to see if they can. I mean, the rounds that they won for Thrifties, they find someone pushing forward, they take the gun, and they kind of convert that win. And NGX are very disciplined to not let that happen this time, as Hannah sees someone on that corner of the wall, shoots through the wall. Oh, but she gets shot on the head. Rosie finds the headshot, and then the wall bang to finish off Hannah, making it a 1-for-1 right now.
The way that Nuki backed off away from that boombot kind of makes them think that there isn't a single player up over by Showers.
Doesn't
but
matter.
Aya's positioning, it's so strong. She goes back in for the repeated strafe, but all of a sudden, Cupcake able to make it a trade. Alika there for the assist once more, cleans things up and puts NGX at the 4th. They managed to make it out again, and it's not too bad, but L Streak are starting to find ways to work around it.
Yeah, they found a few kills. They made it a bit expensive, but it doesn't matter because NGX, they upgraded free from bonus rounds. They got kills. They have 3 members alive yet again on this round. They're looking really good for their economy. They're also looking really good on this map.
Truly. With this composition now, double duelist, and now NGX are starting to get a little bit adventurous. I'm a little bit nervous.
Yeah, they're finally pushing forward yet again, but that's because both teams have guns. Oh, and they get punished. Aluka and Aya yet again, the dynamic duo pushes forward. Gets punished yet again. You cursed them, and they absolutely got this. No. I know. They just got too curious, and they just got absolutely decimated. And they're using the neural theft to get some information, but actually rotating all the way to B.
Yeah, I think they kind of saw that, okay, there are more players towards A. It's probably easier to take down B side. And because Trix is so far away from her utility, oh, well, Alarm Bot still works. Nanostorm doesn't even do that much, though. It just buys a little bit of time. And Alstreak are already onto site.
Yeah, can Gwen find a kill though before the rest of the team comes? She finds two quick headshots. That's exactly what it needs. Shoots out the recon. Does find a third as well. Gwen able to give the advantage to the side of NGX. I think she knows that someone's in the corner as well. She checks the corner. Oh, does not find the hat. The missing hat threw her off, it seems. As Cupcake finds the headshot. 2v2 right now.
enemy
Trix
remaining.
finds the kill though. Reloads. They use the orbital strike. Trix is already waiting past that smoke. They can go for defuse still, and Trix seals the deal, but Gwen with that triple kill, keeping the streak alive for NGX.
I mean, that is the magic. She cast some sort of chain lightning spell, picked up 3 frags, and what seemed like it was a loss for NGX, losing Alika and Aya that early on. Just this one play turned things around. And Gwen really stepped up to the plate for it.
You know why the W in her name is capitalized? Now you do.
Tell me.
Now you do.
Now we do. Oh my gosh, 5-0.
5-0 right now. They reset the economy on L streaks yet again. And it seems like L streaks are finding the itch to actually buy some Spectres.
Alright. Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a half buy so that they can go in with truly full buy for the next round. That said, though, okay, wait. Alika with the Judge, everyone from NGX's ultimates, and it's a tech pause coming in.
Yo, the Judge though, like on a good round, if you just take out the Judge to surprise people, I think that's one of the best things Ray's main can do. We've seen it happen a lot. Jing does it as well. A lot of Ray's players bring it out, especially on split. Darian as well. On did he do it on the Raze or the Jet? I think he does it on the Jet.
A little bit of
right?
both.
A little bit of both, yeah. So the Judge has its place in the game. Like, it's not always a weapon that will lose to a range advantage, because and get this, if you take it out at a random point in time, like just catch them off guard, you can get a multi-kill easy. Like, you can't do it every single round, but if you do it, if they just bring it out in a random round, losers will not expect it.
Like Zeta Division holding a shorty inside a tower and Fracture. It's things like that.
Yeah.
That really throw your opponents off your scent. But again, I get a little bit nervous because it's when NGX starts to get very eager to push out. You can see that they're already trying to set up for something like a double satchel in towards Market or a short, and Aya maybe potentially doing something similar. They can afford to do it by all means.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking,
they
like,
definitely can. And well, I get what you mean. They start to get overconfident. They keep pushing forward.
You know, yeah. Like, I prefer if you could do it along with, like, you know, maybe a Paranoia from Hannah, or like if you had a breach to fault line and some support. And I think Duelist is not support.
No, not at all.
Duelist is just crazy.
Greedy. Well, that's one of the things that set Alter Ego Celeste apart from the rest of the teams, right? It's the setup for an area. It's the setup for Ayumi, all from Iceberg. Like, she plays that heavy
Sova and
Sova. It could be on the breach. She just finds the control, finds the initiations for her teammates, and that's something that's lacking from NGX's side. And one thing I realized for NGX as well, they don't actually bring out the hard flash.
Oh, you're right. Not so much. Even on
Haven.
Even on Haven, it was just Alika with the Leer. That's it.
It's a Leer, Paranoia. That's it. There's no hard flash. We haven't seen a breach from them. Haven't seen a Sky from them. No KO on either side either. So that's something really interesting, and that just might be why I would say their setups are a bit more one-dimensional. They don't have the hard flashes to get into the site safely.
Not even just sights. It's the peaks that they really love to go for.
Yeah, that
It
would have been
works out
great
on
with
a
a
map.
flash.
Yeah, it works out on a map like Haven because Haven's so wide. You got so many different spots to look out for. Maybe even Pearl, you know, the new upcoming. Well, it's already out, but not in competitive play yet. Maybe Pearl. Like when you have so many different spots to look out for, you might just be able to catch your opponents off guard. This is trying to catch opponents off guard, but look, they could hear that. They instantly expect it. Cupcake might have been tagged by splash damage, but all this does is to just buy a little bit of time and space. Look at what's
Look at the
happening
sight.
outside of showers. They already gained control. Maybe he has the overdrive as well, so this could be dangerous.
Could really be dangerous. She gets the stun as well. Finds the first kill. Not the best ultimate to get multi-kills from, but if they can make it work, they can make it work well. But Aya is going to shut that overdrive down real quick.
Oh my god. Look at this. 2-on-3. 2-on-3.
Planted.
2-on-3, but it still feels like NGX sort of have the advantage. Oh, 3 of them are pushing onto Trix right now. But Trix might just be in prime position to take them down. Only takes 1 though. Hannah is going to be there 1v2 right now. She's going to go for the defuse. Oh, is she going to stick it? No, she gets shot through the smoke. And Elstrix,
No.
you just said it. It's when NGX tries something this fancy, they get punished for it. They lost control over the site. They didn't even get a kill off of that showstopper. And this just might be NGX calling this timeout.
It's possible. See, the thing is, against a team like Elstreak, when they consistently play defaults all the freaking time and they just wait and wait and wait, if you make a move, they'll expect it. They can play off of it. Like the moment they heard 3 players pushing A short, like, okay, A side's probably clear. Let's just go in from showers, guys. Like we could do this. And then you got Mimi to lead the charge with the fast lane. They managed to take it. That's how Elstreak operates. The way that NGX is playing is not bad, but it doesn't quite work out against Elstreak, who is waiting for them to make such moves.
Yeah, they're always just waiting for NGX to do something, and I think not finding that first frag really bit them in the back, especially because they committed 3 members to push out A short. They did not find a single kill, and it just allowed Elstreaks to come in to the map. So NGX, let's see if they just need to slow it down. I mean, it's been working for them so far. I'm not sure why they went for a super aggressive strat.
I don't know. They're having a little bit of fun, perhaps. It wasn't that big of a loss, I guess. I mean, they still have money to buy up. Alika was the only one who used her ultimate. It's okay. Then, of course, we've got Aya with the Bladestorm TM buy right now. But look at this. It's the same thing from Elstreak. The default. Holding short, holding showers. Maybe not quite hookah, but nobody really pushes out of there anyway. So they're just committing to all these different points and waiting for NGX to push out. They punish it.
Aya missing the blades. She hits 2 on the body, but like both of them kind of missed quite a few shots. Nuki though gets the advantage, and Hannah
nice.
gets 1 down. Shrouded steps back to safety. They can still find Nuki, who can't heal herself because she's the Sky.
So that's a little bit of a disadvantage for Elstreak. But off this default now, okay, we got a little bit more confirmation on where Nuki is, but just again, on the mini-map, all 4 lanes on this map, all being held by at least 1 player from Elstreak. A lot of ultimates spent in this round.
Yeah, I'm surprised Trix actually used that
30
lockdown
seconds
to
left.
just buy some time. I think it wasn't really necessary, and could have used
TP
it
as
for a
well.
retake. But right now, it looks like it's going to be the A-side hit, Quack.
Oh, they go on through. They did not quite check Hannah, but she's only able to get 1 because of the trade coming in from Rosie. Now, Dolph instantly finding another as well. Gwen trying to
10
slow
seconds
down the
left.
spike plant, but going for the
planted.
same spot, it just doesn't quite catch Rosie. Easy spike plant for Elstreak right now, and it's 2-on-3 again, similar to before. Got tagged up by the blast pack, but Trix still able to convert it into a kill. Now, a bit of a crossfire on these 2 sides as Cupcake pushes out front, catches Trick off guard, and dude, it's 5-2, and it's just Again, the early pick coming in because Aya pushed out.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the pushes that get punished that allow L-Streak to find an opening into the sites, and it feels like after that happens, after that happens, they just get confused on the side of NGX. They're not able to adapt to what LSF is doing.
They
so
had
right now,
all the ultimates before, now completely empty.
And they lost both rounds where they actually used ultimates.
That's crazy. Like, this should not be happening, but still, 5-2. NGX still in the lead. And pushing themselves into forward positions once again.
You know something's up when Trix brings out the operator. It's on Trix, not even on Alika or Aya. It's on Trix.
Well, she will be able to hold short heaven. Her utility's all set up towards A. And thankfully this time around, NGX not quite pushing so far out. Not overextending.
Not yet, but you know, Aya and Alika, they just slowed things down. They're staying in bats. Once Trix gets contact, they can come out from bats and start trying to defend the side, but it looks like they're gravitating towards this B side instead.
Possibly, slowly. Don't have to over-rotate. NGX, what are y'all doing? They're moving over.
30
Aya
seconds
could
left.
gain a little bit of information. Okay, this confirms the hit coming in towards B, but they're gonna lose the initiative of actually being able to contest on the site now. The only one who's here is Gwen.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be happy with that because they've already baited the showstopper out. They don't have the best weapons right now. Gwen only has the Spectre, but they're kind of in position for this retake already. Aya dashes into the boxes. Octagon is where most of them are. Gwen gets taken down, but Alga is gonna be there for trade. Dol actually stops Aya though. So 2v4 right now, and it does not look good for NGX.
The slow and steady hit once again, and right now, whoa! What a quick strafe shot coming in from Cuppy Cake, and then of course Nuki just to piggyback off of that. 5-3 now. They were 5-0. They just lost 3 rounds in a row because they, I don't know, weren't quite able to respond to how L-Streak are playing this game. It's tough for them to get a read on it as well, I suppose.
Yeah, it just feels like they are making gambles that aren't paying off. Like committing 2 to bats
rather than like informed decisions, right?
Exactly. It's just big gambles that aren't paying off right now. And I think it was the same with Icebox, like we talked about it. They kept taking gambles that somehow lose streak win every single gamble.
Gosh, and this is their map pick too. No way they lose it. No shot. Come on. NGX, this is your map. They managed to take a trade, getting concussed, but that's not too big a deal. Trailblazers spent. And L-Streak slowing things down again. They pump the brakes. They keep on doing this. And it confuses NGX.
Yeah, NGX. A little bit more disciplined this time around though. Look, the rotations didn't come in from the B side. L-Streaks, on the other hand, waiting patiently, but has not committed to either side just yet.
I've got your trail.
Well, the Seekers might be a tell. Flies forward and kind of scours the site. And just like that, they kind of know where these girls are positioned. But Aya! What a peek! A quick double, and all of a sudden, Mimi's the only one here. Backed up by Rosie coming in from short, but she's going to have to find a way to make this thing work. She sends out a relay bolt, denies a bit of area, and all of a sudden, quick teleport to play through. But Gwen is prepared for this. Comes out with the Guardian, takes the head off of Rosie, and then sprays and tracks down Mimi as she hops out of hookah. NGX back in form, 6-3, because of the discipline.
And because of Aya with a peek onto that double kill, this swing out.
Yeah.
She just finds 2 in a row, but she was not expecting Mimi to be so up close in bats. Might have found a kill as well if she didn't weapon swap. But Gwen, like you mentioned, it's the discipline. Gwen staying on site is part of that discipline, and they finally win the round because they did not lose too many members peeking at the very beginning.
That's my biggest takeaway. I'm exceptionally happy about that, Marquis. But this time around, back into it. Aya really wants that alt orb. It's not going to be easy to pick it up though, because again, L Streak, it's always this freaking default every single round. Look at this. They're doing it again.
Yep. And NGX are not biting. And I think that's the biggest difference in how they can win these rounds. They're not biting, but Aya peaks. Her blades have not been the sharpest this series, and she just gets punished by Nuki.
Incredible. I mean, it's always this slow and steady build up, and then once the pressure is huge, they start to slam onto the site all of a sudden. But this time around, Hannah's a little bit more prepared than that. She takes out 2, but Mimi with the flicks back and forth. Alka has to be the one to anchor, and she is able to take out 2. The only one here going to be Rosie, but unfortunately, no. NGX ran out of a little bit of steam towards the end, and Rosie was able to capitalize 6-4. She cleans things up.
Yeah, running out of steam, that was the worst feeling. Like, you saw Trix as well. She was trying to shoot over the tube, ran out of bullets, and then Rosie just jumps up and finishes her off. It felt like they had a chance to win this round, but they squandered that opportunity off of Hannah's double kill. And all of a sudden, Mimi evens things out. Alka tries to make it happen, but Rosie just finds them and finishes this round off.
Enemy remaining.
Man, not even quite sure how to analyze at this point. Again, it's just L Streak back to the same old defaults. And they're gonna make a move off of it for sure. NGX pushing slowly out of showers now. Oh. Okay.
Wait, Aya? She found a kill, but she can't recover the gun just yet. She's a bit too far. Hannah gonna sneak up, but she's gonna get taken down. There's neural theft getting committed as well, so they know where everyone is right now.
Oh man, they're just not quite getting it. A bit of whiff with the paint shells as well, but that's not too big a deal. They know they have the firepower. They know they have the rite of passage just to push up front, because no way that NGX actually withstands their advances. And right now, just holding for the angles, Aya. Maybe trying to pick up a bit of a frag or 2. But of course, L Streak, full control over the site.
Yeah, it's full control, 2v4. Proper weaponry on the side of L Streaks. Meanwhile, Sheriff's on the side of NGX. Could be a difficult task. But they might be able to find kills, but as I say that, the last 2 members just get taken down quickly.
Last round in the
You would have
half.
expected NGX to gain a much bigger round differential, but here we are. Last round before the swap, and it's 6-5. Could even be 6-6.
Yeah, it could just be 6-6, and the clawback from L Streak. We've seen that on Haven. We saw that on Icebox as well. NGX are so good at starting the map, but just do not find ways to adapt while the enemies do.
I'm out of here.
What? Did that bolt land on Sky?
I'm not sure, but they shot it down. And then again, back to the default. This time around, NGX not quite peaking though.
No, not at all. And they're playing it slow. They have the guns. This is the last round. They want to be careful. They really want to take this win.
They have some ultimates to work with as well, but then again, so do L Streak. This is a really annoying team to play against, because if you think about it, you want to gain bits of info or active map control, but you just can't. Like, even if you want to peek out, you have to make it some kind of a jump peek, and even then, say if you jump peeked out a hookah right now, it's an easy way for L Streak just to wallbang you, and just like that, you are denied information, denied map control. That's why it's a gamble every single time for NGX, and that's why they can't really push out.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they can't push out at all, but they're holding strong, and they can hold strong on this A side. They might just be able to stand this push. There's the teleporters coming in as well. Going to distract L Streaks a little bit. The showstopper does not connect.
No
but
way.
Yuki is gonna find the kill. Finds a second as well. But NGX clean up shop on this A side. Last 2 members remaining, both are in bats. Yuki's damaged. Dolph is also getting chipped. They're all getting sprayed through the smoke, and it'll be suicide peek out through the smoke right now. They're just trying to spray through it. It looks like they're about to swing forward. Dolt gets taken down, and Hannah takes Nuki down as well. And NGX are going to the second half with a 7-5 lead.
Man, call the cops. I mean, suicide
Switching
or
sides.
homicide, because NGX started to wake up at the end of that round. You might not be able to play off of information or find ways to really read how L Street are about to approach your site, but you can definitely come back in with the retakes once they actually hit it, because that's when you get information, and that's how NGX starts to come back into the game. First half, 7-5 Marquis. I mean, how do you think the second half is going to go?
That's so difficult to predict at this point, because you know what? I think NGX still look more familiar with this map. Just by how the rounds went, even in the rounds that they lost, they knew a bit more what they wanted to do. On the side of L Streak, it's like you mentioned, they're playing sort of like a very, very loose default, because they don't really know what to do. They just want to react to whatever NGX is doing. So on this second half, I think it's going to be different for NGX. They've shown that their attacking side is now better than their defense, which is actually absolutely hilarious to me. We don't see we don't see the Sage anymore, but it's working out for them. They're finding their rounds, they're finding their kills. They are mixing the aggression just right this time, I believe, because in the previous maps the aggression was just too much. Like they're actually just holding W. I'll move forward. I want to get some more information. This time around, they're not doing it all the time, and when you're less predictable, it's a lot easier for the enemy team to not read you like a book.
Yeah, it's a little bit more tamed, to say the least. That said, though, I just want to draw a little bit of attention to NGX's agent composition. It's very specific, I might add. It's one that's really flexible, just because these agents don't really rely too heavily on any particular style or skill set. It's up to you how you want to perform along with it. You want to use your Killjoy lockdown defensively? You could. Trix did that for like 1 or 2 rounds, in fact. You want to use it for a retake, use it in an offensive situation, you can do that as well. Same goes for an Omen with the Paranoia and all of these different things. And that's why I think they have quite a bit of potential, but they're not going to have the best toolkits for certain situations, and it's going to be up to them to try to find ways to work around that. It's a bit of a puzzle. On the attacking side, because they have double duelists, they might have a pretty strong advantage in just rushing down a site, right? Like Tailwind, Cloudburst, Satchel.
Yeah,
but then
holding
a post plant
That's
could be a different
That's
thing.
been the biggest problem for
Exactly.
NGX, and we're going to have to see if they can do that on this map.
It's not going to be easy. But if they can make it happen somehow through position or
Sheer
shock
will.
darts have been nerfed, so I don't know.
Let's see. I mean, looking at Aya and Aluka, even though they got punished multiple times for being too aggressive, it hasn't phased them a single bit. Like, they're still playing aggressive, and I think you need that on your duelist. You need that sort of
True
attitude to try again, to try and keep pushing forward and try to get the duels, win the duels at some point.
That is very true. And take a look at what's happening on the minimap right now. It's the aggression that we're looking for. They could just overwhelm this site, take out Cupcake, and all of a sudden everyone will be alone. But look at what's happening as well. The 3 players from L Streak just went through the teleporter. The only one who could stop that is going to be Trix. And right now, Cupcake with the right clicks, it's just able to push them off. How is this happening? Trix getting taken out, and another right click. What is this classic? This is more than just a normal classic at this point. Marquis and then Mimi coming in with a frenzy to finish things off. The headshot as well. What just happened?
That's a classic. I mean, how does Cupcake get away with that in that corner? Just whipping that pistol, just whipping the right clicks out, getting a triple kill from that corner.
Preposterous. No way. What? Cupcakes. Did you? I don't. Oh my God, Marquis, how is this happening? Everything seems like on paper doable for NGX, but then when they actually go in for it, they get pushed back.
Yep. I don't know how they got punished so hard, and it's like you mentioned at the beginning, it's their post plants that really need to work. They got the spike down. But it didn't matter because they couldn't establish a post plan. They couldn't even flush Cupcake out of that corner.
My goodness. So now they got sheriffs. They're going against a full Spectre squad. Thinking about using utility, perhaps. But they don't want to waste it too early on as well. Well, there's the bait shell, but... Ouch.
Watch out!
Man, look at this quick reaction as well. It's just... At this point, NGX cannot take over showers. Because...
Yeah, there's just too many members.
No!
Showers. Oh no, she missed the classic. That gun does not work for Gwen the same way it did for Cupcake. It just that hurts. She should have had to jump on that. And right now it looks like only 1 point of damage has been suffered on the side of LSF, and it's Dolph taking 1 point of damage.
Dude, I can't.
30
Hannah,
seconds left.
how are you? What are you gonna do? It's perched on top of that thing.
Not much
Waiting
you can
for
do
peak.
from that point. Yeah, I mean, I think Rosie's about to swing out. I think probably just
It
wants that
is.
information, or...
Oh.
Well, no, she doesn't actually swing.
10
not
seconds
there.
left.
Oh, there we go. She swings with a knife, though, but Nuki is on the
Contact
other
play.
side. Great contact play from Loose Streak. And we're even now, 7-7.
Dude, after that whiff from Gwen, timeout.
That's a
This
tilt.
is- I'm watching it and I'm getting tilted. I can't believe this. And they don't have Bulldog. Well,
Push them
now a little bit more utility. They should be able to make something happen. And GX, come on, they should have this on paper, or at least be able to take a site somehow.
Yeah, they have the guns, they have the rifles this time. I think that this is their round to lose, pretty much. They need to win this. They have the range advantage, they have the firepower advantage. But okay, there we go. Tricks, finding the first kill on the B-Long, you really putting that gun difference to good use. Having that range, and Alka finds a kill onto Dolph as well. Aya
What?
jumps onto a teleporter. They're rushing into the start right now. They need to clear Octagon still, though.
I like
As Trix swings forward,
Oh,
but
no.
Nuki is gonna find a double dink with the Spectre. 3v4
No.
right now. The blind is just so good. She runs out of bullets though, has to use the frenzy,
God.
and Aya takes her down. But man, if that's not such a big loss, I don't know what is. They lost 2 members from that Spectre
Spike
alone.
planted.
This could impact the next round as well, but right now, focusing on the matter at hand, 2 Spectres. That's the threat that lurks and looms around the corner. Not quite within striking distance, though, I think, Marquis.
No, definitely not at all. It's not
player
the best gun
standing.
for this. Range, as Hannah shows, and Alaka shows as well with her Bulldog, that the range reigns supreme. And you know what? Alaka could have grabbed the Vandal, but she just chose to run away. I saw that. I see you. I see you, Alaka.
I'm thinking about it too, like...
She had a Bulldog, and
yeah,
there were Vandals on the
but
floor.
okay, you do you. It could work. Then again, it could not. You're going up against full Vandals and 1 judge this round. Rosie could
Rosie with
just,
the judge.
she
Not
could be
even
looking
me.
to hide inside sky smokes.
Yeah, probably. And on lamps, the judge is actually a pretty good weapon as well.
Oh, it's so good. You're gonna have to be very careful. Swap to the classic to take out the drone as well, so they might not know that she has a judge.
Yeah,
Hit by the
not just
paranoia.
that. There's the trap wires as well, just waiting for them. Yeah, they get the information. That's exactly what the cipher is for. But they don't have the weaponry to actually take down Gwen.
Okay. So just hiding on it, waiting for the spike plant to go through. The rest of them actually still kind of hovering over the B site. This confirms it. Rotation's coming forward, but look at this movement from Cupcake. It's so sharp. 2 gone, then the judge, Rosie. This completely negates any play that NGX was trying to employ.
Yeah, and the judge getting that kill already paid for itself because they can
No more
upgrade it.
charges left.
Oh, they
What a
actually
cam.
spot someone there as well. Yeah, what a cam on Cupcake. The hero of this round, 2v5 right now. Aluka and
30
Tricks, do
seconds
you have it in you to win this 2v5?
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Well, she does manage to pull off one burst, but this leaves Trix alone. She has to take down every single player from this point forward, and it's not going to be easy. A little bit of presence from Heaven, 15 seconds to spare. She can't really get the spike planted, and now contact plays again. A little bit of a peek from Rosie, and then Mimi to knock down the remaining pins. We are tied up again, Marquis.
Can't believe we're at 8-8 right now, and it feels like Nigma Galaxy on their attacking side just feel lost.
Yeah.
Player standing.
I mean, I'm
One enemy remaining.
3 out.
I don't know. Get one of those guiding pets or like assistance pets that guide you along. A truffle hunting dog or pig or I don't know, but like this is not supposed to happen for NGX. This was their map. They have statistically the better performance on this map. How is this happening? This is just ridiculous.
It shouldn't be happening, in fact, and that's why they're calling a timeout because the game is still tied 8 apiece, and this is NGX's map pick. So, like you mentioned, it is supposed to be a map that they're more comfortable with, a map that they played way more than LSF did. But like you mentioned, statistics aside, it just might be because we don't have that many statistics for LSF. So that's
True.
probably why NGX, they're the ones struggling, and you know they're so good at building big leads. And then all of a sudden just not showing up right after in the second half. That's what I don't get.
Same. We've seen this for 3 maps now. They perform so well at the start. They take pistols sometimes, and then they just lose it like after we go into the second half. Like maybe L Streak are just that good at adapting because they really are just playing very conservatively.
Cage triggered.
And they're able
Reactionary,
to
in
react
fact.
like that. Exactly, reactionary. It's really strong and fast reactions, and well, they're able to capitalize off of whatever NGX is trying to throw at them. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit of mistake here and there, and right now a tiny gap inside of the cyber cage. They can kind of see the players, but here comes the flick. Nice job, and just like that, they will be able to take out the B site.
Yeah, Tricks with the flicks, with the sheriffs, and they're able to upgrade their guns as well, which is huge for NGX because 2 of them did not have guns. Now 4 of them have guns. Gwen also picks up her own gun from the floor. And right now, it looks really good for NGX. Aluka, stuck between a rock and a hard place, uses his satchels to buy some time. Tricks finds Rosie. 5v2 right now, and the satchels are just coming in and out.
Ooh.
Aluka finds the first kill, the smoke pops. It's all down to Mimi, who I think will be saving.
Yeah, might as well. One of NGX. I wonder if they're gonna go hunting. A nice little exchange and trade of blast packs there, but when it comes down to it, now they're reading the situation, and Mimi is kind of stuck. Is Gwen gonna peek out? No, not quite. All right, well, 9-8.
Yep, 9-8. NGX are... Well, that timeout kind of helped them out. Break the tie a little bit.
I like this.
Win this kind of like half buy. Use the sheriffs to find those heads. And it's really so confusing for me because the rounds that NGX are supposed to be winning easily with full guns, they don't. Come on, NGX, show up for me. Like I don't think you need to bring out sheriffs just to win the rounds. You got the full rifles this time. It's more or less an anti-eco with a hero vandal on Mimi. I think you should be able to take this round.
On paper, very much so. 100%. I mean, even in that last round, they had sheriffs and they managed to convert that into a win. Off of Cupcake's cyber cage, they managed to use that to their advantage to push around the positioning. This time, instantly smoked off. NGX playing a little bit more conservatively, and then they go in to tag down Mimi to 16 HP. I can feel it. They should be able to take down this site. They should be able to make something happen.
I agree.
Or rotate it over. Okay.
Oh yeah, they just might rotate. There's already 4 defenders on the A side.
okay.
If they can find B side open, it'll be really good for them.
Oh, thinking about it, it went through the teleporter. But the rotations are just as fast. Look at LSF. I mean, this is great. This is why L-Streak are so good at adapting and able to find these rounds back into their hands. But okay, Showstopper right now went into a corpse, but a little bit of splash damage and 2 players down really low. Even topped up to 70 HP, Mimi. I don't know if she's going to be able to find that much because the positions are being read now. Gwen holding elbow, able spray, quick double, and that turns into 3 for her. And of course, trading it off, Alaka able to capitalize on this and turn it into 10 and 8. We're starting to see NGX come back into their own, Marquis.
Yeah, they're finally finding these attacking rounds, and with much more confidence than I saw from them earlier on. That's just really surprising to me that this is the same NGX that we were watching just now. They're able to string these rounds in. They're able to take the lead. Double digits already for them in 10-8. I think if they just need to keep it going. Don't put your foot off the pedal. You really need to take down LSF now, because otherwise, we've seen what LSF can do. They can string multiple rounds in a row. The loose streaks are actually not for them, but for their enemies.
Ooh. That's why they're called L-Streak. Still though, NGX, I like how they're kind of taking a page out of L-Streak's book, playing the default against them. Thing is though, it's really different because L-Streak doesn't really quite push out that much. So it's absolutely crucial for NGX to play very carefully. If they can find that opening pick, maybe they bait some rotations over, that's how they can play this.
Yeah, they need to find the opening picks. But like you mentioned, because of the lack of the hard flash, these picks are not free.
Oh.
And that's gonna be the nade and the kill onto Aya. That's not what you wanted. We wanted to find the first frag on NGX's side. Instead, she's the one that gets flushed out of that corner and destroyed by Dolphin.
That's the expensive peak. Not free, for sure. And how? Well, setting up for the retake. Alaka able to take out one, but then the orbital strike flushes her out of position. A single play like that, and things are completely turned around on its head. Guppy King, support from Nuki, they're able to take control over Garden, and all of a sudden Hannah just can't quite do anything against this. The sudden flick from Mimi as well. Wow.
Ay, NGX. We just said it. They can't put their foot off the pedal, and they did. It's LSF that find the gaps in this post plan, which has been the biggest problem for NGX. The post plans are just never clean. They still have the economy though, so they have a chance to reset LSF at this point. But from what I see from them, I don't really know if they can convert around consistently. Even though LSF, it's just they have superior gun power, they have superior guns, they have the rifles. They just can't seem to close the rounds properly. They're losing members that they shouldn't. They're losing duels that they shouldn't. And right now there's a judge on Dolph. There's a Spectre on Mimi as well. So, but they do have the ultimates though. So even though they have inferior weaponry, they're still a force to be reckoned with, because that showstopper can come out just any time. And look at this right now. NGX, they're slowly inching their way forward. They're just looking for these duels dry.
They need something more than just dry duels. Because dry duels leaves them exposed to potential enemy fire. And right now, spraying through that sky smoke potentially could have hurt them. Instead, it hurt Rosie. So it does help them out for the second. But this is what I was talking about before the second half started. They have a really flexible agent composition, but it's one that doesn't really give them a lot of utilities for post-plant scenarios unless they are able to somehow play around it. This kind of contact play, though, straight onto site, definitely gives them a little bit more, but what the heck is that spray transfer coming in from Cupcake? Dolph, even with a showstopper as well, and this is what you were talking about, Marquis. A sudden play, and it turns things around once more. They try to go for the quick adaptation straight onto the A site, but it's instantly read by Mimi.
10 seconds left.
Completely red and using...
Oh, no time.
Oh, wait.
Hannah?
No, there's no time. Half a second too late, I think.
Whoa! No! No!
Just half a second
Not like
too
this.
late. Not like this. It's just so heartbreaking. It's exactly what we said.
Whoa.
They're supposed to be
Oh
winning
my
these rounds,
God.
and they're just not.
I can buy.
My heart feels so much pain because they should be getting these. They should be winning these rounds. It's just not happening.
It's tough to pinpoint exactly what it is because it's just such a minute and micro play that sometimes affects them in the long run. Like 1 second ahead of that from the shadows, that spike would have been planted. Just because it was like one tiny little second too late, things were completely different. And right now, it's just a complete Hail Mary onto the site itself. The cloud burst to assist Alika. Cupcake still alive, and all of a sudden a trade comes through. They try to use this to their advantage, to try to slam down the site, to take quick control over it, but the retakes still. The retakes, Marquis.
It's the retakes, and well, NGX don't really have the site just yet. Tricks finds a kill. Okay, this is what they need. They need to find the kills, but oh my god,
Spike down B.
LSF turn things around yet again. It's all down to Tricks right now. She's the only consistent member that's been performing on Bind right now, but Rosie finds her. I think she spotted her. They know where Tricks is right now. That spike is not safe. She can't recover it. She has 40 seconds left. Pushes forward a little bit. I think she can still do this. Mimi is very low. Rosie has been tagged down a little bit as well. It's whether
30
she
seconds
finds
left.
the duels at the right
off the
time.
spike.
She picks up the spike, fakes the plant, sees Mimi. Oh no, she gets
dear
she gets
God.
tagged down. Mimi survives with a sliver of health. But Trix, does she actually have the time to go to this A site? No, not anymore. I think she did, but now definitely not. So she has to plant it right now
10 seconds left.
into. This is a pretty safe spot for her, using the turret as well for safety. This is pretty good. She might be able to find Mimi here in the first contact as well.
Nice.
It's all down to Rosie. She swings away. Can she do this? They're playing a ring on the Rosie right now. And Rosie is the one that loses her head. Tricks with a clutch. I can't believe it. How
my
does
God.
she keep doing this?
Did it so well, but now I actually pulled out my
That was so good from Trix though. Like she played that to perfection. It was a 1v2. She had complete control over the situation. She had complete control over the time, the spike, her position, the turrets. Perfectly well played, especially given the tools that she had.
It's just smart, especially with a turret coming in. I really love that. That gave her a little bit of information that there was a player coming in from Octagon. But now, again, pedal to the metal. They're going in fast, and LSF just does not have the firepower to resist this. They're losing players left and right, center. Aya up front and personal, able to take it down yet another one. Mimi able to retrieve one weapon though, and what is this? Cupcake still on the B site. Takes down one player. Now just waiting for information.
They don't even know where she is. She's living in their heads rent free right now. Oh, but the nano swarm is gonna hurt her a little bit. Down to 76 HP. They're gonna try to look for more heads. She's down to 2 HP. They're committing the lockdown as well. That round from Trix is really going to snowball
Spike
from here.
planted.
Those kills allowed her to get the lockdown. She is able to use this lockdown to try to secure match point at this point for them. And look at this. 3 members from LSF still alive, but only one of them has a proper gun. Rifle on Mimi, but Aya is going to be there. Takes him down a little bit, knows to back out to safety. Hannah gets 2 in a row. They're lined up like ducks. And Aya is going to take the final kill. And NGX finally showing up. Finally reached match point on their own map pick.
This is their true potential. They're finally realizing it off of the aggressive plays now that they are living up to. I mean, so long in the early half, they lost those rounds because of the aggression, and it didn't work out because they were the ones playing defense. They lost confidence because of that, but now they're able to regain it. In fact, it's forcing LSF to call that timeout.
Yeah, they need to call timeout now because they they can still make this round work. They can still send us to overtime. And I am going to be honest with you, this is probably the longest series we're ever going to have in, I don't know, in VCT Game Changers APAC history. Like, I feel like there's so few times that we actually reached Game 5. I believe there's only once with Alter Ego Celeste against X10 at that point.
Ooh,
I believe that was it. It went 3-2. Oh no, SMG as well went all the way Game 5.
SMG as well. Yes.
So both teams actually brought to Game 5. But I think
4.
that the maps were never this close. The maps are so close, and it takes so long.
Every single round so far has taken quite a bit of time because of the defaults coming in from L Streak, and also just a lot of doubt, self-doubt, I think, at times. But now it's been recovered, and they're able to turn things around. It's match point, and if they can take this one, they should be able to go into the next a little bit more comfortable. But again, Cupcake, a cyber cage, and it just provides so much value in terms of positioning. Alika trying to push her out though, and she does manage to spot her. A headshot through the dark cover, and it's still great. But what is this from Nuki? The sprays from the Phantom? Showstopper trade.
Last player standing.
And all of a sudden, what? Rosie pushing out of lamps. Instantly Sky smokes it, and Alika down to low HP. Can't quite perform under this pressure. Dolph overwhelming at all odds. And we are 12-11, Marquis. The cusp of overtime.
Definitely on the way there already, and the economy not perfect for NGX. They can still buy, but I believe Aya needs to use her Blade Storm and cannot buy a rifle. She has to buy her teammate a rifle. So NGX still have the tools to close this out. But okay, well, Bulldog on Gwen. Okay, NGX have the tools to close this out, but I would still give LSF a big chance to send us to overtime.
Very good chance. LSF again, they're just so good at adapting and then changing things around. I mean, a sudden positional play coming in from Cupcake, and that's all it took. This time around now, NGX slowing things down. They really want this win. They don't have information up over by B, but I don't know if going through long is the right call. Hookah is not clear.
Not clear at all, but it looks like NGX are just gonna flush in on this B long. They're just gonna take a hammer onto the side and go in. They're already going in. They find a kill onto elbow. This might be what they need, but Dolph is gonna stop that a little bit. NGX, they're making this work. 4v2 right now. They might just be able to close this out here if Rosie and Cupcake can't do this clutch.
Oh, they're certainly gonna try. They don't have much utility left to work with though. Rosie pushing off. She's going in towards elbow. Gets the shot onto Alika, but turns right back around. What she doesn't know is NGX still has more players on the other side. The dark cover now just blocks it off completely. And NGX has the initiative. They have the advantage, but again, what a heads-up duel coming in from Rosie. Takes out Gwen, earns the orbital strike, and calls in the Hellfire. Pushes them out of position. They're holding off angles and stuff now, but down to low HP, Rosie! She's coming online, she's setting up full turret mode! She's getting the quadra kill! And earns that clutch win, L Streak! They send this into another overtime! What?
How did they make that work? 2v4, neither of them died in that engagement. They got the orbital strike out, they played it to perfection. And we're going to overtime yet again. I thought NGX had that. In fact, they did so well to open it, but the post plans really left much to be desired there for them.
Down you go.
How? I don't understand it. I can't analyze it. It's the play up over by elbow. Two players, if I'm not wrong, or maybe even 3. Just sent in to maybe take Rosie down, but for whatever reason, they just weren't able to take out those duels.
It was just madness. They peaked 1 by 1. I think they could have played further back inside, but they wanted wanted control over that, and they just lost control over that elbow.
So strange. I mean, we've seen them win these duels before, but that said, this is now OT1. NGX on the defensive, and they are not pushing.
Not pushing at all, but they get spotted. Gwen gets taken out a little bit. Aya finding the first kill. Great use of aggression and dipping out just in time to safety as well. They get a spike down though on the side of LSF, and now NGX need to commit, need to retake this.
Oh boy. Can they do it though? Losing control over lamps now and then showers. LSF, this is the difference. This is how they hold. They're not even pushing. They're waiting for NGX to come into them, making use of the utility to give them the advantage. Look at Rosie playing inside of that sky smoke. Now Mimi holding down the angle as both players rush out from the same exact angle. LSF,
Switching
13 to
sides.
12.
Match point.
I cannot believe it. NGX 12 to 10. LSF somehow find 2 rounds, send us to overtime. They recovered this round as well. Aya got the first frag. And it looked so difficult for LSF to come in, but they just said, okay, I think we can. They just go in and they just clear things up. Holding the angle as well, Mimi really playing the post plant to perfection. That's the difference between the two teams. NGX, their post plants, not that great. LSF, once they get the spec down, that's when they win.
It just leaves so much to be desired. And looking at this positional play from Cupcake again, no presence inside of Shower itself, but from the sheer utility alone, it actually gives so much value. Information and position because of this cyber cage that she hides inside of. She can play in and out of showers because of this thing. Now the boombot gone, and NGX are having a tough time trying to break into the A site. I mean, this is a perfect off angle for Cupcake to play off of. Oh, Elika slips the net though.
Yeah, she gets through. I think that just might be what they need. If she can sneak up and find a first kill, that might just open things up on this side. There we go. She finds the kill off the recon bolt. NGX finally playing off each other.
Nice.
Utility, they get a second kill. Rosie though gets taken low by the shock dart, the pain shells. Gonna try to flush her out of you all, but Hannah is gonna be there to receive 2v4 yet again. But we've seen this before. LSF are able to do this. I mean, they did this before. They might just be able to do it again.
Nah, I think it's different. Look at how NGX is playing this time around. They're just holding, expecting the push to come out. Mimi able to find one, but because of the contact plays, because of the crossfires being held, NGX are able to stand their ground and send this into OT2.
The post plant did look a lot better, like you mentioned. The crossfires, the setup, much cleaner than the previous time. So I think they've learned their lesson. They won't let a 2v4 get to them. And honestly, they should have already won at this point, and it will just hurt if they don't win this in overtime. So NGX, they're just trying to recover their blunder of that 4v2 in this map.
They still need to do it again. Back over onto the defensive side. And will they be able to pull off a retake this time around? Or will they be able to fend off of LSF's advances? Look at how LSF are playing this time as well. I mean, these angles that they're peaking, just weakening NGX's defenses, pushing them even further back.
Oh, that was a fake teleport from Hannah.
Oh, and that's interesting, but she's gonna have to prepare herself to push through the teleport at the right time if they're trying to retake the A site. Sky smokes in, and oh my god, Rosie.
Finding the first frag. Right now, they're gonna try to look for a second. Aya gets displaced a little bit. Oh, but the shock dart from Gwen takes down Dolph. It evens things out. LSF don't have control over the site just yet.
Not quite yet, but wow. Slowly taking and dissecting parts of the site. I mean, at first it's A short. They take out Heaven. They slowly push into lamps. And now control over showers. It's 2 sectors of the site that are being controlled.
30
and
seconds
now
left.
trying to bait NGX into making some mistakes. They get Gwen out of cover. She manages to find one, but then the trades go through. Hannah,
down
though,
A.
double spray and turns this into a one-on-one. If she can take this, she just might give her team the advantage that they're looking for. But Mimi, high gear, instantly goes in for the dive
10
onto the
seconds
B
left.
site. Gets the spike planted as well. Hannah
Spike
only has
planted.
1 dart cover to work with. Mimi has nothing. Hides underneath of the window though. Oh my god, you're playing a dangerous game, Mimi.
Oh,
In and out of the
really
dark
dangerous.
cover. Oh god. She is just slipping around and Hannah doesn't know quite what to expect. She's thinking that Mimi's somewhere backside. One dark cover refresh though, and Mimi has gone all the way inside of garden. Dark cover on the smoke itself, I mean on the spike itself, and for make the first move to spray. Tracer revealed, and she knows where she is, gets the third frag. NGX. This time around they take the defense round. And it's 14-13.
Hannah has been so clutch on her Omen, always finding herself in these
Switching
situations,
sides.
but she
Match
makes the
point.
big brain plays happen.
Wow.
Seconds
She
left.
truly does. I mean, the outplay potential, the way that she makes use of these smokes in a controlled environment.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
And that was pretty much a 1v3 clutch. She finds it too, makes it a 1v1, plays this 1v1 to perfection. That putting that smoke down, it's like you mentioned, the way she positioned that smoke is so perfect that it forced Mimi to have to run forward to ensure that she wasn't really on that spike. She wasn't really defusing that spike, and Hannah was ready for that. She already swung to that corner, ready to catch Mimi off guard, and it just worked out for them. NGX though, they need to convert this attacking round.
All right.
Cage triggered.
Hold it post plant. That was what we discussed before. That was
found
what
my
they
wire.
weren't so great at. Got that one win now this time. Going in off of it. LSF are just setting up to play retakes. I mean, look at their positioning. Oh no, Cupcake. We've seen this before.
Spike planted.
Yep,
Oh,
she was able to
God.
hold. She got one.
But
But
Nuki
is that
turns
enough?
back it up.
Yep.
Oh my
she-
god,
oh,
Hannah, no! He beat upwards and now backed up into garden. These are the two last players. The fast lane allows for Nuki to push up front, and they are able to take out the first player. Incendiary lands right underneath Gwen as well, but then Dove is the one that tops it off. 15-13. Well, no, excuse me. 14-14.
We're going to
God.
go to
Why
yet
that for a
another
second?
triple overtime,
Switching
same as
sides.
Haven.
Overtime.
And really, every single time NGX forced that plan, look at their post plans, it's non-existent. The teleport from Hannah as well is just so mistimed. There were no teammates to help her like get up there safely. And LSF just took advantage of that, and I cannot believe that NGX still tried to force these plans too much.
Man, I mean, to no fault of their own, they thought that the site was free. Little did they know, Cupcake was hiding on the other side, and that's the tactical approach from LSF. L Street.
Look at this. It's going to be a B rush for L Street right now. They're gonna try to get on the side. This is exactly what NGX did, but I think they might be able to pull this off better. They're gonna try to go for the spike plan, but look at their post plan. They're already establishing control over that site.
The position's being held, the spike planted. Oh! What is that?
B.
Alka, where did that come from?
It
All of a sudden, the
bounced
spike's
from
been dropped.
on. Yep, the spike's dropped. It's not down yet.
One
And it just
enemy
turns
remaining.
into a big old firefight. One more player gone, and now Nuki's the only one left. She's all the way inside of Hookah, and she gets jump spotted as well. NGX, though, playing it safe. They're not quite peeking it, not yet.
They're playing the crossfires so well. She should have no chance to find the kill hero at all as Alka takes her down. NGX winning a defensive round hit again. That nade from Alka was the MVP though. The pain
sides.
shells from spawn
Match point.
bouncing off the
Agreed.
wall into the tube.
How did...
She bounced it from spawn into tube.
I see. That's amazing. I gotta watch that back and learn how to do it. 15-14 now. We've swapped sides once more. Again. One more time, Marquis.
One more
Post
time.
plant for NGX.
That's for sure. Post plant. You know what? If they can find 2 or 3 kills on side, I think it'll be easy for them. But if they plant only finding 1 or none, that's where they lose. But here's where the unexpected might happen. Mimi has bought an operator. Okay, the owl drone spots the op though, so they have that information at least.
Oh my god,
Doesn't
Mimi! Well, no shot. We're not going to A anymore. It's back to B, back to basics. But again, this is the one site where, okay, Mimi's rotating over, Cupcake always holding elbow. They should know this. Surely NGX are able to find ways to adapt around that, but Mimi! What the heck? She's able to do so much with the operator. Again, one more round left in the magazine. Turns back, has to reload. I think she's swapping to her secondary weapon, and now Cupcake making her presence known to give her a little bit of support. The sprays from Gwen, though! Getting down 3. And then Cupcake shows herself. Still, elbow. Spike, not yet planted. Hannah tapping, trying to bait out some peeks. Rosie finally coming in for support, but she doesn't have any more sky smokes. Only an incendiary left.
30 seconds left.
And now just waiting for it. The re-smoke. It might just have to force Rosie off towards elbow, where she has to make a quick push together with Cupcake. Instead, they're trying to go in for that split play. Recon and Cupcake is hiding from it. Why are they? Why is the spike not planted yet? They're trying to bait it out. Finally going in for it, but Cupcake's already taken out one player. What? NGX, come on. Just hold. Just hold. That's all they need to do. Hold the door. Hold the door. And all of a sudden they walk in. LSF once again. The Whites win. They overwhelm them. They claw them to bits. It's 15-15. Marquis, I can't take this.
I can't believe it. Whenever it's Rosie and Cupcake, the last two remaining, they find a way to make a 2v4 work. That should have been a round for them. I don't know why they're not planning a spike. They could have chosen to go to a teleporter. They got frozen in fear in that site. Some great sprays here from Hannah and Gwen. They take 3 down. They make it work. But look at Cupcake in this spot. Stop peeking Cupcake. Like, you don't need to. And somehow, by the skin of their teeth, LSF find a way to make it work because NGX already had that. They already were supposed to win that round. Honestly, they could have planted. They could have played post plant from Octagon. They had knowledge of where they were. Post plant from Octagon, teleported to A. There's so many choices there. But NGX froze in fear instead. They wanted to peek Cupcake. They peeked Cupcake. They died to her. And Rosie just made her way into the site already. I don't know what is going on here.
Cupcake, Rosie. The Night King. It's just NGX can't hold the door. They can't hold the post plant. I can't believe that this is happening. And it's the sudden split push as well that just catches them off guard. I mean, when that happens, you know, you might have 2 players on site, but one turns the other way and all of a sudden, this things go haywire. 15-15, we're back at it again. And NGX back on the defense, playing it safe.
Yeah, playing it safe, exactly what they need. That's what's worked for them so far. They've been winning the defensive rounds. Just can't close the attacking. But LSF, off of that timeout, maybe they have something planned. Maybe they have an execute in store here that just might catch NGX off guard. I mean, take a look at this. Look at the nade positioning. Look at, they're waiting for a specific time to go. It's 1 minute. 1 minute, go.
Oh my god.
Okay, they start executing. Oh, but the counter pain she'll buy a bit more time, do a little bit more damage onto Cupcake. Gwen finds Nuki. Alga trying to hold the fort. Oh my god, the satchels left and right. It's a satchel party. And look at Aya, she finds one. Alga finds the second as well. That's what NGX needs. But Rosie again, the destroyer of dreams. Trix is gonna be there though. Rosie 1v2 right now. She's not healthy anymore. 50 HP left on her. Full HP on Hannah and Trix, but she just needs 2 headshots on her. Rosie,
30 seconds left.
Can she do this? Hannah is not even close to that A site.
Okay. 20 seconds.
Oh, I think she's waiting for the teleporter play.
That's what Hannah's doing, but Rosie's no choice at this point but to get the spike planted on
10
A.
seconds left.
Now the moves are going through and
Planted.
ready.
comes down to how Rosie plays around this. She's got a lot of utility. I mean, incendiary, orbital, sky smoke, and she's inside of lamps. They might not know this. Classic orbital strike now just to put them out of position. She walks straight into lamps, turn this into 1-on-1. Oh my god. She spots out Hannah as well. Hannah, what are you doing? Hannah, be very careful about this. You have to think twice. She goes in, she gets the spray pre-fire spot. She knew she was in there. And now, getting the defuse. We're going in at it again. 16-15, Marquis. One round, NGX. One round.
It's the battle of the
Switching
clutches.
sides.
Hannah versus
Match
Rosie.
point.
Both controllers, they're always the clutch members. And somehow, some way, they find ways to win. I don't know how they do it, but they do it anyway. They find a way to win. They find a way to clutch this. Both controllers are the top of the leaderboards, by the way, the scoreboard.
Oh, I can't believe it. I mean, his scoreboard as well. It's incredible skill. Rosie, the way that she's been playing around this, it's great. But I also want to credit Mimi with that operator play from earlier. I mean, so much timing messed up just because the high gear that she has running all over the map. And now NGX again looking to execute. This time not on B. Straight into A. Oh, well,
They changed their mind.
utility spent. Okay, okay. They're baiting out utility. This could give them an advantage in holding post plant on
Yep.
B.
That's exactly it. They're not forcing a plan straight up just now, just like they did in the previous rounds. They bait out some utility. The mollies have been used, Paint Shell has been used, Boombot has been used, Aldrone has been used. I mean, that's exactly what you need, because you just need to have that advantage when you get the plan down.
Okay, okay. Could be useful, but they have to go in right now. They have to make sure that they don't give Mimi or Nuki any chance at holding this off. It's again the same position over by elbow, but this time they're sending so many players into this one spot. They get quick control over it. This could be it, Marquis.
And this could be it. Aya getting the 2 kills. All 5 members still healthy for the side of NGX. This is where they might be able to close. They're peeking together as well. Oh no, they take Tricks down. If they can take, oh my god, Gwen gets taken down as well. I've seen this before. It might just happen again. NGX are losing control.
Deja vu. I've been in this place before.
Enemy remaining.
They're going in for it. The showstopper not connecting. Dolph, how are you doing this? Hannah flushed out of position. If anyone can do it, Hannah has to. Showstopper right underneath her feet. Oh, she moves up front and she gets the spray. Hannah, a triple kill. 1v2 clutch. They finally close this out. NGX, 17-15. A quick movement just to evade the showstopper. What a Chad.
I cannot believe how she pulled that off. She stared the raise down the barrel of her gun, finishes her off, walks forward, is like, I got this, finishes Rosie off. I'm finally ending this game. Quadruple overtime.
Wow.
Oh my god, I can't believe we had to go this far. I can't believe the back and forth between the two teams. And at this point,
God.
we've already had 7 overtimes between these two teams in 3 maps. That's just absolutely insane. And this series is really living up to the name. It is definitely open overtime, and we're going overtime all the way.
I lost track of like how many at some point I just stopped counting. But that one play, that one little bit of movement, we might have the top fraggers here, but Hannah is definitely one of the bigger MVPs right now, just through sheer clutch potential. I mean, so many of these players, every single one of them stepped up. Cupcake, strong anchor, whether it's elbow, shower, she does it all. Mimi, rotations and everything, it's so fast. Rosie as well with some of these clutches. I mean, what is this game? What is this game?
Neither team wants to give it up. Both teams want to win so badly. These clutches just keep happening. And Hannah's the one that's been doing 1vx clutches. I believe that she's had so many of that this series, and we've
Oh my
we've
God.
only been in 3 maps. We might go all the way to 5 maps. Who knows? But man, Hannah has clutched so many times, has saved NGX so many times in Haven
Ridiculous.
and in this map as well. And if she doesn't clutch those rounds, we wouldn't have gone to overtime. I think LSF might just have won the round.
Oh my God. That it's again, I can't get that out of my head. Showstopper. The base instinct of any player is to run
To
away
hide.
from it. But that is kind of sometimes what gets you killed, because the showstopper, it flies at a specific velocity, trajectory, whatever it is. If you move forward into it, and it's not a direct impact, a direct hit, you're able to turn things around. And that's exactly what Hannah did. I mean, drop whatever you're doing right now. Look for Twitter. I think it's Twitter.
I'm gonna look for
Hannah XD, I think.
Hannah XD.
Yeah, look
Come
it up.
on, Hannah.
We got the highlights right now, but she deserves some attention, some follows, whatever it is. Hannah, she was the clutch goddess in this game, in this map. Can't believe what I just witnessed.
I mean, all those clutches, all the game-saving plays, all the game-changing plays from Hannah. Really winning the map for NGX, and I cannot believe we've seen so many overtimes in one series. It's just absolutely ridiculous how close these games are. Both teams really want that last slot from overtime to elite. Both teams want to book their tickets, but neither team wants to give an inch to the other team.
Not at all. Not a single chance. Not an inch. Not a thread. I mean, so many rounds that we just saw. It came back and forth, especially in all of these OTs. NGX almost let it slip several times. And they honestly made a lot of mistakes. But they managed to adapt towards the end.
It's same thing for Haven, same thing for Bind. Both their map picks, they get the lead, and all of a sudden they lose control, has to get sent to overtime. Some heroics need to happen. It's like they're farming highlight reels. That's a conspiracy right now. They're farming highlight reels. They're farming clutch moments. They're farming multi kills. Man, it's just like, okay, well, we're going to overtime, I guess, but we'll still win. Don't worry about that. But 7 overtimes already. I don't believe this. It's just insane.
It's ridiculous. And that's all we have only so far. We still got more maps to go, okay? At least one more. The current score is 2-1 in favor of NGX. And the next map is going to be Ascent, and that is L Streak's map pick. How's that's gonna go? I don't know.
I have no idea as well, but I'm excited to see that because, man, both teams are really bringing it out, but this is maybe where the fatigue sets in because, honestly, 7 overtimes is an extra 14 rounds. That's more than half a round. So we will go for a quick break as the players need to rest a little bit. We need to rest a little bit too after that banger, but wow, we will be back with this series, Nigma Galaxy Female versus Loose Streak Female.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs.
Hello, once again. Welcome back, folks. And I'm just gonna throw all professionalism right out the window. We're supposed to be professional casters about this, but Hannah!
Oh, God.
That play is just so good. We can't stop thinking about it, but we have to. We have to move on. We have to go into Ascent. That's the 4th map. It's L Streak females map pick. And God, who knows how that's gonna go? I can't take another overtime, Marquis. This is crazy.
Like, losses are easily taken if it's like, hey, it's a map pick. We lose 13-6 or something. But what hurts so much here is that for both overtime wins, LSF were the ones on the losing end. It's such a struggle, but they lost 2 overtimes. They worked so hard. They had to play so many rounds for both maps, for both Haven and Bind, and they just can't get it. I mean, there has to be some frustration sinking in there. Just has to be like, we were so close. We almost made it happen, but they just snuck it away from us. And honestly, like, while it might be tiring for NGX as well, they won both overtimes. They must be feeling good about themselves for that, right? So this again, we said this is a marathon. So the longer they go, when does the mental hurt? When does the mental break for L Streak? Because honestly, I'd say my mental's pretty broken right now. That was a 2v1. Hannah survived a freaking showstopper to the face and closed off that round. I don't think... Okay, look. You know how fast that went? It felt like they were trying to go for the kill. And then Hannah just decides to swing forward, get a kill, get a second kill. I think on the side of L Streak, they were still kind of like trying to figure out where Hannah was, trying to figure out how to take her out. And then suddenly the map ends. And then sudden realization was like... No, she went through the showstopper. She didn't die. Like, what is going on? And Hannah's been so clutch for NGX. I really want to see the next map, and I really feel that NGX, they should be patting themselves on the back for pulling off those miracles. I mean, likewise, L Streak as well. They pull off their own miracles. 2v4s. 2v4s, I think, between what? Cypher and Brim. Oh my God, Rosie and
Cupcake.
Yeah. And oh God, it's like they're just pulling off these rounds left and right. And this is I was saying that this wasn't a grand finals because it's actually just a loser bracket last slot to overtime, but it feels like a grand finals at this point. They're fighting tooth and nail, and I can feel the grit. I can feel that they're clenching their teeth until it's bleeding at this point because man, these games are so close.
It really is just so ridiculously close. And I mean, some people could call that a Rosa ult if they want. Maybe, but Hannah also just showed up, honestly. And that said, you know, we're going into Ascent. It's something that I think both sides have a fair chance of taking. There has to be a reason why Elstreak picked this map over the others. They might not have had the best history on it, but I think, you know, judging by what we saw in Bind, they got potential. They got potential
For sure.
Again,
Definitely have potential, but at the
marathon.
same time, it is a marathon. Like I said, I mean, at this point, this is where the mental game is big. Where this is the mental resilience is actually huge because your aim can be so fresh in a one game. I mean, I'm sure you felt it yourself as well. If you played multiple games in a row, by like the third or fourth game, you start feeling things are slowing down. Everything just feels fast. And man, like the action towards the latter half of Bind, though, that was absolutely insane. And between the two teams, they play very differently as well. LSF, a bit more deliberate, a bit slower, a bit more surgical in how they come into the site,
Yes.
how they set up their post plants, how they even go for the retakes. On the side of NGX, a bit more haphazard, a bit more loose, a bit more freestyle, but they make it work somehow. There's always Aya go kill, Aya goes kill, and then all of a sudden the rest of the team come in, and then okay, rest of the team dies, Hannah go clutch, and then like Hannah's like, yep, I
Okay.
got this, easy. Yeah, okay, it's just like I got this, easy. Smokes from the shadows kills everyone. It's like what is going on in this game? It's just the styles of the two teams cannot be any more different. But at the same time, they're so evenly matched. It's insane.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of those moments where you just have so much comeback potential, and then just at the end, it's like the showstopper hits full. It's so water though, and then you hear that golden wind music.
Yep.
and
suddenly
Hannah just
it's
does the
done.
whole thing. it's awesome.
It's really absolutely insane. I cannot believe what we're seeing right now between these two teams, and I am so happy that I'm getting to cast these games because man, what an experience it is.
Likewise.
But again, just to remind everyone of the stakes here, this is
Go
the
for it.
last slot from overtime, not the final slot for Elite, but the sixth slot, and it's the last one for overtime because the two slots have already been taken by Orangutan and Zol
Yep.
Meraki. And now, the reason why these two teams are trying so hard is because for wild card, you don't know what's going to happen. And I'm just going to put this out there as well. For wild card, we might see some teams reform because for open and for overtime, you have to keep the same team.
For circuit points.
Same core three members of the team to keep the circuit points. Now for wild card, for the teams that have fallen through the cracks, for the teams that didn't make it, who knows? A new powerhouse might just emerge. So you definitely don't want to be going to
Possibly.
that wild card. Don't forget X10 Sapphire are gonna have to play the wild cards too. So who knows? They might even retool. They might even be stronger. There might be some other teams that kind of like reforge in the fires, in the flames of overtime. Who knows? But right now, I'm sure neither of these teams want to go to wild cards. Both of these teams want to go and book their ticket to Elite right here,
That's right.
right now.
This is one of those chances for overtime, and then last chance qualifier, you only got two more chances, like 2 slots left is what remains. So right now NGX are the ones that stand at that edge. You know, they can push over it, they could win this map, they get that slot, and that's why it's up to Elstreak right now to really just summon everything that they've got just to win this map out. They picked this for a reason. Show us why. And again, we talked about it. You talked about it before. It's a marathon. How much do you have left in your tank? The adrenaline and the cortisol, it starts to leave your veins, and you start to, I don't know, maybe feel a little bit sluggish. That's why we got these breaks. They got to reset mentally, emotionally, physically even. I mean, go back into the range, go back into Kovacs, aim lab, what have you, and just really keep that up, right? But we could talk about this all day. I think it's time we start to theorize about how the Agent Selects will go because, like you mentioned before, both teams really different. There's a reason why. Well, okay, now that sounds bad. NGX, they haven't really qualified so far for group stages.
Yep.
For the previous not 4 group stages. Through group stages, they haven't qualified for playoffs for previous game changers.
Only the
APAC
last
opens. Only the last one, and we start to see that they actually play a lot of these old school, like year 1 Valorant, episode 2, episode maybe 3 sort of agent compositions, right? Like even on Bind, they start to do that. I think they do that on Ascent as well because taking a look at the last time they played it, it was, I don't know, like maybe last week or several days ago against another Thai team, Armory Arresta.
Yeah.
And they had double duelist again, Jet, Reyna, and you got the remainder, the usual suspects.
They're really sticky to their old style. I don't know if that's gonna work for the long run. Definitely, would love to see a bit more innovation from them. They do have the chamber that they brought in the Icebox. Well, that didn't pan out so well. But you know what? I mean, they're trying to make it work. I mean, they're loose and freestyle.
They made it work. They made it work two times, 2 maps. So it's possible. I mean, it's like I was talking about on Bind, because it's a very flexible agent composition. You can do a lot of things, but you don't excel at some things, like post-plant, for example. You don't have post-plant lineups. It all comes down to your positioning, your gunplay, and sometimes, well, L-Streak are just better at that. So, onto Ascent, who knows? L-Streak are the ones who are trying to, excuse me, are the ones who are trying to change things up. Yep. They've got a fade, or at least that's what they played the last time when they went up against Marquis. They lost that map 5-13 though, so I don't know if they're gonna stick to it.
We'll see. One thing that I want to point out as well though, that while this might be a marathon, the deeper you go into this best of 5, I believe the more the maps are less one-sided, because this is the way the map picks work. There's 7 maps right now. It's a best of 5. The first maps that are banned are probably the best maps from the opposing team. That's why Breeze is banning against NGX. That's why Fracture was banned against L-Streak, because these are the maps where they feel that they have the biggest deficit against the opposing team. And then when you pick your first map, you pick a map that you feel has the second biggest advantage for you against the opposing team. That's why NGX picks Haven. That's why L-Streak picked Icebox. And that's why NGX picked Bind. Now, as we go further along here, the maps are a bit more on that even parity, I would say. So I don't think Ascent favors anyone anymore. In fact, it felt like Bind didn't have an advantage for either side. And I believe even on Split, I dare say that if we actually go to Split for a game 5, we're gonna go to another overtime, and that's basically how it feels like. And I'm just gonna put it out there right now because I'm calling it, because these teams are kind of have to dig deep. You have to dig so deep,
you really do,
in a best of 5, especially in maps. You're gonna have to play maps you're not comfortable with, maps that you probably never play in a best of 3. Which is why when you're taking a look at the statistics, you'll find that these teams don't really play these maps because they're probably bans from the teams. But you only have 1 ban on each side for a best of 5. And now, going so deep in this best of 5, you have to dig so deep. You're gonna have to play maps you don't really play, maps that you don't want to play, maps you never touch in a best of 3, but that's just nature of the best of 5.
That's the best of 5. That's why we have it. You have to show how much you deserve that spot into Game Changers APAC Elite, And, well, I'm still holding out for the agent select. I mean, you talked about it, and then I have to agree. I think it's an equal chance. For me, it comes down to, truly how much they have left in that tank. Do they still have the energy to fight forward? Do they still have what it takes to the mentality, the Mamba mentality, sacrifice everything and go in for it? You really need that kind of mindset to come in and fight for it. And I think they're resting for a little bit longer now. They really need that break. But in the meantime, I don't know. What do you think of these old school compositions? The Jet, Reyna, Omen, Killjoy, Sova kind of comp, and then what we're seeing from L-Streak, their most recent one was something like Double Initiator, KO, and Fade. Raze as the duelist,
Yeah.
Chamber as the sentinel, and Astra as the controller.
I think one of the biggest things that is the biggest issue with the drafts from NGX is not even just because it's old school, not even because it's double duelist. I think it's just the lack of that hard initiator. That's really missing. There have been 0 hard flashes for the side of NGX, and it's what's making their entry so inconsistent. Because they have to check corners. Like they can't flash the corners safely. They have to check every single corner dry. And I think that's the biggest issue with that. Because honestly, I think you should be flexing tricks on the KO or something like that. We've seen tricks on initiators. She's honestly played everything. Except possibly a controller. That's probably the only role that we haven't really seen her play, because Hannah is kind of like the dedicated controller. But we're gonna go with the tried and tested. It's the exact same lineup again on Haven. Reyna, Jet, Killjoy, Sova, Omen, the exact same lineup that NGX has been running. And in fact, not just NGX, but during VCT Game Changers year 1 when it was still FSL, every single team was running this lineup. Every single team. This is basically the cookie cutter lineup that we see from every other team. But looking at L-Streaks, oh my god, I love their lineup a bit more. Honestly, I just love their lineup. They have the KO, they have the Fade.
Man.
They're showing depth in their lineup. And I think that this depth might just be the difference maker in this map.
Remember when Astra wasn't a thing and Omen was like the best controller out there?
Yeah, this was before all the agents were released and everyone was just playing this lineup.
But you're right. I mean, L-Streak, they're the ones who are innovating, you know? And they're pulling out these agent compositions. It didn't work against Zol Marquis, though, and that's the one thing that I'm thinking about. Playing these agents, especially with this specific lineup, means that you're going to need to know how to make it work, whether it's a set execute or not. In the paint shells, I don't know about that one, but it is Dolph who sustains quite a bit of damage. Oh, look at the lurk though, coming from mid.
Yeah, they're not really pushing forward that mid though. So even though Mimi's lurking there, no one's pushing on the side of NGX. And well, one of the reasons why we're in for a long game as well is because of the way L-Streak plays.
Yes.
They like playing these long defaults, and honestly, I think they should start realizing that NGX know that, and NGX have stopped pushing forward.
And it becomes a game of patience, a game of chicken. Who's the one who moves it first? And right now, of course it's LS, because they are the ones who need to get the spike planted. So NGX are just moving around back and forth. In fact, I'm pretty sure they can hear the footsteps down toward middle. Not to mention, control of B main is being controlled by NGX right now. It's a bit of a crossfire setup, and Aya takes first contact, instantly backs off. This does not bode well for LSF as they continue to push up front and straight into the crosshairs of so many of these NGX girls. Unfortunately, though, still able to do a little bit of damage. Dolph, instant headshot to the face, but Aya comes back in to trade. Now the only one left at 2 HP. Nothing much she can do. It's a third kill for Aya. And again, NGX with the pistol. But, I know what you're thinking of, Marquis.
Yes, you know what I'm thinking of. They could have left her alive there. Only with a classic and 1,000 credits left. She had 2 HP. She had no way to get the spike on. She had no way to run onto that side anyway. They could have just left her alive here, honestly. But you know what? Aya, she gets a triple kill to start. She's always the hottest starter for NGX. You saw that on Icebox. You saw it on Haven as well. She will always get a multi-kill on either the first or the second round just by her unbridled aggression. She just pushes forward, finds all of these kills.
Can we maintain this heat, though? Come on, NGX. They always start strong, and then they start to falter towards the end. Will this be the same case? Will this be the same scenario? Dolph is going to be one of the players with a Marshall in this round. The rest of her team, all on classics, and they're back to their roots and playing the defaults. It's like they have this mindset of, okay, let's control each portion of the map, hold it for
What?
a specific number of seconds, and then we find a pick, and then we go in. Mimi taking down the middle. Another player peeking in. She spots the shoulder and instantly rendezvous away, back into safety.
Yeah, needed to do that because she was mid-jump when she actually was trying to, I guess, reposition. Aya finds a kill, though. Final kill fortune B. Hina finds a kill, but Cupcake is going to be there for the trade. Gwen was actually in the smoke, learning a few tricks from her teammate Hannah from the shadows coming in, and Mimi trying to look for more kills, but Gwen a little bit wiser, not peeking Mimi. She respects her aim. Gonna fight the duel
30
now that
seconds
Mimi's
left.
up close and personal, though, as the Spectre reigns supreme in that range, and it's all down to Dolph right now. Not much other utilities besides these pain shells. But you need utilities if you can find the kills. There's the first kill coming in. Might be able to take Eye down as well. She only needs one hit from that Marshall. She still might be able to do this. Oh no. Plan has been
No
cancelled.
way.
Trying to use it as a musket. There's the
No
classic
way.
right click. But Trix with the frenzy salvages the round. Too close for comfort.
Oh my god. Not again. So many of these rounds, and it's just it comes down close to it. The fundamental way in MGX tries to go in for these fights, they keep peeking them, and LS, they're just expecting it. It's so annoying, and even down to the last second, oh, it came close to it,
There.
and it's so costly for NGX as well. Sheriff's only tricks with a Spectre for this round. Hannah even having to go in for a frenzy. Not the best odds.
Yeah, probably really not the best, but we've seen what they can do with the Sheriffs. Trix still has a Spectre as well, is on that side, is on Catwalk. Oh, they actually get a headshot onto Nuki from range. Under 45 damage, she's down to 5 HP.
Well, certainly not going to be starting any fights for now. 0 points spent as well, so she is very susceptible to nano swarms, utilities as well. It's up to Dolph to find the entry, and Anna! What is that shrouded stab? She's still alive, sends out the paranoia, but the hit continues to go forward. It's up to Aya with a Blade Storm now. She goes back and forth, tries to find them as they drop from lane, goes in for it, crouches, gets the first refresh, and now you know where the next player is. Mimi coming in from
One
Market,
enemy
though.
remaining.
Oh, what is that Sheriff shot? A third? Well, no, that's a quadra
That's
now.
a fourth already. She
Oh.
might be able to get this ace. She just needs a headshot. Onto Cupcake. Does she get it? No, dashes away to safety after that. Oh, knows where the Vandal is.
seconds left.
Buys a
30
little bit
seconds.
more time. 10 bullets remaining.
Spike
Can
planted.
Aya clutch ace this? No! Cupcake says, sit down. We've got you. But the damage has been done. 4 kills onto L Streak. That means 4 of them will have a broken bye.
Oh my god, I can't believe this. Came so close and even picked up the Vandal, but you can start to see that
Last player
that confidence starts to shake. If she were a little bit more,
I think if she
I don't
right
know.
swing, she would have gotten it.
maybe, but she was thinking that, you know, it could have been a fake plant.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, probably.
Revealing area.
Several maps ago, maybe she would have done that wide swing, but you know, it is
You
what it
want
is.
to play? Let's play.
You're right, and it's definitely economy broken somewhat for LSF, and
down,
that's
B.
why it's not gonna be easy for them this round. And NGX getting a little bit more courageous now, pushing up front. But again, look at the way that they hold these. A bit of a pop flash from Nuki as well, and she repositions. Lear shot out, and this gives Alka a little bit more information, but she is pinned down because of this fade. Not to mention Dolph. Presence known up over by mid. They can make the quick adaptation to go straight to A.
Oh, but Hannah might be able to get the jump onto someone at mid as she takes
Nice.
down Dolph. 3v3 right now. A little bit of a health advantage towards NGX's side. Nuki and Rosie are both so low, but it doesn't matter if they can get the headshot onto Trix. 2v3 right now, and it looks like L Streak are going to find this plant.
Unbelievable. Tour de force for Mimi as well. This completely locks out the Heaven play. Gwen's trying to make something happen off of it though, and the dark cover definitely gives them a little bit of aid. Still needs to be very careful. Thankfully, that Haunt was shot out, but does give up quite a little bit of info. The first shot whiffs, and this gives them a little bit more of a chance, but that said, They lose to the duels regardless because the post-plant positions held are just a little bit too strong. And we even things up 2-2.
2-2 right now, and it's exactly what happens every single time, right? NGX find 2 rounds, lose streak, find some rounds. They push too far forward here. I feel Alka is just not, it was in no man's land. No one to help her, no one to save her. She was sandwiched. There was a fade as well that was confirming her position fully. It just feels like NGX is live by aggression, die by aggression as well. It's a double-edged sword. That has been the reason why they've lost so many rounds that they shouldn't have been.
So much so. They have to be careful. And now it's just peeking into things. They really want to do a little bit of damage, but here comes the null command. Runs out of ammo, but support from teammate is always good. And just like that, once again, control easily picked up and gained. NGX, what can you
Spike
do?
planted.
Not much at this point. 1v5, all down to Tricks. Cannot even find a kill using that frenzy, and they get taken down. It's flawless round for lose streak. NGX, they can recover from here. They can buy at this point, and this is where they can actually start trying to reset the economy for LSF. But again, Ascent, this is LSF's max pick. These agents provide a little bit more utility, I feel, for LSF. Like, I really love their lineup a lot more than I do NGX's.
I'm inclined to agree, but I still want to give NGX a bit of a chance. That said though, while this is NGX's chance at fighting back, if they lose this, that's momentum seriously lost. LSF has been winning several rounds in a row now, and here it comes. Back to another bit of a default. NGX pushes up front, but not quite connecting those shots again. And here it comes. Info easily gained. The Nightmare being sent out as well. And now Control, wait, they're just Cosmic Divide and everything in store. They're able to easily hold this down. They're just trying to fend off the initial advances because of this defending lockdown as well. They have no choice but to push out. Showstopper from Dolph. We've seen this before. She connects it this time. And the lockdown destroyed. It's LSF 4-2. They break NGX's economy and definitely picking up on that momentum.
Yeah, finally finding that momentum, not letting the loss off that previous map get to them. They're just executing much better, and NGX aren't able to hold. Their aggression has been punished. LSF started playing slow, but once they got a feel of the defenses, they just started playing faster and faster, and it seems like NGX are just not ready for that. Now it's going to be yet another eco for NGX. There's going to be the sheriffs on them. We've seen this before, though. Aya can pull off some nasty shots with that sheriff.
Seen it happen before, but still... odds don't quite favor them. They're even trying everything that they've got. The Marshal, Sheriff, bits of utility, whatever. Not quite working though. Look at NSF. I mean, LSF, they just walk up front. Nuki. Not a single care in the world. She knew where they were positioned. It's so obvious to her. Breaks down the door as well. Oh, but the main thing is they easily get the spike planted, and now it's just a matter of holding post plant.
Yeah, the post plant right now, but we've always praised the post plant, and now that they don't have the guns on the side of NGX, this post plant is even going to be harder. Aya does have a Phantom that she picked up though, and Tricks had to look away from the flash, got taken down by Nuki. Great play from them. They have information as to where they are though. Aya, great use of the Cloudburst, gets 2 kills. Might be able to find another one. But no, the crossfire. In fact, they just both get executed simultaneously, and lose streaks are now 5-2.
Incredible. And that was 4 kills for Nuki as well. On the KO, she's suddenly just popping off and getting so much value. And this is what you're talking about. This is why we kind of enjoy watching LSF's agent composition a little bit more. She's now only 1 point away from her ultimate. That's one thing. And the other thing is just the amount of utility that they have. Show me how Asova can do what Nuki just did with that flash. You know, it's just not, it's not going to happen. It's because of plays like that that she gets away with so much. That was a free kill on Tricks.
Yeah, it's a different dimension of gameplay, right? For the side of NGX, whenever they retake, it's just dry peek after dry peek after. Maybe they have a few smokes here and there, but it's just dry peek after dry peek, finding the corners, trying to win the duels dry. For Nuki, Trix didn't even stand a chance there. She was looking away. She was completely blinded. Nuki had all the time in the world to aim, take Trix down, and just the utility, the kind of utility that's lacking on the side of Nigma Galaxy Female is the hard flash. No hard flashes, retakes are so much more difficult.
Yeah. So it's such a tough thing as well. I mean, Hannah really has to think twice about how she uses her paranoia. Leers are not that effective just because they can be so easily shot down and positioned around. If Hannah uses her paranoia for stalling purposes, they lose that retake potential, and that's why NGX, it's not impossible, but it's just so much more difficult for them to make this work. They've got 4 ultimates though, so hopefully they can pull something off. We do have Aya with the operator.
Yeah, really important to bring that out and make it effective. That's the big question mark though, because right now it looks like LSF, they're not going to peek out mid.
Oh boy. It's just the same thing, Marquis. Zero information given up. Meanwhile, they can gain information because of their utility. Gwen possibly able to do something with the recon, but no, unscopes at the wrong time, and just like that, the 0 point connects as well. Gwen is pinned down, no choice but to swing out, and it's an easy frag again for LSF. Just like that, they've managed to go in for control over Market and pretty much go in for control over B now. B main easily dismantled. Trix gone as well as soon as she tried to make a move. It's a flawless, mathematical, surgical approach to this. I've never seen a more perfect take of a site like that.
And it hurts so much for NGX because they bought the operator, didn't find a kill on that. And I think that round would have played out so differently had Aya found that first kill. She unscoped at the exact moment that the KO peeks out. Nuki just found Aya the moment she unscoped.
It's truly ridiculous. Well, NGX now just throwing everything in the bag. They're popping their ultimates. They're going in for the peaks, and it pushes LSF all the way behind. They're not challenging it because they know that they could lose their lives, so they're going to play a little bit more safe. Meanwhile, the rest of them just pushing all the way straight into B. Unfortunately, this could mean that Trix's utility is being denied because of that null command coming in from Nuki. She backs off just enough to activate the nanoswarms though, but man, they've already gotten their way onto site.
Yeah, already on site. They're trying to go for this backstab though, just flank. Rosie has to stop them. There's 2 of them with the sheriffs. Oh, Gwen with the Hunter Fury finds 1. They get the kill onto Rosie as well. They get the plant down, but their numbers are slowly dwindling. Mimi though finds a triple kill, but Gwen is there to respond. 2v2 right now. Gwen and Trix can pick up the guns.
They certainly will.
Take flight.
But now they have to suss out the positioning from LSF. The drone instantly shot up from the air. It does tag Cupcake, so these shot darts might just be able to tag her down low enough. She goes out for a swing, makes it a trade. But then Nuki, who was still hidden until now, is able to strike. 7-2 Marquis. LSF, they're not stopping.
Not stopping at all, and NGX, their defenses have really been substandard. Like, I feel on the maps, especially the maps that they don't really play, like Icebox, they seem to be struggling a lot on this defensive modes.
It kind of does look that way, doesn't it? I mean, even the way that they just straight up pushed out, not a single thought, not a single care in the world, just trying to catch someone, anyone, but LSF not giving it up. And back to the same plays. Dark cover's good, but Nuki can just pop flash out of it, and Trix is the only one here.
And Trix with the Phantom still has the chance to hold this. They're using the utility. The Cosmic Divider was committed as well. NGX are gonna back off. I think they might just want to go for this retake.
Going in. They can't hear a single thing, a single movement, and all of a sudden they peek out. They take Aya away. This makes it so much tougher for them to retake, but Trick's not backing down. She pushes up along with the drone. Here come the sprays. Alika able to back it up as well. All of a sudden pushing down from both sides.
enemy
LSF are
remaining.
completely overwhelmed. It's all up to Cupcake, who's backside, and they clear it out so easy. NGX, with a sudden coordinated push on that retake, they managed to come back in 3-7.
It's like they decided they can't really hold or defend the site, so they just want them to plant a spike on the side of LSF, so they become the attackers instead. Because once that spike is down, the roles change. They become the retakers. They become sort of like the attackers, and they went in there like a SWAT squad. Like they just went in, cleared every single corner,
that.
cleared all of them, and then all of a sudden NGX are like, yeah, I mean we're on defense, but we can find a way to play attack.
Exactly. It was just as fast. Didn't give LSF a single chance, a single moment of respite to hold, to set up post plant positioning.
Yep.
And at that point, like, because they came in from so many different sides, it's way too clear, way too obvious where the last few players would be positioned. Obviously, it's on site. They were pinned down. This time around, though, slightly different, changing things up. They peek into the middle. They can call that B is somewhat clear. They have the alarm bots there to hold as well. So a lot of attention now just for A main.
Face your
Ooh,
fear.
that's gonna be some damage done.
Nightfall.
Nightfall is gonna be used. The flash comes in as well. Alika though. Oh my god, the rest of NGX are here already, and it's a firing squad.
Crossfire.
Hannah finds 3, and oh my god, it's a massacre. It's only Mimi left, and NGX are breathing new life into themselves right now. 3-7, but what? Where does this flawless round come from? 4-7 right now, and they might just end this half with a 5-7
round
after
before the
being
switch.
down so much.
Well, LSF still has a lot in the bank, so they get to buy back up. But that said,
Enemy remaining.
I mean, this is really uncharacteristic of LSF. So many rounds in the past, they played so slow, and all of a sudden they decide to make a hit play outside of a dark cover, not knowing what could be on the other side. It's a little bit different, and NGX just set up the perfect blender for it. This time around, it's operator holds, and Trix needs to make it count. She fires off the shot and has to back off. It's just not safe enough for her to re-peek. Not to mention her being suppressed as well. Meanwhile, the other side, LSS starting to hold back somewhat of a default again. Mimi with her own operator. What is that peek? All of a sudden, Aya thought she was safe, but she's dead.
Yeah, just Mimi with a flick. She's really been a difference maker for LSF, finding these frags, especially on the chamber. I think her most effective agent. She was stellar on Icebox. She's showing up yet again here, not to the same extent just yet. But NGX, they're still holding strong. They're still holding fast. But right now, it seems like it's going to be an A hit and no one is going to be there to receive. Gwen has been suppressed. Her lineups or whatever she was trying to do just completely denied. Oh, the vision coming in. The ping. What? Did she shoot that recon bolt from very far?
I think so, before they even started pushing in. But here it comes now. Hunter's Fury, and she's holding on to the last beam just to try to delay this. All of a sudden, the Lear comes out, Paranoia in with a retake. They're trying to be fast. They're trying to stop them from setting up post-plant positions again. But of course, a Prowler does bite. A single player, though, coming back in now. It's up to how LSF holds, but they just don't have the advantage anymore. NGX with the fast positional plays, the fast retakes, they fend them off. They get the defuse, and now it's 5-7 at the end of the first half.
I can't believe NGX clawed back into this game. 2-7, it looked like they were
Switching
losing
sides.
control, and then all of a sudden they just turn it up, win 3 rounds in a row. 5-7 is way more palatable, and Gwen with the detection, with the kill through the smoke, such a good hold, and then all of a sudden, right now it seems like the post plants, you know, you don't even let them get to the post plant position.
Exactly. I think that's the key. It's just not letting them get to post-plant positions, just going fast enough to make that happen. They did it once on the B site, it worked, so why not do the same thing on A? And it especially works out when Hannah, for example, or maybe even Alika with the Lear, they hold on to their utilities. They don't use it to stall. They use it to kind of force and displace the positioning of the LSF members. That works
Deliberate.
out.
it just cuts the push from LSF, and I think that's something that NGX have figured out how to do and what to do to slow down the attacking from LSF's side, especially from the burst. So they just hold because they know how LSF play. They know that it's going to be a slow push into a burst, and they just find ways to kind of intercept that, especially on the side of the Sova. She's able to find the shock darts to slow things down, to deal a little bit of damage from a safe distance, and they finally figured it out. And I love that for NGX because we were talking about it. They seem so stubborn in their ways. They seem so like set with specific plans, but they've found a way to adjust to how Loose Streak are playing, and especially on a map pick that isn't theirs.
Yeah.
They're starting to figure things out, and I think this, if they can do that in the second half as well when they're on attack, that just might be what they need to close this out 3-1. But right now they're on the back foot. Right now they're 2 rounds down for L Streak. They look pretty good at the middle part of this round. Like they won what, 7?
This is when they always
they won 7 in a row. It's W streak for them. Like NGX won 2, they won 7, then NGX won 3. The L streak is actually for their enemies, and it was a pretty long L streak this time around, but they were able to stop the bleeding on the side of NGX. For L streak though, on the second half, can they hold on the defense?
That's the question, and again, it comes down to how NGX really approaches this. If they go in with the same old just blind aggression type of plays, it might have worked out in Haven a few times, but I don't think it's going to work out all that long. Even Haven went in overtime, you know? So I think NGX has to be a little bit more careful. Maybe bait out the utilities first before they actually approach the site. Or, heck, I don't know, even play the way that L Streak plays. Go in for those defaults and force them to sweat. Make them take their time and cause them to doubt if they're actually holding the right site. And
I completely agree. I mean, that's what's worked out for them, even on Bind. It's the times where they actually baited out the mollies, baited out the smokes, baited out some utilities. So I think it's going to be the same thing here against LSF on Ascent. They're going to have to do the exact same thing. But we'll have to see if they can pull it off.
NGX. Shiny boy, back in my day, Reyna was still viable as a duelist. We had double duelist composition. What is this KO nonsense? Get that out of here.
Yeah, no robots allowed. No fake Reyna allowed because Fade looks like Reyna. That was a joke when it was launched. But right now it looks like, oh god, Mimi spamming bullets. Alka missed her shot, so Nuki was also there to take Aya down, and what a quick start. And NGX are already at disadvantage.
Chamber. I get just the way that they hold this sometimes. LSF. This is what I was talking about. You got to be careful, NGX. They go in for this though, and finally the last shot actually connects Trix. Oh my god. They have to clear out both house now, and Rosie in with a frenzy.
What?
Oh my god. They kind of lined up. I don't know, dude. The frenzy. She was strafing to the right, and she just held down left click.
It's just frenzy things. She gets a triple off of that. NGX just got absolutely decimated here. Look, she strafes right, reloads full mag.
Oh,
while
strafing
moving,
left.
yeah, strafing left just takes everyone down with that frenzy. Why doesn't my frenzy do that? I still wonder.
Well, one thing's for sure is that she had the right range, the right distance between her and her opponents. This time back into it though, LSF changing up the positions now, and all of a sudden, Pate shells, it catches Trix off guard. She was not expecting that. And NGX forced to reassess. How do they work their way around this?
I'm not really sure. They're on eco. They have some sheriffs, but it's still a gigantic gun disparity between the two. And Yuki is going to take 2 of them down. It's going to be easy pickings for them. Gwen gets sprayed through smoke as well. It's all down to Hannah right now. She's the clutch queen right now for this series, but she's definitely not going to clutch this 1v5 as Mimi just takes her scalp away.
Just crazy. 5-9, and basically it is flawless.
There.
They hold on to their weapons. They save it for the next round. Economy. This is good for them. I really want to see NGX being a little bit more careful about this.
Yeah, they definitely need to be. The way they take sides, the way they choose their engagements. I think it's really important to fights, and I think NGX have not been doing a good job of that on the attacking side. Let's see if they can change things around though, because now they have the rifles. Maybe they have a set plan this time.
Could they? They went in straight down the middle. Maybe setting up for some kind of a B split. And timed correctly, they should be able to catch the two players here, but again, this is the utility from the Raze paint shells. It clears out B main for them, and all they gotta do is turn 180. All of a sudden, whatever NGX were trying to pull off doesn't quite work, but Elka pulling off some heroics right now. Quick double kill, but she doesn't have the spike. No Lear as well, which means the only way that she can clear this is through peaks and peaks alone. It's gonna be so dry. She has to slice the pie, slice the angles, and it's just not gonna be easy. I mean, look at how they're holding this. If they don't peek her, if they try to play off of contact, they got this in the bag. Dolph really low, and all of a sudden, Rosie peeking along with Mimi together. It's an easy win for LSF. They pick up the weapons for free as well. 10-5, Marquis.
That was the bonus round as well, so it's pickings for LSF, and I don't like where it's going. Like they had the guns here. They got overwhelmed by the push from Rosie. And on that Spectre, Alka made them sweat a little bit, but I mean that she could have easily, like, just one change in the bullet, just getting the headshot on Mimi there, I think she might have gotten the ace, because the last two members had single-digit HP, so definitely had a chance for that. But great play from LSF to double peek that and really give her no chance of turning things around.
And LSF, the coordination on them, it's starting to show. And look at this super deliberate setup as well. The gap in the dark cover just exposes Hannah for it. I mean, it's just smart plays by Mimi to adapt around that one smoke coming in from Hannah. Tagged up by the Marshal, but that's not too big a deal for Dolph. This is going to be difficult for NGX to come back from this. Oh, paint shells again.
Gonna be difficult. The Sheriff's not really connecting for them right now like it did in the previous rounds. They're just not giving them the fights that they want. LSF are playing so disciplined. Look at this. Chamber TP away, back to safety there. NGX just cannot find these duels.
No shot at all. Zero chance. I mean, the way that LSF holds is so safe, and even making use of utility like that, it's just such incredibly smart plays. But Aya repositioning around it, goes in for the heads-up duel, and now she picks up, well, should be able to pick up a weapon. Instead, they go straight in for Boathouse. She picks up yet another. It's a third kill in the round now. On track for the ace. She has the Blade Storm at the ready, too. Mimi, though, instantly finds a player. Takes out Alika. We're back to a 2-on-2. Aya has the Vandal, holding the ankle down the stairs. Catches her as she crosses. Cupcake still alive, though. How do you reposition around this now? Blade Storm. Check stairs, but no, Mimi! Just a sudden peek and a swing. A shave and a haircut, 2 bits, 2 kills. A quad. She's got a tour de force, 11-5. This is ridiculous, Marquis. Ridiculous.
It's really ridiculous. They're getting their way. I actually think that Aya could have played it a bit better. She picked up a Vandal, which she could have given to Gwen, who only had a Sheriff, because she already popped her Blade Storm. So she actually had a chance to at least make increase their average firepower between the two members. But Mimi, though, ever so clutch with, well, whatever she plays. It doesn't matter what she plays. She's just ever so good. She's so sharp.
It's, yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of overthinking as well. I mean, you can say so many things, but when it comes down to it, she was just afraid that perhaps another player could have been pushing out from stairs. And right now, Mimi is the one who gets a little bit over adventurous. Goes in toward a force, instantly taken out. And all of a sudden, NGX control over A main. They take the alt orb. They have control over middle as well, which means they have quite the number of options. Alika is just a mere distraction. A red herring, if you will.
Yeah, I don't think her hair is red, but definitely. Oh well, it was a complete distraction.
Wow.
Everyone rotated onto the A side already. B side is completely open for the taking, and this post plant is going to be Well, very comfortable for NGX because they can set up this pulse plant already. In fact, look at Alaka. She's already positioned towards Pizza. And Jet Aya is
Spike
already
planted.
on market as well. They're just waiting here. This is the post plant already set up even before the spike is down. It's gonna be a 1 kill, 2 kills for Nuki.
My God, Nuki.
You should run.
And she basically has a second life as well. Null command activated. Even if she gets taken out, her teammates can come back
no,
in to help
Hannah.
out. But okay. Trix is here to help out too. Firefights are strong, and Trix is able to spray it down. They're looking for Hannah, but all of a sudden the
they wanted a
lockdown
knife
comes
her.
into full effect. Oh no. Came close to it, but you know, it is what it is. And Jack's slowly starting to come back in. I got a question for you though, Marquis.
Yeah.
Are you serious? You know what a red herring
I know
is,
what a
right?
red herring
right?
is, yeah.
Thank God.
agree.
Thank you.
I just want it just
You're messing with me.
It just I just wanted to at that moment. I think like hey like, he's taking things seriously. Hey. Oh, but look at it right now though. Like NGX, they seem to have loosened up a little bit. Like they played a little bit more fluid in that round, and it just allowed them to win that round. And I think that's exactly what they need. A little bit more adaptable, a little bit faster on their feet in terms of the way they act. What?
Spike down mid.
That was
Is that from the haunt?
that was from the haunt.
Oh my God, I love our observer.
As Rosie finding that information and Mimi capitalizing on it. And what? Right now,
Jesus.
Dolph finds another kill. Mimi, another headshot. Nuki, a kill of her own. And it's 5-on-1 right now. Hannah, yet again, put in a situation where she has to do the impossible.
Can she though? 1v5, and they kind of already knew where she was. They peeked in, they took the shot. And you just have to love how LSF are playing right now. That was such a coordinated play. They made use, again, of Hannah's dark cover. Rosie, and just instantly knowing that most of these players were positioned around mid, they went in to react to that. LSF truly such a quick reaction force.
Yeah, really, just the way that things, their logic checks, once they figure something out, they make use of that information and just capitalize on it so well that NGX are just caught off guard. They all died across the whole map in that round. It's not just like a spray down on one side. It's like everyone just pushed forward at the right time. Everyone just found the kills.
And this is now match point. NGX not having the best arsenal. They're gonna have to be very careful about this. Kind of spotted out the ponytails. One of these players jumped upwards since Cupcake. Stuck inside of hell though. It's a little bit easy for her to spray down in this controlled environment. Nightfall just to back her up as well. She goes in for yet another spray, gets the third, on track to an ace, but NGX, what is this positioning? They catch Mimi. Do they have the spike though? Oh, I see what you're doing, Hannah. She picked it up. But they kind of know where she is as well. You can see that Nuki's starting to make her way down towards Pizza. NGX, they could still do this, but they have to be very careful.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, but if they choose the B side, that's actually the most doable for them because it's going to be a 2v1. If they can just take Dolph out, it's going to be doable.
30 seconds left.
Odds don't favor them still, even after the kill, but this is the best side that they can go to. And if they can get there in time before the rotations, they might just have a chance.
All right, well, it comes down to Dolph. The paint shells again, they have to displace and run away from that thing. Hold down the angles, you know where she is. Good play, Trix
10 seconds
swarming
left.
in while the other holds. Hannah now trying to get the spike planted, but the Haunt reveals their position. The Seize doesn't quite connect, but the suppression
enemy
blade,
remaining.
it does hit them. It's up to Hannah again, 1v2. But the Radiant that creates paper thin, easily shredded. And just like that, LSF, they claim victory on their map pick.
They actually
Series.
going to game 5. And you know what? When L Streaks pick the map, they actually win quite decisively. On the other hand, on NGX's map picks, it always goes to overtime.
Well, it's strange. It's strange. NGX's map pick goes overtime. L Streak, and then they do this. L-Streak, when they have a deliberate plan in place, and you can clearly tell that this is something that they've kind of practiced with, or at least scrimmed with before. I mean, that haunt, it just shows they when things go right for them, it really goes right for L-Streak, and it really hurts NGX. NGX, on the other hand, they don't look as prepared. Like, if this were a test or an examination, they kind of look like, I paid attention in class. That's good enough. I don't have to like do my homework or revise or anything. I'm just gonna go in with what I already have in my head.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see that just the way they executed on the side of L-Streaks, they all had multiple set counter plays as well. Smoke into Rosie getting the information, into Mimi peeking out from a safe angle from the smoke in the covers to find those kills. All of those to put together just really gave such a commanding lead to L-Streak. It's 13-6, the same score as Icebox.
Man, well, how about that? There's a pattern here, and we're clearly seeing it. But that said, NGX still has potential. I mean, it might be their own map pick, but we can definitely sense and feel truly through the screen, through their plays, and through the players themselves, the tenacity that they have. When it comes down to these moments, even when the odds are against them, they don't give up. And they fight with everything that they've got, tooth and nail. They went, how many overtimes was it again, Marquis?
7 overtimes at
total?
this point. Yep, 7 total.
It's like, what, 3 from Haven and then 4 from Ascent? I mean, not Ascent, excuse me. Oh my god. 4 from Bind?
Yep. 4 and Bind. Oh, it's just absolutely crazy. This series is insane. And honestly, on Split, I thought this is already deep enough. Like, L-Streak might not have that big advantage over Ascent, but you can tell they do. When it comes to Split, the momentum just feels like it's on L-Streak's side. Like, if they had the Fade or the KO or like a better lineup coming into the next map, I think I just might give the edge to them, because Hannah wouldn't be playing that Sova anymore. Oh, no, sorry, not Hannah. Sorry, I'm losing track of the player names here. Oh yeah, Gwen won't be on that Sova anymore. And what will Gwen play? We've seen her on the Sova pretty much every single map. This pick from Gwen is going to be the difference maker here. I hope she's able to play a different agent, especially on Split.
Well, taking a look at the past, when they played in group stages of Open 4, that was the last time they played Split.
Open 4? Okay.
Gwen, yeah, group stages, not even playoffs. Gwen had Sage.
Sage,
so,
okay.
Make what you will of that. It's still rather like old school meta. L-Streak though, see, this is the thing. This is no longer either of their map picks. It's just
the last one.
Map. That's pretty much it.
Exactly.
I don't know if L-Streak is prepared for this.
I'm not sure either.
Statistically speaking, they've only played Split so far in these Game Changer Opens. They've only played this map thrice. That's an incredibly small sample size.
Yeah, but then again, like you mentioned, they're a new team, and looking at these highlights, I'm just gonna say it's gonna be a lot of L-Streak just finding multi-kills, Mimi showing up as well, and then Nuki with double kill here. It's just absolutely crazy plays from the side of LSF, and on NGX's side, they just seem so fragmented, so broken up, and LSF just took advantage of that.
Yeah, it comes down to that adaptability, how prepared they are, and the agent compositions might just be a little bit telling. But then again, we'll only find that out after the break. So, I mean, do you have any other thoughts, Marquis?
No, not at all. We're going to Game 5, and these two teams have been going at it. That's really living up to the overtime name, Quack.
It truly, truly is. Will we see another overtime? Do you want to see another overtime, chat, Marquis? I don't know, man. But I think it's possible. We definitely know for sure that NGX are probably going to play a slightly more, classic kind of agent composition. Question is, what's L-Streak going to play? Let's find out after this break. We'll see you guys.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a.
Welcome back, folks, and here we are. We went all 4 maps, and now map number 5, split VCT Game Changers APAC series, open overtime between these 2 teams now. NGX, L Streak female. Only one of them can move forward. Only one of them can get that last spot from open overtime into Game Changers APAC Elite. Heyimquack, this is key. Thoughts on split, Marquis?
Well, it's a fitting name for the map to actually decide the winner. It's going to split this decision. It's going all the way. I cannot believe we're reaching this point. And what a series it has been. You know, L Streak, they won their map picks convincingly, 13-6. On NGX's map picks, they've had to push to overtime. On split, I honestly don't know. Between these 2 teams, you can see the fatigue setting in for other players. Everyone's just a little bit slower. I would say that for the side of LSF though, if they have the right executes plan for split, that might be the difference maker in who wins the map.
I have to agree. We saw how LSF could be so prepared on Ascent. I mean, they had the Fade Haunt from I think it was Rosie, if I'm not wrong. it's plays like that that really show it. If you have those coordinated executes, if you have the coordinated play, it's basically free kills. You combine utility and your opponents are just like stunned. Maybe literally, maybe not so, but they have no idea what hit them, like for real. It just came through the smoke. They thought that was clear. They definitely did not think that Mimi would be hiding inside of that thing. As we go into a split though, this is the weirdest thing, because the last time they actually played this map, at least for L Streak Female, was all the way in Open 4 group stages. Again, they've only played this map so like recorded games, only 3. They had an interesting composition though. You know, they had a neon. So
I mean, I like the neon split. We've seen some teams use it, I think, to good advantage. Might be a neon plus raise as well. We've seen some teams run a double duelist on split as well, using those two. That might be really interesting. On the side of NGX though, what are they gonna pull off? That's the biggest question mark for me right now, is because I do not think Gwen should be on that Sova.
not on split.
Not on split. Okay, great. Yeah, he said she was gonna be on that stage. Maybe a little bit of other initiators from the other members of the team potentially. I want to see that. I want to see hard flashes. I want to see Aya or Alaka get set up for success, because I think that's the one that's really missing and really lacking for the side of NGX. Like flashes for your duelists, making sure they're able to enter and take that first duel with a slight advantage.
That's definitely what we've been talking about for like the past 4 maps though. But you know what? They don't show it. They don't do it.
They don't.
That's the thing about them. It's kind of, you call it stubborn. You know, maybe it is, but they're stuck in their ways. It works for them sometimes. And if history dictates anything, when they last played Split, also in group stages of Open 4, they did not have a single like hard flasher. They only had Hannah with Paranoia. Again, it's a Jet Raze duelist combo, something that actually we might have seen a team like Alter Ego Celeste play before, but that's like what, 2 years ago, 1 year ago?
A year ago they were still running that. Yeah, I agree, but I mean, that's what we've been saying over and over again, right?
You want to know something funny though?
Yeah, go ahead.
This complete memes. I think at least Mimi played Phoenix on Split.
Okay.
Mimi played Phoenix on Split and she top fragged.
Okay.
I don't know what happened that game, but you know, that's what she did. I don't think she's gonna do the same thing now. I certainly hope not. I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, if it works, it works, right? It's still a hard flash, and you're a duelist. It could potentially have some advantage, maybe catch NGX off guard as well. Copium. Just some copium right there, but I'm not really sure. We'll have to see how it works, because man, these two teams have to dig so deep. This is map number 5. Like you mentioned, this is also the map that probably the worst map for both teams. It's or like at least the second worst map for both teams. Like you could say that NGX ban Fracture because they think it's their worst map. They don't pick Split because it's their worst map. Well, no, not really. I mean, it could have been Icebox as well, or whatever. But either way, you know what I mean. Like this is the map this is the last child in physical education class. Like I'm not picking you, but you know we have to. Like we have to choose you, and unfortunately, Split. You're that last child. You're the map that's picked last in gym class, and unfortunately, it's going to be the decider.
Marquis, do you know how many people you just gave? Like, you just gave him trauma. You just
relive it.
Just triggered some unwanted memories. Might be me. Nah, I'm just kidding. What is gym class? I've never been to such a thing.
I only know Gym Shark.
Nice. But that said, here we are. This is the agent pick, and what am I seeing? Aya with the Reyna? A fade? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this works at this point.
Mimi on the chamber. We've seen that. I trust that.
Ivory is in. Ivory is in for Gwen.
They subbed. Okay. They subbed Gwen out. So no. What? No initiator?
Yeah, that's gonna be dicey. No breach, no KO, no, not even a. We've seen Sky sometimes. No Sky.
Okay.
Not too sure about that. No hard flash still for the side of NGX.
I mean, not that you need it. It's not like 100% necessary, but we'll see how it works, you know, because sometimes teams get really creative with the agent comps, and I mean, there are teams that just don't run Sentinels. That was something that FaZe in NA did like a while back when Trippy was still their coach. That said, right now, this is the last map. Elite slot hinges upon this. And only one of these teams will move forward. Instantly, NGX on the attacking, straight into mid, straight into B garage, and oh my, they just don't slow down. My god, they don't stop.
And there's the Hon as well, going to reveal the members of NGX. They don't have control over the map, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, but LSF finding more frags. 2 versus 3 now. Cupcake really, really low. They find Hannah. Oh no, it doesn't finish off Hannah. Mimi finished her off finally. It's all down to Tricks right now. She has to spike with her, and she's running away onto A side with it.
She's gonna take a little bit of time. I gather maybe 8 seconds, and then all that. Oh, okay, well, if LSF doesn't rotate, then they can go in for this with a 1v3 retake. I mean, 3v1 retake.
Yeah, 3v1. It's gonna be difficult for Tricks, but she's got a classic in hand. We've seen some crazy things with a classic before. Even today with Cupcake.
Okay, let's see. Oh no, don't aim duel. Please don't aim duel. Okay, yes. Hide in here, Tricks. They're walking straight into you. 1 right click, 2 right. No! Dolph! With the frenzy to the face! What a way to retake it, and yep, getting the defuse now. LSF picks up the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, I thought NGX sort of had control over that site, but I think Aluka not finding that first frag onto Cupcake just threw a wrench in their plans. They really wanted to get onto that site, but there are so many defenders on it that they just got decimated inside.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's a little bit too chaotic for my palate. It's just, you just rush all the way outside of garage, not even holding or caring for anything. I mean, when Hannah dropped from B heaven down into hell, she had no idea that Mimi was on top, and that's one of the things that kind of cost them that round. So NGX needs to be a little bit more careful with their approaches, but here they go now, just looking for some duels with the Sheriff. Oh my gosh, Shorty. What? Okay.
Healing.
Did a little bit of damage there, took out some armor, but she's gonna get topped up. Nuki can get healed by Rosie. They still have 3 Sheriffs on the side of NGX. They might be able to at least find a few frags, but the headhunter from Mimi rings true, finds the headshot. Ivory, she's the one with the fresh legs, with the fresh aim here. Let's see if she can do anything.
Again, this is why I don't really like the rushes. It's just too uninformed. It's not safe. It's too risky. But what is this? They go in pre-aim. Tricks able to take out the first one, but of course, with the fully automatic Spectre, it's an easy spray for Nuki. 2-0 to start. They only lost 1 player. Not too bad. Let's see if NGX can recover on this round.
Yeah, they finally have the rifles. That was something we saw in Ascent. They actually lost their first rifle round, which spiraled into complete disaster for them. But let's see if they can change things up this time around, because it's going to be attack on split. It's going to be difficult, actually. It's going to be a bulldog on Aluka, because they bought a few Sheriffs between the various members. Aluka has to be the first one in, so she has to buy the satchels up. And let's see if they can execute this attack.
Oh boy. Well, they certainly are being a little bit more careful this time, and I like to see that. Breaking down the panels off the wall, but little do they know. Or maybe they do know, but Nuki is up above on the other panel off the other side. Prowler gets sent through. They immediately break it. Aya with the Leer. That could be one way to flash things out, but the C's and instantly shot out. She goes in. Oh, flicks upwards. Dismisses away. This is good. They managed to take control over Heaven that way. And now along with it, Garage, they push in. Aluka back to lurk. Ooh. This is the NGX we want to see.
That's exactly what we're looking for. Looks to be a flawless round for them as Aluka finds the last kill. Exactly what they need on this rifle round.
100%. It's careful. They kind of knew where the other players were positioned, especially given how the prowlers were sent through the wall. And of course, maybe a little bit of positioning coming in from B Garage. Just calculated. But also, what on earth was that flick from Aya all the way to the top of Nuki's head?
Yep, it was straight up flicking to someone on the wall, and that was absolutely amazing. And she survived the whole ordeal too.
Dear God, what is this judge?
Where are you?
Tricks though, finding an opening kill straight up on middle. I think
You
just
should run.
big difference. Oh, the judge is about to peek forward. Oh no! Aya though, with a quick headshot onto Rosie. Unfortunately, she wasn't looking at the right corner. Tricks has an op. Oh, picked it up. Picked it up from
Okay.
Mimi.
Okay. Dropped it down as well. They get the site, they get the spike. Trick's still lurking, nobody really rotating. They actually came all the way from spawn, so gotta be a little bit careful. Wait, what is Nuki?
Oh, I think she's actually looking for the
Think of her.
operator.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah,
Kind of
Tricks,
sensed it, but yep.
Tricks
was
took
prepared.
it from the body
Oh,
in
okay.
order to bring it to sewers. So she's making sure that they don't get to save this operator. This is some
Nice.
real advanced thinking from Tricks, and this is why she's a pro, and this is why she was her favorite analyst on the APAC panels.
Tricks.
She's friggin' smart.
Freaking smart. 200 IQ. Gun juggling skills as well. Dexterous. It's up
Yep.
to Dolph to, I guess, hold on to her Vandal. So, hiding all the way from top of A ramps. Spike goes off. NGX 2-2. Will Tricks pick up the operator though? I don't think so. Not that useful on attack, I guess, for split.
Yeah, definitely not that useful. And they just wanted to deny it for defense. It's gonna be an early timeout. That's interesting.
At least for this half. Huh.
It's really
On
early.
a round where they're like kind of eco too.
Yep. Find this very interesting. Maybe the coach saw something in the way they played, or maybe their comms or something. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean they definitely want to win, and I think that early timeouts, especially if you spot issues, very important. Especially if you can change the way your team is playing, and I think for LSF and their coach, probably that's what they're thinking.
Agreed. I mean, they can plan for the future as well. You've got 1 minute to talk things through, so got to make the most of it. And on the other side, NGX, they can make use of this as well. So, it's something that really just helps them reset for a second. They won the first 2 rounds. Why did they not win the following 2? And I honestly think it's just because NGX started to control the pace a little bit more rather than just holding W not stop.
Yeah. Well, NGX, the mid control has been the one was working for them. I feel. It's
Especially when they like hover around mailroom.
exactly hover around mailroom, take control over anyone peeking out sewers, and ropes. I think it's just to control Mimi with the headhunter. They have the res though, so it brings them up
Who is
back
this
up
player?
even. I don't know.
How have we never seen her before in all the Game Changers APAC opens that we've casted? This is
she's
incredible.
She was in quintuplets, I believe.
Yeah. But she's such an incredible player, and right now, my god, look at this hold. Dolph as well. Blast back just in case anyone continues to push up front, but because not a sound was made, she can pretty much call that A-ramps is more or less clear. I mean, there are players hovering around this spot. Mimi is still holding the angle. Oh, fires a shot. This time it whiffs. Hannah's the one that connects. They push forward up into heaven, but here comes the Prowler. Wow. Actually spraying it down. The firepower from LSF just not quite strong enough.
Yeah, they don't have the guns to contend here. There's a shorty on Nuki as well. She has the rest. Probably won't use it. The turret doesn't spot her just yet. Okay, spots her, has to use shot.
Spike
Oh, she
planted.
picks up a Vandal. Might just be able to find a few
Wow.
kills here as Trix gets taken
Res
down with a
as well.
quick headshot. They do have the res. They can make this work. They go for the res. They can pick up Trix's gun as well, make this competitive.
Oh, but Hannah was expecting that. She's hiding inside of the dark cover. Takes out the first one, repositions. Now, 2-on-3. They can still make this happen, but they don't quite expect the positioning from Hannah. Aya as well, sharpshooter all the way from the bottom of the site itself. NGX takes the lead.
I think that was more than LSF bargained for. They used the rest, they committed it, they wanted to go for that retake. They felt it was possible, especially after they took Tricks down.
Nice.
But because of Nuki using his rest, it feels like they've over-invested a little bit on this eco round.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. It was a valiant attempt, though.
Yeah.
But this is what I like about NGX. You know, they might be playing these agent comps that are like from episode 3, episode 2, but they really know how to make it work. I mean, it's through pure fundamentals and just raw talent that they actually make these rounds work for them.
Yep, I agree. Completely agree. Just really the fundamentals, being able to peek together, being able to go for those trades, 1-for-1s, 2-for-1s. I think that's what's winning them the rounds right now.
And on the other side, LSF, I mean, they've shown a lot of coordinated plays before. They can definitely make it work again, but this time around, just some minor adaptations. Instead of Rosie positioned up over by the top of the stairs, it's going to be Dolph this time. She's got the showstopper as well, and it definitely connects onto Aya now. Bit of a blast pack that allows Alaka to get to safety, but of course, pushing through the dark cover this time. No flashes, no nothing. It's easy for Mimi and Gang just to hold it down. Alaka, the only one left, gets control over Heaven, but now has to be careful about how they're positioned and just jump spotting, buying time for Mimi to come in with the flank. Oh my god. LSF, they've got coordinated plays too.
Yeah, the defense, the clamping down of NGX on that attacking side. And I'm not sure why NGX wanted to push that smoke. I think they just wanted to be a bit more adventurous. And then after losing one member through the smoke, they kind of went for the sunk cost fallacy. Might as well just push, try to go for your trade. Could not even find a single kill there.
Man. And now Mimi has the operator. That's gonna be a big old stick that she can use to block off so much. Goes in for a quick peek as well, the boom bot. Well, oh wait, she actually wallbanged Alka?
Yeah, she tagged her elbow, it seems. Took 80 damage from that shot. But they
How
know
the
where the
heck?
op is now, so I think they're gonna work their way towards this B site instead.
Okay. Picked up the ult orb, NGX, thinking about it, committing in for it right now. Nightfall gets sent back towards them though, and the showstopper doesn't quite connect. It's not that much value gained. NGX, they're gonna have to reassess their options because if they continue to push up front, they're walking to the people who are prepared for this hit.
Yeah, they're actually making their way towards A. It's gonna be a change in direction, but Aya's gonna take one down. It seems to be going to be a flawless round. No, Hannah says, I'm gonna take one kill. Might be able to find a second kill. Doesn't check the corner though. She gets paranoid.
Oh,
Blast
boy.
pack as well, slowed down. She's trapped here right now in ropes. There's someone waiting up above for her. Cupcake is gonna take her down.
It's just, again, this quick reaction from L-Streak. They really know how to play so fast. As soon as they get information, they can confirm it, and they reposition such that it kind of feels like they're everywhere. Every single site that NGX were trying to adapt and rotate to, L-Streak were already prepared for it, even as Hannah tried to route back around to the top of ropes. 4-3, and then the timeout comes in.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
mean,
this is a game.
LSF called their timeout at 2-2. NGX called their timeout at 3-4. I think it's really a game. For both sides, they know what's at stake here. And both teams have already gotten this far. Neither team don't want to lose a game 5 that they worked so hard to reach.
This is a real match. Super hard. If anything, honestly, NGX, they worked a lot harder here on the server. Right? They're really showing it with their overtimes. LSF, they worked hard as well, but probably in their scrims, their customs, they really show that they have studied the maps. And right now, Mimi with the operator, I think, is the biggest threat to NGX because the presence of that thing alone, it's enough to warrant a rotation. It's enough to block off an entire site.
Yeah, it just deters NGX so much, and they don't really have the tools to flush Mimi out. There's no hard flash. The Lear might help a little bit, but right now, if they just make their way onto A really quickly, I guess they can avoid the operator, and that's what's working for them right now.
I thought Mimi would have been around screens or something, but okay. NGX gets the site really quickly, but of course LSF has the potential to play for retakes as well. The only ultimate available is Cupcakes, and that's not that useful, but I'll have to rethink how they want to approach this. Be very careful about it. Attacking Lockdown coming in from Ivory just to push them even further back. Dolph able to take one from the top of heaven though. But they might be trapped inside. Aya's lurking on the other side, the exit, just as they try to go on through, but what? Not looking in the right direction. Dolph find yet another blast pack onto site now. And Hannah on the other side of Raptor is able to dissect them one by one, making them drop like flies. Dolph on the site itself doesn't quite have the time. About 15 seconds remaining, and they're just playing for time now. Hannah peaks at the right time, picks up the kill, and 4-4 for NGX.
That tac pause paid off. Like, they had a plan to get into the site. They had an execute for the A site. I think it really panned out, even for the post plans for them. They really just played it so well on the side of NGX. That's why this game is so close.
I think they used some kind of, I didn't quite catch it, but they did something that kind of forced Mimi away from her regular positions, I think.
It was the Lear.
Like, that's why she was
It was the Lear on
yeah.
A lobby. It just Mimi just could not peek out from that Lear.
Oh, so same play now. Same play.
Same play, it's working out. The smoke is gonna block Mimi as well. It's really being able to disable Mimi. That's the biggest difference here in winning the rounds. Like, that render that operator useless. Boombot gonna spot them out. Ivory takes one down, but gets taken down by Nuki. Quick trade. Aya though jumps down. Oh, the slow orb comes out. They might just want to peek her right here, right now.
Oh, just by the little bit of an edge, Mimi still able to take the shot all the way from screens. Hannah re-smokes. Now has to reposition as well. She knows they're inside of that thing, and as soon as Rosie peeks out, she gets the spray, but Mimi still able to capitalize off of the reload animation, and now going in to get her tricks! Crouch spray! A quick double! And NGX in the lead!
They're feeling it right now. That clutch from Trix, they're hyped up. I'm sure they're screaming, they're cheering her on. You could tell those were jumps of happiness after that clutch. It was so close. And Hannah, missing the bullets here, made it so difficult for her, allowing Mimi to actually take her down. Aluka took one down before dying, but Trix just held strong, was able to dodge that bullet from the operator. Uncharacteristic miss from Mimi, and Trix just capitalized on that.
So cool. I mean, she crouched. I think Mimi was aiming for like her chest or near her head. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. And now trying to make the same play, it's LSF that adapts and stops them in their tracks with the barrier orb. Mimi now Headhunter gets the first one, instantly rendezvous away. How many times have we seen this? It's the tour de force at her hands. And just like that, I think NGX are completely discouraged from hitting the A site. They're still hovering around ramps though.
They're still in there. Tour de force is there, going to be difficult to go through it. The rest was expended for Aluk as well, so it's still a 5v5. They might be able to get a jump on them. No, but Cupcake is the one that gets taken down quickly. Rotations are coming in onto B, but it looks like they're just going back to A. No, they changed their mind. They're going to B instead. There's a tour de force shot. There's a satchel as well. There's a double kill from Aluka. Sprays them down so quickly. But they'll find another one. No, Yuki says no with her frenzy. But Hannah and Ivory clean up shops. And NGX, they're making this attacking side work.
Looking a lot better than before. So good. The sudden call to make the rotation and also making use of utility and also just stopping at the right times just to throw off the L streak holding positions at times. I mean, even to that last frag that we see from Ivory, it's just a deliberate lurk. This is how you play split, and they clearly show that they have the experience on it.
The complete difference in the attacking side here compared to Ascent, compared to Icebox. You can really tell, oh, the Showstopper does not find anyone though. Valiant try, but they've backed off on the side of LSF. The side just might be open for NGX, Quack. What?
It is entirely open, Marquis. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I don't think Nuki just expected anyone to push all the way up past screens like that. And Mimi now trying to fire shots through the dark cover with her operator. It just doesn't quite connect onto anyone. NGX this time on the map like this, their post plans look a lot better. Watching the angles, picking up the frags, and of course forcing LSF to rethink how they want to position around this. Can they find a pick that can aid them in their advances? Apparently the answer is no, as the trades come through, even to the final one. Hannah, just a quick answer back into it, and they pick up the 7th win.
7th win, and oh my god, NGX are the ones that have found 4 rounds in a row. They're the ones streaking. Nuki just wanted to kill someone in that corner, but actually the person flanking her came up first. Wasn't able to find those kills, and the rest of NGX, they just find free kills. Oh,
basically,
look at the
right?
guns.
It's all free. And economy, yep. Spectre, Bulldog, Light Armor. Ooh. Ooh. Some utility though, the ultimates, it's not too bad. If Dolph can time this perfectly and land the perfect ults as they approach in, or maybe come in with a retake on it, that would be big value.
It would be, but right now she's not in the right spot to actually go for the showstopper. If she went for the showstopper play right here, right now, I think she can find 2 to 3, but she's just not in the right place. And NGX, they've been going A site over and over again. It's been what's working for them. Right now they can't find the opening frag though. I think they just want to find a single frag right now.
Trap destroyed.
Well, they're being very sneaky about it, and they've managed to destroy the trademark. Mimi, her position has been somewhat revealed as well. She shoots out the rear. Going into clear. They spotted the ponytail. They spotted Mimi. And Aya just dancing around all of this. This battlefield is her dance floor. Going back and forth now. Reloads. And she wants to clear out Rosie. Goes in aggressive. But what is the spray? Hannah coming in to save the day from behind. NGX. They made it close, but it is still an 8-4 at the end of the first half.
Man, they found something in their playbook. From that timeout, they just started. They were down 4-3, and then they just started winning and winning and winning. They just thought, hey, we just hit A site, and LSF did not have an answer for that. A site was hit over and over again. I think there was only one round where they actually went towards B, but they came from A. They went through mid. They made it work.
5 times in a row they went this place. Maybe even 6 if you count the one that they lost to Mimi, who was holding from like no Mimi pushed up like ramp. But yeah, it's just incredible to watch NGX in their element like this, because I really think one of the reasons why they played this well is because they know this map. They've played it. They've played this so much.
They do, and you know what's gonna be scary for L Streak coming on to the next half? They're gonna be the ones attacking, and on split, you either figure it out or you don't on the attacking side. And for NGX, they figured it out. They broke down the defenses one by one. For the side of L Streak, they're gonna have to figure it out. I don't think they have the hard flashes either. They don't really have the tools to get into that side, clear it out a little bit. Maybe the Prowler, a little bit of a little bit of It's not like a breach. It's not like a KO. I think it's still gonna be difficult, and especially on split. If they can replicate what NGX do, then it might be something interesting, but that is going to be difficult.
It really is, because the way that NGX went in is so I don't know, like coordinated somehow. I mean, you see the dark cover first, of course, but then also like Alika and Aya going in together, the Reyna, the Raze double satchel, and then some players would go into Heaven. It's a lot for the L Streak players to really watch, and I think once that smoke comes in, as soon as the defensive positions are denied, that's when they like start to like buckle and like, oh my god, where do I go?
There was a breakdown in defenses. Like none of them could hold. Like after the timeout, NGX just had setups on setups that just disabled the defenders from the side of LSF. They just could not hold the site. It was just completely open. The times that they try to hold, they just completely get overwhelmed. The times that they actually tried to go for the retake, it was too late because the post plans were already set up by that point in time. And NGX just looks so good this time around. And honestly, the best attacking half I've seen so far from them besides Haven on attack.
Yeah. What a callback to Haven. NGX performing so well in the opening. They had a 9-3 on Haven. On split, it's an 8-4. No curse. No curse. But then again, if history were to repeat itself, L-Streak will make some kind of a comeback, but who knows if that actually is going to happen. This is a different map after all. There's a reason why L-Streak did not picked this map. And right now they have to find some kind of an opening attack. Mimi! Her headhunter, again, she's so good!
She really just finds those kills, just finding the opening frags on that chamber, finding those headshots, giving them the advantage. Right now though, NGX still playing unfazed. They're pushing forward, in fact, on Alaga. Might be able to find a killer. Oh no, they're passing each other.
Okay. Well, NGX trying to play a little bit safer. They're falling back. Mimi could just be a lurker. The rest of them trying to find some kind of a pick towards garage, from garage into B. Not quite able to find anything yet though. Dolph now sends out her boombot. Prowler in to clear out mailroom as well. And this is Trix falling all the way behind. Elka pushes into garage and eats a bullet to the face. And all of a sudden that haunt, oh my god, that was planned. But here comes Hannah! Oh, only good for 2 though, because sight was picked up by Nuki. Ivory coming in from heaven now, finds Mimi. This is still possible. Just needs to isolate the duels and find them one by one. Oh, they're gonna hold for this double setup though. The last time anyone cleared this, it was I think Zombs from Sentinels. He had a weapon though. He had a Phantom to spray, and this time around just doesn't quite work out. Nuki. 2 players, 2 heads, 1 on top, 1 below, and it's just way too much to clear out too easily. LSF picks it up 5-8.
They pick up the attacking round, and they really decimated the defenses of NGX, picking them off one by one. Hannah though, some heroics here, did not peek at the right side. Ivory was able to find one, but just wasn't enough. That double setup is just so difficult. And look, whoa, Ivory with a Bucky.
Oh my gosh, she's actually... Well, she's playing defense. Holding the angle up over by ramps. Nobody's really pushing into it though. What I'm curious about are the 3 players pushing down the middle. Oh well, 1 now.
Yeah, they have the sheriffs. They can dish out some damage here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the boombot spots one. I think Hannah didn't see that. Oh, they're actually using the paint shells. It's just gonna be a free kill for LSF.
What a buffet. Quite a bit of utility spent, but of course they just have the entire arsenal of Spectres right now. Bucky, will it be able to work? Only good for 1 because it's pump action. And now LSF continue to stream in. They should be able to take the A site really easily. Paranoia just to clear out in case anyone was on it, but nobody was on it. So it comes down to the duels, and right now Sheriff Shot's not quite able to work. Even from the top of heaven, I am not quite able to find anything. Trix going down to screens now. And LSF just setting up for the post-plant positions.
Aya creeping up right now. Mimi might just get surprised here if she's not ready. The swing out, no, Mimi was 100% ready for that. All down to Trix right now with a lone frenzy and a wall in front of her face. Not much she can do here. Her head is being hunted. Mimi is trying to look for those shots, looking for the ponytail on that stage. And she gets taken down by Rosie instead.
Yeah. Might as well hold on to those headhunter rounds. I mean, those things cost credits after all. And this is a perfect 2-0 start for LSF so far.
Yeah, 2-0. And on the second half, it dictates the tempo. But what we saw on that first half was when NGX got the rifles, that's what made the biggest difference in that first half.
Will it work out again, though? It's a different side, difference in playing defense.
Bring them down.
And they're really going to have to read situations incredibly well. Prowler narrowly misses Ivory. And, well, blast back straight up into a ramp, a heaven.
It's gonna be the paint shells as well to try and clear the corners. They're all running towards heaven. The spike might be going there as well. They've taken control over this A heaven, but where do they go from here? Are they going to pivot? Yes, they are. Going to go to B. Trix is going to be there. Uses the wall. Falls back into the site, waiting for rotations from her teammates. They take down the wall quickly like a Swiss cheese. It's full of holes right now, and now it's just completely open. There's the paint shells coming in.
Wow.
Trix finds the headshot onto Dolph as well. The paint shells buys a bit more time too. And there's gonna be a lurk from Mimi though. Look at where she is right now. She's lurking all the way on the A side, but I think Hannah might be able to find her. No, Mimi gets to jump onto Hannah. She's able to change her gun as well to a Vandal, but does not expect Ivory to be there as well. They're still gonna try for this B side execute though. Trix gets taken on by that Spectre. Already an expensive round for NGX, but Aya finds a kill, uses his miss to get back to safety. Cupcake is gonna be planting that spike. Alka tries to spray through the boxes, does not find any damage. They're gonna have to go for this retake. 3v2, they still have a lot of time for this, so they can take their time. They use some utility to find some information. They take Rosie down, they know where the last one is, and Aya is gonna take Cupcake down as well. And they secure the round. Alka gets to change her gun to a Vandal as well. NGX, they've only lost 2 members, not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. In fact, this is a pretty big win. They get to pick up these Vandals, and right now, it's what we expect coming in from the 3rd round. That said, though, I mean, they went in together. They had the numbers advantage, even with LSF trying to make the quick mid-round adaptation. This time, it just didn't work out.
It didn't really work out for them. I think it's just a bit too suffocating from the side of NGX. They just held their ground. They knew when to stand their ground. They knew when to stop and go for the retake. But right now, they might have won that round, but the economy's not great for them. Look at Trix. Only has a Sheriff to her name. Did not even get the buy from her teammates from like maybe a Bulldog or something. She's okay with that Sheriff. She's been sharp with it. And all she has to do is to buy time for her team anyway.
Just slowly exchange something to buy time. Get some rotations underway. NGX, though, trying to hold down mid for as long as they can. The barrier orb just to block off B garage. LSF are aware of it, though, so they're shooting down every single panel. We've got about a minute left to work with.
It's typical LSF, right? They just take so much time defaulting, not really finding anything. Eventually, they'll choose the site, but they really like taking very long defaults. And it's very different from what NGX does, where they just take over a site and dictate their own pace. But right now, it looks like LSF have chosen to go to this A site instead, walking up, creeping up slowly into this. The defenses for NGX are skewed towards B as well, so they might just be able to take this site.
Shadows.
Setting up for it at least. Dark cover blocks off screens.
You want to play? Let's
Wow,
play.
using this when there's only 15 seconds left, the lockdown makes it such that LSF only has about, what, 10 seconds to get the spike planted? We're still going in for it. And at the cost of Rosie losing her life. Weapons picked up now and everything smoked off. If they can hold this still, the defuse will go through. Ivory manages to stick it.
What?
And Hannah, whoa! She jumped, drifted by, and had the judge. It was a quick double kill.
How does that happen? She just sprays a hail of bullets towards the enemies, and with that, Judge was actually able to take them down, able to get a free upgrade. NGX, though, they have the full arsenal. They have weapons for everybody. Slow orb buys a bit of time, and this is still going to be a long default. You can tell by where the spike is. It's definitely going to be a default by LSF. Trix, oh no. It's when your head bumps the corner of a terrain that where you shouldn't boost on. That just the beam actually stopped her. Trix, dangerous position for her. Does not find a kill. Deals some damage onto Nuki's armor though.
Not too much to brag about. But LSF and gang just again the default. Lurking in positions, lurking in spots. They're calling some pings, but NGX are not quite panicking yet. In fact, just a dark cover to block things off. If they hear anything, I mean, Hannah's just watching heaven already.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they they're ready to receive here on the side of NGX. Okay, they hear some sounds. They know it's coming from A Heaven. Nuki, it's gonna take Ivory down though. This just might be the opening that they need. Hannah is gonna still try to hold this. Takes one down, makes this even.
Wow. And now still just trying to hold on to it. The post plant positions. You know, they've got some guns. Dolph picked up a Vandal, right? And that could be very, very devastating. So it's very important that NGX plays this carefully. But here comes, what a spray transfer from Dolph, but Hannah makes it a trade. Now it's a 1-on-2 and she has to get the spike defused, but it's out in the open. Tries to get it halfway. She sticks and sticks and sticks and sticks. Oh my god, has to peek out now because of the haunt. And Rosie, one utility, a frenzy. And she's able to steal that win away from Hannah. 7-10 in favor of L-Streak.
Yeah, stealing the round away, being able to upgrade your guns feels good for LSF, but on the side of NGX, they're the ones struggling right now with economy. They're the ones that need to eco this time.
And
overtime?
It's
Question mark?
I don't know. There's a bit of a judge coming in from Ivory as well. She made the Bucky work for a second once, but I don't know if it's still gonna work out this time. The half buys and LSF, they've got so many ultimates. They have the potential to string this into even more wins.
Yeah, if they can get a few more rounds to equalize this. Nimi is gonna get overwhelmed, but they don't find the kills. They had shorties, just not enough to take her down. It's gonna be 2 free kills for them. They know it's gonna be B, but Ivory and Hannah are actually still on this A site. This round's pretty much done.
Right? Like, it's just so tough to retake with a judge of all things.
And a shorty.
Then again... yeah, shorty. Oh gosh. Exit frags, perhaps?
Maybe. I think Trix might just want to peek and try to find one duel. The rest of them, oh, they're actually just gonna go in. They picked up a sheriff. Trix is trying to make her way forward. Oh, Mimi just might get caught here. Trix might be able to find two. Oh, finds one. Slows things down a little bit. Throws out a slow orb. Tries to find a second, but Dolph is gonna be there. Hannah trying to stick the defuse, but Cuppy Kick is gonna be there. It's gonna be a collateral kill for these two.
A dark cover positioning as well, just allowed for Cuppy Cake to come in from the sides, and of course, despite the valiant efforts of Trix going in from Garage with that quick flick, the second player was a little bit tougher. And that is L-Streak with their approach, especially when they are given that inch when NGX doesn't have the guns that they want. So 8-10 now.
Yeah, and NGX, they can buy this time around. They have to stem the bleeding here. Otherwise, LSF, they're just gonna build their bank like more and more, because right now they're already comfortable for 2 more buys after this. And NGX, 2 wins for LSF means 10-10.
This is why NGX needs to be very, very careful. They're not quite peeking all that much this time around, and along with such a play, it means less information. LSF, on the other hand, making use of all their utilities, the Fade Haunt, trying to clear out corners. But just look at NGX. I mean, Hannah's the only one on A side. They're playing very safe. She can TP away. Oh no, she doesn't have a TP.
Yeah, no shrouded step on Hannah. It's gonna be pretty much a one-and-done position here, unless she could just use that smoke to get back to safety. She's gonna hear the Prowler for sure. Might be able to find a kill or 2 here. Nightfall has been used by some time, but they're not pushing forward. They're actually falling back. And Hannah hears that.
She can definitely hear it coming through, which is why we see the rotations on all the moving pieces on the mini-map right now. But it's a bit of a fake. LSF again. Now through sewer. Hannah should hear this as well, though. They need to rotate fast, and they need to make it happen now. Hannah sends out Paranoia, kind of catches them, but they don't care. They just continue to walk through. A bit of a seize, and it drops right in front of Hannah's face. Trix makes the trade happen, but Dolph, this time around, it all connects. A bit of a res, and Trix comes in to swing. Gets the numbers advantage for her team now, and this could be doable as Ivory pushes up front. Goes in for the spray. Aya from behind will collect on it. NGX What a coordinated retake. They make that 11-8 scoreline.
You really expect
And
us to
I
win.
would like to say Trix's timing on that res bait swing was impeccable. She res Hannah,
10 seconds
waited a second before swinging out, and just caught Rosie off guard, able to take her down. I think this is what really gave them the numbers advantage, and at this point, they just had to find the kills one by one. Ivory finding a kill here, and then Aya going for the trade there with Ivory as well. Clean round from NGX. They bit the fake here and there, but it didn't matter because they were still able to hold. They were still able to retake with ample time remaining.
And part of the reason why they could tell that was because of Hannah's positioning up by ramp. She could hear the footsteps right underneath from Sewer. So we start to see LSF go back to their default, trying to play it safe.
They're playing really slowly again for LSF, and I think they're just on the back foot now. They just feel pressured to win this round, and NGX, they've not pushed forward, you realize, on this map.
I like that. Compared to what we've seen from before, right now it's just so controlled. Even trying to play off of the turret contact. Not quite overcommitting to the peaks. They're waiting and allowing for LSF to make the move. Prowler comes in, she shoots it out. Ivory, unfortunately trapped by the paint shells. It's Dolph with her plays. Tricks though, what a spray! Still able to track onto its head, but unfortunately Mimi comes back in with a headhunter of her own. She has an operator in hand. And she is holding down Mail Room. No, that's Rosie, excuse me. Still a good frag. And then the rest coming in. LSF, they're in full swing. Alika, the only one left all the way from spawn, runs away, and they can kind of hear it. They heard the blast pack for sure. But she's just looking to save.
You're gonna be saving this. NGX, their economy will be reset again. I don't believe they have such a strong buy coming into this round. So I think this is going to be difficult for them. Saving this Phantom is definitely the right choice.
True. With that said, it leaves us with an 11-9 score line. That's 2 rounds away from equalizing. And once more, I mean, just got to remind everyone of the stakes at hand. Winner of this qualifies for open overtime. Winner of this qualifies for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite.
Yeah.
And that's the last chance for the open overtime slots.
Yeah, they're gonna want to book their slot for that for sure. And between these two teams, I think both teams deserve it. They've fought so hard,
really
tooth
do.
and nail, for this slot, and I actually don't know who might take it. NGX are at the advantage 11-9 right now, but
You can
just looking at the economy, like Trix has to play with a classic or maybe ask Alika for a sheriff. It's gonna be difficult. On the side of LSF though, that's gonna be a full buy for them.
can definitely see it going both ways, right?
Yep.
And at the same time, just because NGX is in the lead, one round they secure match point at the very least. I think that's where they can start to play to their element again, because match point secured, you can afford to lose like maybe one round, and that's where they could surprise LSF. It's a little bit tough to say, but I mean, just to take the time to credit some of these players right now. I mean, Hannah, she's definitely shown a lot today, but I'm crazy impressed by Mimi because we've never really seen this player before, but she's showing up so much with her insane flicks.
Attacking side operator for Mimi as well, so this is gonna be really interesting. A bit of a high risk weapon, especially on the attacking side. Let's see if she can make this work.
Well, she's kind of holding ramp. Nobody's peeking. NGX just playing it safe. A little bit early on the slow orb though. And LSF can completely back away to another spot on the map.
Bring them down.
Set default again from L Streak female. They just want to look for those kills. They're just daring NGX to peek, but they've got none of that so far. They've got no pickoffs. Tricks finds a head.
Wow.
Only needs a sheriff. That's the opening frag you need, and that's the opening frag you want from Tricks. Might be able to find Dolph as well as she peeks forward. Just runs to safety. She knows the pain shells are gonna come out. Just gonna go back to safety.
Look at the clock.
Clock's ticking
30
away
seconds
as well.
left.
30 seconds left. And right now, they have to make a decision. And it looks like it's going to be the A site push instead. Trix commits to lockdown. Oh, no, sorry, not Trix. Ivory commits to lockdown onto this
Oh,
B
no,
site.
it's not good.
Just to make sure about
Wait,
things.
what?
Oh, they're actually taking control of Heaven. They missed the op shot. Aya is still on the side to defend. She might be able to buy some time here. They get the
One
kills.
enemy
They get
remaining.
3. It's
Spike
all down to
down A.
Mimi. What can she do at this point? Nothing. She's stuck here between a rock and a hard place and does not even find a kill. And it's going to be a flawless round for NGX.
Match
Trix even
point.
gets an upgrade for her gun, for her efforts. And NGX, they're 1 round away from qualifying to FSL, or rather VCT Game Changers Elite.
One more round. And this is what happens when NGX plays disciplined. You let LSF burn down the timer, and once that happens, they start to feel that pressure. They go in for some crazy site execute, which, you know, not the most rehearsed, not the most well planned, kind of leaves some gaps, some mistakes, which allows for NGX to capitalize on it. They had control over Heaven, but I'm not quite sure how or why, but there were players up in front of Mimi. Nuki wanted to place down her barrier orb. It kind of separated some of the NGX players a little bit, but the main thing was that it kind of made Mimi whiff the shot, and off of that, it's like, I don't know, less value for LSF because NGX gets to go onto site. And right now, technical pause. I think Cupcake suffering some connection issues.
Yeah, some connection issues, and what a time to get these connection issues as well. It's going to be the potentially last round. NGX just need to win 1 more round.
One more round. Man, what a day it's been, Marquis. The longest games, so many overtimes, not to mention the clutches as well. And this could be the last round, depending on how they play.
Yeah, it really just depends. NGX had the chance to close this out. One thing to note, though, is that economy-wise, both teams are still on even footing. Full
That's
guns on the
true.
side of NGX, full guns. Cupcake will be able to buy when she comes back in. LSF still have a chance, but for NGX, they definitely want to close this out now. They don't want to send us to overtime yet again.
I'm a little bit nervous, though. Okay, so let's just take a look at the game state. Mimi has Tour de Force. That could be very useful for entering, just because, it packs a punch like an operator, but it's a little bit faster, right? And that's something I think Mimi would be able to exploit. On the other side, Aya, Empress, some clutch potential there. Alika with the showstopper. Now, this is one that it's a bit of a gambit. I mean, she could just make some crazy aggressive play with it, or she could use it for retakes or to secure a kill. I mean, the applications are endless, but it's something that they have in their pockets, and it's something that NGX can definitely use to hurt LSF.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, this showstopper might just be the difference maker, right? It was supposed to be the difference maker on Bind, but Hannah just sidestepped the showstopper. But Aluka, she's the one struggling to find these kills right now for her team. But it's not like she's not underperforming by quite a bit either. It's just that she's the first one in, and they really need her to make that space. The rest of the team was capitalizing on that, but this showstopper, this could be the one to end this show, like to actually live up to its name and end this.
Oh my god, the actual showstopper. Entirely possible. But it all comes down to NGX, their defenses, their retakes. And if anyone can really stop them, I mean, so far, again, it's Dolph and Mimi, maybe even Nuki as well on this map. It's just LSF has so much talent, so much potential.
You know, I was just thinking. Both sides actually don't have that hard flash either.
Well,
I
it's
think that-
split
oh.
after all.
Okay, Cupcake is back. Yeah, it's split, but I think I really like Breach on split.
That's true. Yeah, Rolling Thunder can actually initiate so much. We swapped that for the Fade though, and yeah,
I think
it's-
Fade has its own uses as well. I just feel like a double initiator is actually cool.
I can't fault that. I mean, it really can work out incredibly well. But right now, the round starts. We're off the technical pause, and LSF just trying to gain information. They see something along with the Boombot and the Haunt, so they're going back towards B site. Look at the positioning here, though. Ooh. Some jump peaks.
They're taking it slow still on the side of LSF. They're just going for that default yet again. NGX are really so disciplined to not give them a single peek, a single pick off. There's nothing at all. Ivory's jump peeking just to get a little bit more information. That Slower is gonna discourage that a little bit. Hannah's playing this position that they're not ready for though. As I say that though, Nuki actually finds her, but Trix is there for the trade. Good for the 1-for-1. Ivory gets some damage done. Damage done as well onto Heaven. Finds the kill onto Cupcake, but Dolph is gonna be there for the trade. Trix gets taken down. 2v3 right now. There's a showstopper getting used. Only some trip damage. Look at some lag onto Alika's side. It's all down to Aya. 1v3 right now for her. If she can win this clutch, she can close it out for her team. But Rosie is gonna take her down. And oh my god, Kentrel. NGX could not close it out.
How's their economy look? Not too bad, but they have to think twice about it because if they fully commit to this round, they won't have enough for the match point round. I mean, the overtime round, and like who knows how that goes. And Hannah pulling out a judge. I mean, we talked about it. They had all those ultimates. They spent all of those ultimates, and it did not work for them. It's a little bit unfortunate for NGX.
Right now, still same thing from LSF. Similar setup as well for NGX, but a little bit different right now because they shifted a little bit more towards that mid control. Ivory is playing more towards Hell as well. And for guns, I think Hannah's playing mailroom because she has the judge. I think she just might be able to make use of the judge. It's gonna be a bait and switch. They always know that Trix plays mailroom. So if Hannah can find these skills using that judge while baiting Trix, I think they just might be able to get a jump onto LSF.
Very possible. It comes down to how fast Hannah can be. Certainly looks like LSF really wants to take control over B Heaven. Of course, Trix is there to help Hannah out as well, but right now maybe just holding the positions. The rest of them possibly trying to go through to A. Well, they're coming back. Hannah hops back on top, hops off. Garage kind of being contested. She shot the first Prowler, but now has to back off. Paranoia sent forward. It is the paint shells that connect right on top of her head. This allows for them to take control over it, but Trix is on the other side. Ivory getting another shot as well, but oh, that's Hannah gone. Ivory from below tries to track it through. There's only 13 seconds left. The showstopper actually connects onto Ivory. She runs, makes it a dash, gets the spike up, but can she get the spike planted? That's the other thing. It's 3-on-2, and NGX has the numbers coming in from above. They're waiting for it. They spot as soon as she evacuates the site. Alika gets the other the kill. Excuse me. And this is now NGX. They managed to close this one out.
You can hear the sighs of relief that they don't have to go to overtime, that they don't have to risk this, that they have finally qualified for VCT Game Changers, APAC Elite, and NGX. They finally get that last slot. They fought so hard for it. They fought tooth and nail for this slot, and it came down almost to the wire, 13-10. It was so close, and it just was so difficult still to fight them off.
Just truly deservedly so. All those overtimes, and it led to this, and they managed to seize that moment. the final ones, and they managed to make that retake work. It's good. But it also shows, they got a little bit of homework to do. I'm not gonna lie, they might need to change things up. And of course, Split just worked out well for them. That said, though, it's the NGX history. It's the NGX legacy. They used to be one of the top 3, maybe top 4 teams from last year's Game Changers Elite, FSL Elite. This year, maybe not exactly top yet, but they are certainly in that slot.
For sure. And of course, our MVP for the final map is actually Trix. We've seen her come back, and her comeback has definitely been felt, and just great impact in the game, and great impact in this map as well, on the stage no less. And my heart breaks for LSF still. They've tried so hard.
I agree.
They came so close. 2 overtimes, both overtimes could have gone either way. They could have just won that as well, and they might have just taken the series. This last map was also pretty close as well, and man, like either team could have won this map.
We talked about it, and we just it really is that any team could have won this. Excuse me. I mean, LSF on their own map picks that were so dominant, they were so prepared. They really have the potential to be one of those top 8, top 4 teams. Just coming down to some of the older maps and Split, when they look a little bit less prepared, still strong, managing to push this all the way at 13-10. I mean, just think about it. 2 more rounds, they could have actually made it into overtime.
2 more rounds here, 2 more rounds in either Haven or Bind. 2 more rounds. That was the difference here. 2 more rounds for both for LSF. It's just, unfortunately for them, they actually take the L this time around, and NGX are the ones that reign supreme, and they booked the 6th slot. Okay, just to review this, they booked the 6th slot, the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. I'm just gonna take a look at the highlights real quick between these 2 teams. There's some great plays across the board. There were the clutches as well, especially from Trix. There was LSF holding strong at the very beginning, and there was NGX suddenly finding things out and winning 5 rounds in a row. And it's just absolutely magical to watch. We talked about it at the very beginning. It's the magic that happens. And it was NGX finding the magic. Alka finding that double kill lineup there as well. Aya finding a kill through this smoke, finding this kill as well right after. That's the magic happening.
It happens so much, and especially when you see it from LSF, like the potential that they have truly. I mean, some of these rounds, they just show up out of nowhere. And, even though they don't really get to qualify for Elite from this open overtime, they will be able to play in Last Chance Qualifier, and I really think they have what it takes. I mean, such a strong team. Recently picked up by this South Asian org, L-Streaks, and it's a great showing. It's a great showing.
I'm just going to remind everyone that at this point, now that NGX has qualified, they've taken down 3 Thai teams in a row in the lower bracket.
Why you gotta do it like that?
To make it here. I mean, I'm crowning them the Thai Slayers right now, because they were the ones who also took down X10S. I mean,
they did.
Just to point that out, and all of them were so close. It's all 2-1s, 2-1s, 3-2s. It wasn't easy, but they fought so hard to get here, and they definitely deserve the slot.
100%. I mean, you can just look at Bernie taking out Sovereign, getting beat by Zolmaraki, but then going through. Out of all the Thai teams, right? Armory, Arresta, X10 Sapphire, and finally L-Streaks. They made it all the way through, and they finally qualify for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. Of course, joining Zolmaraki and Orangutan as well.
Yeah, that's the 3 teams that's going through overtime into Elite. Orangutan, Zolmaraki, and Nigma Galaxy Female. Just to remind everyone, these are the 3 teams that have made it through. They're going to join AE Celeste, Bren Esports Victress, as well as Team SMG, and they're waiting for the last 2 members, the last 2 teams that will qualify for Elite.
2 more. One of them could be L-Streaks in the future. Could also be X10 Sapphire. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see because that tournament will be played in August. That's like a month from now. So, who knows how that goes? But for this one, I mean, congratulations, truly. Nigma, Galaxy, female. We pulled Trix out of retirement, pulled her off the desk and back into the player's seat. And she really shows that she knows how to play. Her entire squad as well. Hannah especially. Hannah. I can't get that play out of my head. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep replaying that in my head. Definitely one of the best plays, and especially one of the best plays that we've seen today. And I mean, even in the history of the league, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's what we have so far. I mean, it really shows open overtime. These are the next 3 teams joining, of course, Alter Ego Celeste, SMG, and Bren Esports Victors as well.
Yep, those are the 3, and definitely going to be really exciting. And I believe we're going to have a guest come up.
Really?
Is that doing now?
I'm thinking. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of said that we would, but we'll wait on production to give us the call for it.
Yeah, all right.
Certain.
We'll see. Yep. I mean,
maybe Trix, maybe Hannah.
That's one of the most exciting parts of this. Like you get to pick their brains. You get to. I mean, right now they're probably busy celebrating as well because
that's true.
Man, like. Okay, here we go. Like we're gonna have someone come in for the interview.
Gwen.
Oh, it's gonna be Gwen. Okay, interesting. All right.
Oh, it is
Hello.
Gwen.
Gwen. Okay. Okay, we got Gwen right now. Okay,
Surprise, it's
Gwen.
Gwen.
Okay, we want to ask, how does the team feel? Especially like we went to 5 games, we had 7 overtimes between the teams. How is the feeling of how does the team feel that you've qualified for Elite?
I believe they're tired now because they played 5 games. But yeah, they're
5
so
games, for
happy.
sure.
We're so happy.
Okay, that's really great. How about that moment? Okay, on map 3 on Bind, when Hannah pulled off that clutch, what was the team doing? Was everyone screaming because we screamed? We screamed
definitely.
on stream. It's
Definitely.
absolutely crazy.
Everybody's screaming and call of like Hannah like that. Oh, so good.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what we said. We were just all screaming, Hannah! Oh my god, that was absolutely clutch from her. It's such a great run from NGX, and you girls have been trying to compete and really just getting to break into the top 8. How did it feel now that you've cemented your place here? You've beaten X10S even, one of the top teams in this tournament. You've beaten them on your way here, and you were able to make it successful.
I always believed that we will qualify overtime because I always believed in my team. Yeah. And entering this tournament, we didn't expect to fall into the lower brackets, losing to Zol Marquis. And we're looking forward to having a rematch in Elite. Yeah, but
Okay.
still, we're so happy.
Yeah,
I don't have any words to describe it. We're just really happy.
We can tell. We were saying that it was so close to the point that at this point, your biggest feeling must be relief that you finally secured that slot. And I really think that everyone is just, we're done.
Finally.
We finally got it.
Even the players
Quack,
also. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Quack, do you have more questions?
Oh god, I haven't thought of any. I can't actually. I just want to say congratulations because what a journey. I mean, what a day as well. 5 games, so many overtimes, and you girls really played your hearts out. It's amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We just want to say congratulations. You played hard. You worked so hard for this. And we'll be excited to see you in Elite. Thank you so much for your time, Gwen. And congratulations to you. And please tell congratulations to your whole team as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Gwen.
All right,
Nice.
and that was Gwen, and of course, the W in her name was capitalized for a reason, and we know why, because they got the big W in the end. They deserve it. Nigma Galaxy female, they've reigned supreme this time around. Went all 5 games. We went so long, so far today. Like we started at 2,
What time did we
and
start?
it's now
Yeah.
8. It's 6 hours of games, 7 overtimes. Split could have easily gone to overtime as well. What a series between the 2 teams, and man, props to NGX.
Props to NGX. Props to L Streak. it's just everyone, honestly, they really just played their hearts out, and it shows. You feel, like I mentioned, that tenacity. It's not easy to go through overtime after overtime, because sometimes you just kind of feel like, all right, I can't anymore. But these girls could, and they did it.
Yeah, they definitely did. And just to remind everyone, with me is Quack, I'm Key. This is the last game for overtime, but of course we still have
Last chance.
VCT Game Changers APAC wildcards. Those are the last chances, last 2 teams to make it to Elite. And of course, that's going to be really exciting as well. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope you enjoyed this best of 5 series with us. We'll see you again in the wildcards.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, yeah. Everybody round, everybody round, yeah. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, yeah, know we get hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round.